Chapter 1490. Genius in 1 second. Remember Love Go? TalkNet, providing you with exciting novels to read. Fang Yuan rested for half a cup of tea's time before opening his eyes. His stamina had recovered and his eyes were no longer as dizzy as before. His mind was clear and his condition was much better. Sixth Hair saw that Fang Yuan was here to replace him and heaved a sigh of relief. The exchange was perfect, they had practiced this step many times before. At this moment, Fang Yuan's strength path immortal zombie body seemed to have completely turned into a human-shaped golden firmament divine wood. Fang Yuan started the next step. The refinement path immortal array opened another door and a giant sea urchin flew out. This sea urchin was as big as a house and its surface was filled with spikes as if it was made of purple gold. On its body surface, there were billions of bright spots that were flickering. This was the purple myrtle star urchin, a rather rare immortal material. Under the operation of the immortal array, the purple myrtle star urchin was shrinking at a visible rate. Everything was progressing smoothly. But suddenly, from the purple myrtle star urchin, a dazzling starlight burst out. The starlight bounced around like a bullet, constantly shooting out. The refinement path immortal array shook intensely. Fang Yuan had a grim expression as he tried his best to stabilize the situation. However, his efforts were minimal. The number of starlight pellets had already increased from 1 to 3. As the number increased, the refinement path immortal array shook even more intensely, it was even giving off creaking sounds. Oh no! Sixth Hair knew that things were not going well, he hurriedly shouted, "Dark thought, scarlet snake flower blooms." A thought appeared in Sixth Hair's mind. On his skin, scarlet snake tattoos started to rise. Originally, the scarlet snake tattoo was only on his chest, but now, it rose and coiled around his neck. At the same time, Sixth Hair's strength surged and his eyes continued to shoot out bright light. Even Fang Yuan looked at him in shock. Sixth Hair directly charged over and helped Fang Yuan to control the refinement path immortal array. Under his help, the starlight bullets were destroyed one after another. The danger is over. After a long time, Sixth Hair let out a breath of turbid air. His entire being became dispirited. Love Go Little Say Netku. Sect Master, we can only rely on you now. After saying that, he fainted on the spot. Fang Yuan was silent, his gaze paused on the scarlet snake tattoo on Sixth Hair's neck for a moment before focusing on the goo formation in front of him. Because of Sixth Hair's desperate rescue, the crisis of the goo refinement was resolved, and Fang Yuan could proceed to the next step. The immortal formation opened the third door and an immortal material flew out. This was a stone mountain, but the stone mountain was naturally carved with all kinds of faces. There were men and women, old and young, and they all had different expressions on their faces. Some were crying, some were roaring, some were serious, and some were smiling. Thousand-faced human stone. This was the most crucial step. Fang Yuan was fully immersed in the goo refinement, the thousand-faced man rock was affected by the goo refinement immortal formation and quickly turned into nothingness. But the illusory figures formed by human faces flew out and entered Fang Yuan's immortal zombie body aperture. Fang Yuan's aperture was originally full of cracks, but right now, its appearance had changed greatly. The cracks on the aperture walls were filled up, and a thick layer of purple gold rock skin was formed. There were countless shining stars on the rock skin, and there were also sharp spikes protruding out, looking very similar to the purple star urchin from before. The human faces flew around in the aperture, and under Fang Yuan's control, they pounced towards the spring-autumn cicada at the center. Spring-autumn cicada had already been sealed by Fang Yuan, and was motionless. A human face shadow flew past, passing through spring-autumn cicada and flying out again. Spring-autumn cicada shook lightly, and was as stable as before. The human face shadow flew for some distance, and during this process, it gradually melted like snow under the sun. Eventually, it turned into nothingness, and only a small thread-like object was left. This thread-like object contained the will of the heavens. Every time the human face shadow flew past, it was a short process of refining spring-autumn cicada. When the human face shadow flew away, it would also take away a small portion of providence from spring-autumn cicada. The human face shadows passed through spring-autumn cicada, and brought out the sealed providence. These providence threads were quickly extracted by Fang Yuan, and were dispelled in the refinement path immortal array. This process lasted for a while, and the human face shadows could no longer be brought out of providence. Providence is much more stubborn than I expected. Fang Yuan sighed. This time, he directly controlled several human face shadows to pounce at spring-autumn cicada. The human face shadows heavily covered spring-autumn cicada, and then gritted their teeth, pulling out threads from spring-autumn cicada's body. The heaven's will was sealed into the state of a thread and was being pulled out intermittently. Spring-autumn cicada continued to tremble, but it was very safe, and no cracks appeared. The refinement path immortal array that Fang Yuan painstakingly deduced was very effective against spring-autumn cicada. After repeating this tens of times, no matter how many human face shadows Fang Yuan controlled, he could not pull out any threads from spring-autumn cicada. But Fang Yuan could sense that in the deepest part of spring-autumn cicada, there was still a tiny bit of providence left. This bit of providence was very small, but Fang Yuan did not dare to leave it here. Providence is indeed troublesome, I still have to take this step. Fang Yuan sighed, and suddenly activated the refinement path immortal array to its maximum power. On the aperture shaped like a crepe myrtle star urchin, countless spikes grew rapidly, and stabbed toward spring-autumn cicada from all directions. There were hundreds of slender spikes, and they directly stabbed into spring-autumn cicada. Spring-autumn cicada was not destroyed, and instead melted into jade-green liquid droplets. The spikes seemed to have a habit, and these liquid droplets were absorbed by the slender spikes. In the end, only that bit of providence was left in spring-autumn cicada's original position. Fang Yuan quickly eliminated it. Next, the jade-green liquid droplets were squeezed out by the slender spikes again, and condensed into a ball at the center. Fang Yuan stared angrily, and felt that it was very strenuous, and he could barely maintain the situation. The refinement path immortal array was operating to its limit, and a large amount of red date immortal essence was completely expended at this moment. The jade-green liquid droplets gradually formed, and finally returned to spring-autumn cicada. It was safe and sound, the only difference was that after the decomposition and condensation, there was no longer any providence in its body. Originally, Shadow Sect's method was to first advance the spring-autumn cicada, then reverse refine it, and eliminate providence. But after Fang Yuan's modification, it was directly changed to the parallel refinement method. The success rate of parallel refinement was much higher than the advance refinement. But even so, the process was filled with difficulties, and there were even twists and turns. Fortunately, Sixth Hair acted in time, and helped Fang Yuan tide over the difficulties. Looking at the spring-autumn cicada quietly floating in his aperture, Fang Yuan was filled with gratification. At this point, the rank 6 spring-autumn cicada was successfully refined. And Fang Yuan had truly grasped this legendary immortal goo. Crack, crack. The aperture was filled with such noises. Cracks did not appear on spring-autumn cicada's body, but the purple-gold rock skin and spikes were rapidly spreading. Fang Yuan watched quietly, he could not stop this, and he did not want to stop it. The rock skin and spikes shattered, and at the same time, the aperture itself also shattered. Fang Yuan's aperture could be said to have gone through many trials and tribulations, it had to bear the pressure of spring-autumn cicada, and was even turned into a stone aperture and dead aperture by Fang Yuan. At this moment, it finally reached its limit, and completely collapsed. This was the consequence of spring-autumn cicada's parallel refinement, it could not be exempted, and Fang Yuan did not want to be exempted either. Let's undergo the tribulation like this. Fang Yuan laughed heartily, and from the side of the immortal formation, a lump of soul suddenly flew out. The soul was extremely fast, it quickly entered Fang Yuan's immortal zombie body. The immortal zombie body opened its eyes, and nodded at Fang Yuan. What occupied the body was also Fang Yuan's soul. He used a split soul method, and successfully split the soul, forming the first split soul. Fang Yuan smiled, and immediately used the immortal killer move, strength reversing life and death on the immortal zombie body. This was a method he had created a long time ago. It was an imitation of blazing heaven demoness killer move Nirvana fire, and could allow immortal zombies to return to human form. At this moment, the strength reversing life and death that Fang Yuan used had been modified. It was even more outstanding, and not weaker than Nirvana fire. The immortal zombie body quickly returned to normal, and 2 lifespan goo were thrown out by Fang Yuan. The immortal zombie body stretched out its hand, and accurately grabbed the lifespan goo, directly using it. Fang Yuan's body was at the final juncture of Imperial Court Blessed Land, because it was bathed in the light of wisdom, its lifespan was almost depleted. Now that it replenished the lifespan goo, its lifespan was immediately replenished. It was not afraid of dying of old age after returning to human form. The aperture shattered, the sovereign immortal aperture immediately surged, heaven and earth chi were connected. But Fang Yuan did not want his clone to undergo tribulation in the sovereign immortal aperture, thus he opened the immortal aperture's entrance. The clone immediately flew out, and welcomed the calamity and tribulation. Next, Fang Yuan's main body stored the sovereign immortal aperture, and came to the outside world. This was a nameless desolate land in northern plains. After Fang Yuan's secret inspection, there were few people here, and it was quite safe. Immortal ascension calamities and tribulations were very terrifying to most goo masters, saying that they had a slim chance of survival was already an exaggeration. But to Fang Yuan, it was a piece of cake. Be it the coordination of heaven, earth, and human chi, or resisting calamities and tribulations, Fang Yuan was very familiar with them. Heaven, however, was extremely furious. Fang Yuan actually controlled spring-autumn cicada. This was simply touching Providence's reverse scale. It sent down the highest limit of calamities and tribulations. However, it was useless. Fang Yuan easily dispersed the calamities and tribulations, and protected his clone's tribulation, advancing to immortal once again. Last time, it was strength path, this time, it was time path. His first aperture became a high-grade time path blessed land. Fang Yuan named it Spring-Autumn Blessed Land. It did not have many space path resources, but it was very rich in time path resources. Originally, there were dark clouds above, but now, the sky was clear, and sunlight shone down. Fang Yuan and his clone floated in the sky, looking at the boundless grassland. They were silent. The 500 years of bitterness and hardship in his previous life, the involuntary arrangements of Providence after rebirth, the desperate resistance in the face of despair, the exhaustion of saving Dang Hun Mountain, feeding immortal goo, managing the immortal aperture, and deducing killer moves, all of these turned into smiles, appearing on Fang Yuan's and his clone's lips. The past was like smoke, all of the hardships were just this smile. Chapter 1491. The clone passed the tribulation and became a time path rank 6 goo immortal. Meanwhile, Fang Yuan's main body was still a rank 7 goo immortal. He had 27 immortal bodies and cultivated all paths. Having a clone was very beneficial to Fang Yuan. Many things, especially the management of the immortal aperture, could be left to the clone to handle. This was something that Fang Yuan had absolute trust in. It was far more effective than any shadow sect member. Especially when both sides were one, their thoughts and wills were completely the same, there were no conflicts in communication, there were even very few errors. Looking at the strength of shadow sect, one could see the power of a split soul. Shadow sect had many members, but they were all united. They did not care about individual sacrifices, because they were one body, they were all one person. In order for the clone to become a rank 6 goo immortal, Fang Yuan had paid a huge price. First, he had to deduce the method. He spent a lot of time and energy, then he refined spring-autumn cicada and used up a batch of immortal materials. After creating the clone also needed to cultivate. Even though it was not the main point, he still needed to invest in it. Because of the split soul, Fang Yuan's main body's soul fell from 10 million man soul to 9 million man soul. It was a huge decrease. Fang Yuan had to continue accumulating his soul foundation. Fortunately, he had 2 sacred lands. He made rapid progress in this aspect. It did not hinder Fang Yuan's development. And this clone of Fang Yuan, because it had Fang Yuan's split soul, could be considered as half an otherworldly demon. The physical body came from this world, it was bound by fate. Fang Yuan could not do anything about this. Unless he could imitate Shadow Sect and refine another sovereign immortal fetus goo for his clone to use. Shadow Sect had accumulated for 100,000 years to refine one sovereign immortal fetus goo. It was basically impossible to refine a second one. In the following days, Fang Yuan's main body rested as usual. His clone was inside the self-cleansing immortal goo formation, getting rid of the strength path Dao marks on his body. Fang Yuan had originally ascended to a strength path goo immortal from his second aperture. After turning into an immortal zombie, his immortal aperture crumbled and the strength path Dao marks were left on his body. Fang Yuan decided to use self-cleansing to help the clone get rid of unnecessary strength path Dao marks. The clone's immortal body was not special, the Dao marks on it interfered with each other. After careful consideration, Fang Yuan decided to let the clone cultivate time path. Previously, Fang Yuan considered cultivating both strength path and time path because he did not have the sovereign immortal body. Now that he had the sovereign immortal body and immortal aperture, his future cultivation focus would be on them. The clone was just a supplement. Therefore, the plan to refine a second aperture for the clone was cancelled. An extra aperture would be an immortal aperture when he ascended to become an immortal. Since Fang Yuan chose to cultivate time path, this immortal aperture naturally had to cultivate time path as well, but what was the use of that? To Fang Yuan, an additional superior or special grade blessed land was useless. Because instead of developing this blessed land, he might as well put all his effort into the sovereign immortal aperture. Meanwhile, Fang Yuan's sovereign immortal aperture was only 4% developed, it was vast and had little resources, it needed to be managed. Or maybe the biggest use of having an extra immortal aperture is to have a quota for a vital goo. Fang Yuan thought. The greatest benefit of a vital goo was that even if the refinement failed, the vital goo would not be destroyed. Vital, the life of a goo worm was connected to the goo immortal. Of course, if the refinement failed and the goo immortal died, the vital goo would also be destroyed. Currently, Fang Yuan's need for vital goo was very small. He had many immortal goo, the most important was spring-autumn cicada, which was already his vital goo. Other than helping Fang Yuan handle some miscellaneous matters, the clone was also to ensure that spring-autumn cicada would not be destroyed in the future goo refinement process. You're awake? Fang Yuan looked at Sixth Hair who was lying on the bed. Sixth Hair slowly opened his eyes, still feeling weak. After seeing Fang Yuan, the first thing he asked was, "Sect leader, did the goo refinement succeed?" "Yes." Fang Yuan nodded. "That's great." Sixth Hair smiled, saying in relief, "This way, the second phase of the goo refinement plan has succeeded." In the first phase of the goo refinement, Fang Yuan refined cleanse soul, self-love, and snack. In the second phase, Fang Yuan refined spring-autumn cicada and heavenly secret goo. In order to refine goo, Fang Yuan paid a huge price. All in all, his luck was quite good. Some goo immortals did not even succeed once after 810 attempts. Among them, Fang Yuan had the luck path true inheritance and luck path immortal goo. They helped him a lot. On the other hand, Langya sect played an important role. If not for the help of land spirit of Langya and Sixth Hair, how could Fang Yuan's goo refinement plan achieve such great results? What's with the scarlet snake tattoo on your body? Fang Yuan's gaze was deep and eerie. This is nothing. Sixth Hair's gaze flickered. While you were unconscious, I had already probed. This refinement path killer move seems to directly reduce your lifespan to raise your refinement path strength. If I am not wrong, when these scarlet snake tattoos cover your head, you will die. Fang Yuan said directly. Sixth Hair was silent for a while. Sect leader is right. My life is not to be regretted. I only hope that sect leader can attack the Celestial Court and save my main body. Celestial Court. Fang Yuan raised his head, sighing as he looked at the sky. Sixth Hair quickly said, Sect leader, don't be discouraged. It is true that the enemy is strong, but now that you have Spring-Autumn Cicada, it is only a matter of time before you inherit Red Lotus True Inheritance. Red Lotus Demon Venerable's True Inheritance is likely to contain a method to win against the Celestial Court. After all, back then, Red Lotus Demon Venerable was an immortal venerable seed chosen by the Celestial Court. Fang Yuan nodded. He knew everything that Sixth Hair knew. Right now, it was very difficult for him to stop the Celestial Court from repairing Fate Gu within 10 years. But if he relied on Red Lotus True Inheritance, there might be a trace of hope. Since Spring-Autumn Cicada was already completely under Fang Yuan's control, finding Red Lotus True Inheritance seemed to be the next step of his plan. But Fang Yuan shook his head. I am not in a hurry to find Red Lotus True Inheritance. My strength can still continue to rise rapidly. The Celestial Court will not let me receive Red Lotus True Inheritance. They must have already made arrangements in the River of Time. Even though the Celestial Court could not find Fang Yuan, they knew that he would definitely enter the River of Time to obtain Red Lotus True Inheritance. Fang Yuan did not need to think to know that the Celestial Court would definitely set up an ambush in the River of Time. Finding Red Lotus True Inheritance was a must, but the prerequisite was not only to gain full control of Spring-Autumn Cicada, but also to have enough battle strength to allow Fang Yuan to break through the Celestial Court's ambush. In this aspect, Fang Yuan still needed to work hard. Tell me the contents of this refinement path killer move that you created. I will deduce for you and get rid of the repercussions of this killer move. Don't sacrifice yourself so easily, Sixth Hair. Whether I can control Langya sect in the future will depend on you. Sixth Hair's heart palpitated. He felt that it was true. He was helpless against his injuries, but that did not mean Fang Yuan could not. Especially when the light of wisdom could be used. The parallel refinement of Spring-Autumn Cicada and the clone's tribulation were naturally done in the wilderness. After keeping the clone in the sovereign immortal aperture, Fang Yuan and Sixth Hair returned to Langya Blessed Land through the teleportation Gu formation. After entering Langya Blessed Land, they were under the constant surveillance of the land spirit of Langya. Sixth Hair and Fang Yuan could not talk. They bade farewell to each other as Langya sect's supreme elders. Fang Yuan did not return to his cloud city to rest. He went to Wisdom Gu directly. He opened his immortal aperture's entrance and his clone flew out. The clone was still alive. Wisdom Gu had no reaction. But soon, as the clone activated Strength Turning Life and Death Killer move and turned back into an immortal zombie, Wisdom Gu circled around him in confusion. What is it? Fang Yuan's heart jumped. Wisdom Gu only circled around him, it did not emit the light of wisdom. Fang Yuan's clone spoke, "Oh Wisdom Gu, I am the person who made the agreement with you. Have you forgotten our agreement?" Wisdom Gu floated in front of Fang Yuan's clone. It seemed to be assessing him, it also seemed to be hesitating. After a long while, it lay on the leaf again, emitting the light of wisdom. Fang Yuan let out a sigh of relief. It was truly dangerous. Wisdom Gu almost refused to acknowledge Fang Yuan's identity. I became a time path Gu immortal, my cultivation level rose, my strength path Dao marks were also removed, I also have a split soul. These might have caused Wisdom Gu to hesitate. Regardless of the reason, I need to be careful in the future. Even if my clone's cultivation level stagnates, I need to maintain it. I cannot give up on the light of wisdom. Fang Yuan was a little depressed. The Wisdom Gu in the Legends of Renzu was very intelligent, it had even successfully harmed Renzu. Why was it so simple and stupid in his hands? It did not have the elegance of wisdom Gu at all. Chapter 1492. Sixth Hair's problem was much more difficult than Fang Yuan had imagined. The 20-path refinement killer move he created was called Refinement Snake Lifespan Flower. Not only did it contain refinement path profundity, it also involved the karma of rule path. Sixth Hair was able to create this move because he had obtained inspiration from an incomplete Gu refinement move in Langya sect's treasury. Fang Yuan deduced for a while and found, Refinement Snake Lifespan Flower was not so easy to break. If he was not careful, Sixth Hair might die on the spot. Thus, Fang Yuan had to change his strategy and plan slowly. If my refinement path attainment level is higher, the time needed to deduce Refinement Snake Lifespan Flower will be much shorter. Fang Yuan would not focus all his energy and time on it like when he deduced Heaven's Will Dissipation Refinement Path Immortal Formation. Hence, Sixth Hair's prediction would undoubtedly take a long time to see results. However, Sixth Hair was not in a hurry. As long as he did not use this killer move, he would be able to maintain it and would not die. While deducing, Fang Yuan continued his soul path cultivation. Dang Hun Mountain and Luo Pa Valley were worthy of being soul cultivation sacred lands. Fang Yuan's main body's soul foundation rose rapidly again. But his clone did not cultivate in this aspect. The reason was because of conflicting Dao marks. Dang Hun Mountain and Luo Pa Valley were filled with soul path Dao marks, be it Guts Gu or Luo Pa Wind. They were adding soul path Dao marks to Fang Yuan's soul in essence. Fang Yuan had already set a limit on the amount of souls in the clone. If he increased the soul foundation any further, it would interfere with his time path cultivation. Thus, Fang Yuan did not even let his clone use Ghost Official Garment. As for how to defend against Providence, Fang Yuan had a corresponding time path method, but the effect was inferior to Ghost Official Garment. But time path methods were the same as his clone's main cultivation direction, thus the advantages outweighed the disadvantages. And because Fang Yuan's main body's Dao marks did not conflict, he could cultivate all kinds of paths. But even so, he had to pay attention to killer moves of different paths. For example, the effects of the Ghost Official Garment had been greatly affected by ghostly concealment. Other than deducing the problem of Sixth Hair and the time path killer move to defend against Providence, Fang Yuan also had to modify luck path killer moves. Wisdom path, sword path, and soul path killer moves had already been modified to the limits of his abilities. Now it was luck path's turn. Fang Yuan had many outstanding luck path inheritances. Other than those miscellaneous ones, the most important was Giant Sun Immortal Self-Luck True Inheritance and All Living Beings Luck True Inheritance. Among them, Fang Yuan had obtained the complete content of the former, while the latter was incomplete. And Fang Yuan's luck path Immortal Gu were Luck, Qi Luck, Luck Inspection, Connect Luck, and Time Luck. They were all rank 6. This was not suitable for Fang Yuan. After all, Fang Yuan was already at rank 7. Fang Yuan would not advance the rank of the luck path Immortal Gu for now. He only had one focus in Gu refinement, that was Spring Autumn Cicada. Rank 6 Spring Autumn Cicada could only revive rank 6 Gu immortals. Fang Yuan had rank 7 cultivation level now. He needed a rank 7 Spring Autumn Cicada. Or, he could use rank 6 Spring Autumn Cicada as the core to create a rank 7 Immortal Killer move. The advancement of Spring Autumn Cicada was still in its initial stage. Sixth Hair was in charge of organizing all the Immortal Gu recipes and gathering the necessary Gu materials. Fang Yuan did not forget to practice killer moves. He had already modified Soul Path killer moves, he was even more proficient in them now. Fang Yuan would also take out the previous Wisdom Path killer moves and Sword Path killer moves from time to time to practice them. Fang Yuan was clear that only by working hard and not complaining about the hardships would he be able to use them freely in battle. If he failed to activate the killer move at the crucial moment, it would be embarrassing. Among all the killer moves he practiced, Wisdom Path killer move Exposed Heavenly Secret was the most important. This killer move used Heavenly Secret Gu as the core. it could deduce the contents of the Gu Immortal's next calamity and tribulation. Of course, it had its limits. For example, right now, Fang Yuan could not deduce what his next grand tribulation would be. He needed to wait for some time before he could deduce it. Other than exposed heavenly secret, Fang Yuan's creation of Heaven's Will dissipation killer move also needed to be practiced. This killer move could be said to be Fang Yuan's greatest achievement in deducing killer moves during this period of time. Fang Yuan would not give up. Exposed heavenly secret allowed Fang Yuan to understand himself and the enemy. He could deduce Providence's thoughts. As for Heaven's Will dissipation, it was a more direct countermeasure. But it needed to be modified, because it took a long time to prepare. It could only be used behind the scenes. It could not be used in battles where every second mattered. Red Date Immortal Essence was barely enough. His Immortal Yuan Stone reserves were already depleted. And Shadow Sects members were developing well. Using Tai Chiu, they gradually accumulated. Their losses from the southern border battle had already been replenished. They even improved. They hunted desolate beasts, ancient desolate beasts and others, but Fang Yuan only took their souls, leaving their corpses behind. These were all immortal materials. They could be sold for a good price. Fang Yuan did not touch their profits. On one hand, he did not care about these small profits. On the other hand, he wanted to maintain the order of Shadow Sect. At the crucial moment, Fang Yuan could borrow resources from them to deal with emergencies. Fang Yuan would not be careless about this. But if he made a move now, it would disrupt their development. It would be more detrimental than beneficial to the big picture. Even though he inherited the Shadow Sect inheritance and had a deeper understanding of the Celestial Court, there were still many things that Fang Yuan did not know. Against such a huge entity, the Shadow Sect strategy in Fang Yuan's previous life was the best example to follow. Thus, other than cultivating, Fang Yuan also started to make arrangements. He had more or less connections with the 5 regions now. In Northern Plains, even though he was wanted by the righteous path like Longevity Heaven, the Variant Human Alliance was completely integrated into them because of the engagement. Right now, Fang Yuan was very close to them. The problem now was that Fang Yuan lacked funds. A series of Gu refinement, cultivation, killer moves, and so on were expending his capital rapidly. Even though he was living frugally and had Red Date Immortal Essence to replenish himself, Fang Yuan's progress was still very fast. Right now, his capital could not keep up with Fang Yuan's development needs. In this aspect, Fang Yuan's breakthrough was the dragonfish business. But not long ago, Yu Chan also sold copper dragonfish. This surprised Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan soon accepted this fact. Dragonfish was different from Guts Gu. New products could be sold and their profundities could be unraveled before they could be nurtured. This was like how Fang Yuan modified the light shine fungi. He could modify other people's products, others could also modify his. For a business like Guts Gu, there was no one else but him. This was what every Gu immortal desired. Thus, it was not strange for copper dragonfish to appear in other people's hands. Fang Yuan was only slightly surprised at Yu Chan's speed of deciphering it. Several days passed in a flash. Immortal killer move, years like sun. The tributary of the river of time in the sovereign immortal aperture expanded rapidly. The river water flow rose rapidly. The sovereign immortal aperture had a lot of time path resources to begin with. Now that years like sun was added on, the time flow became even faster. This way, calamities and tribulations appeared even more frequently. But Fang Yuan was not afraid. He ignored all earthly calamities and heavenly tribulations. As for grand tribulations, with heavenly secret Gu and exposed heavenly secret, what did he have to fear? The increase in time path resources led to the production of all sorts of other resources. Especially dragonfish. In Dragon Scale Sea area, a large number of dragonfish swam around. Most of them were ordinary red dragonfish, about 30% were copper dragonfish. Other than that, there was also a trace of darkness. These are iron dragonfish. Fang Yuan smiled. With this formation, his dragonfish could be modified without needing to do any research. Chapter 1493. Iron Dragonfish. Yuchan breathed in deeply, trying to calm herself down, but soon, she gave up. Her gaze wavered, her expression was a little dazed. Fang Yuan released the iron dragonfish into the market. It caused a commotion in jewel-yellow skies. Dragonfish had a market to begin with, there was a huge demand. It was not that no Gu immortals had tried to modify dragonfish, but they all failed. This was because the food path had never been spread well from start to finish. But this time, Fang Yuan actually modified the dragonfish twice in a row. Gu immortals were astute people. They immediately realized the meaning behind the dragonfish modification. It meant that Fang Yuan had deep food path attainment, or he had inherited a food path true inheritance. Others could understand this, Yuchan was no exception. This was the reason why she suffered such a huge blow, her heart was in turmoil. A small iron dragonfish wasn't much, but the meaning behind it was like a mountain weighing down on her heart, making it difficult for her to breathe. No matter what, I cannot give up like this. However, I've already exhausted all of my resources to improve the copper arowana fish. I cannot modify the iron dragonfish in a short period of time. What should I do? Yuchan knew her limits, she knew that she could not deal with Fang Yuan with her own strength. Soon, the figure of another person appeared in her mind. Don't tell me. I have to ask her for help. Yuchan hesitated, her eyes were shrouded in a dark haze. Several days later, in White Crane Sea area. There was a gentle breeze here, the sea was calm like a mirror. The blue sky and white clouds were clearly reflected on the surface of the sea. Between the sky and the sea, there were countless white cranes, they were either flying or stretching their bodies gracefully, resting on small islands. It was a peaceful scene. But at the center of this sea area, the owner of this sea area opened his mouth and laughed loudly, he was very happy. Ha ha ha, Yuchan, oh Yuchan, you finally made up your mind. Qin Bai he was in high spirits. She laughed loudly while looking at Fairy Yuchan. Her gaze was overbearing and filled with a strong sense of invasion. Yuchan snorted coldly and shifted her gaze away from Qin Bai he, feeling rather displeased. Qin Bai he was the lord of the White Crane Sea region. She was beautiful, tall and slender with an elegant neck and long legs. She was one of the 6 great beauties of Eastern Sea along with Yuchan. However, unlike other beautiful fairies, Qin Baihe did not like men. She preferred female fairies. She built a rank 6 immortal Gu house in White Crane Sea area, she named it Baihe Palace, she raised a large number of women inside and formed her harem, they stayed with her day and night, they were intimate with each other. Qin Baihe walked forward and held Yuchan's hands, an expression of extreme pleasure appeared on her face, so smooth, Yuchan, do you know how long I have been lusting after you? How long have I desired you? From now on, you are the empress of my lily palace. Humph. Yuchan wanted to pull her hand out, but Qin Baihe held it tightly. Yuchan's face was as cold as frost. She snorted coldly, let go of me. Qin Baihe obediently let go. Now that the alliance was set, she knew that Yuchan was trapped, she could not escape from her grasp. At this moment, she was not in a hurry to force her, Qin Baihe had a lot of time and energy to slowly enjoy Yuchan. After Yuchan pulled back her hands, she quickly took 2 steps back. Qin Baihe, don't forget what you promised me. Qin Baihe chuckled, of course. The iron dragonfish is a problem that neither of us can solve in a short period of time. However, as long as the 2 of us work together, harmoniously harmonizing with each other, we will definitely be able to overcome this obstacle. That person who is making things difficult for you will not be happy for long. Yuchan nodded. Qin Baihe's words were not nonsense. Yuchan had known her for many years, she knew a lot about her. Immediately, Yuchan stayed in Baihe Palace. The two worked together, they did not rest, they put all of their mental energy into the iron dragonfish. Yuchan had to do her best. Most of her income came from the dragonfish. She could not give up on the dragonfish business. If she did, it would affect her cultivation greatly. Gu immortals needed to maintain their strength and continue to grow. If they did not grow well, they would be in danger when facing calamities and tribulations. Even if they did not die in the calamities and tribulations, as long as they were heavily injured, it would be a vicious cycle. The Gu immortal would get weaker and weaker, eventually dying from the calamities and tribulations. More than 10 days later, an iron dragonfish appeared in Baihe Palace. Looking at this iron dragonfish, Yuchan almost cried tears of joy. Because this iron dragonfish was not bought from Jewel Yellow Skies, it was purely raised by her and Qin Baihe working together. This iron dragonfish meant that Yuchan had the methods to raise large numbers of iron dragonfish. I haven't lost this business war with the dragonfish. Yuchan tried to cheer herself up. I was not wrong about you after all. Chan, do you know how mesmerizing I am when you are serious? At the side, Qin Baihe looked at Yuchan with deep emotions. Yuchan's joyful expression vanished immediately, her expression turned cold. We cannot be careless, the other party is very mysterious. He threw out copper and iron dragonfish, his food path foundation is very deep. We have only deciphered it now, at most, we are on the same level as him. I understand what you mean, Chan, you are worried that the other party will take out even more outstanding dragonfish species? Qin Baihe's expression turned solemn. Their worries became reality a few days later. Silver dragonfish. Fang Yuan threw out his third attack. The silver dragonfish had denser food path Dao marks than the iron dragonfish. This time, the commotion in the market of Jewel Yellow Skies was even greater, it affected a lot of people. Many Gu immortals noticed this, a large number of Gu immortals started to investigate Fang Yuan. Of course, they could not find out anything. The appearance of the silver dragonfish was a huge blow to Yuchan and Qin Baihe. The two famous beauties of the East Ocean were dumbfounded. After researching, the silver dragonfish's excellence made them feel pressured. The previous iron arowana fish had already exhausted them. If they wanted to solve the problem of the silver arowana fish this time, it would take them a few years to fully concentrate. Otherwise, it would be impossible. Furthermore, Yuchan and Qin Baihe could not put all their effort into the silver dragonfish. They needed to socialize, they needed to rest, they needed to cultivate, they needed to manage their immortal apertures, they needed to practice killer moves, and so on. Success in raising the silver dragonfish was just a matter of time for Fang Yuan. But for Yuchan and Qin Baihe, they needed to do a lot of research. Compared to the iron dragonfish, the silver dragonfish was much harder to decipher. It's over, I am no longer that person's match, I can only give up on the dragonfish business, I will do it completely, I will not hold back. Even if Yuchan had a strong personality, she was completely disheartened by Fang Yuan. The difference in strength between them made Yuchan unable to see any hope of victory. Qin Baihe was also helpless, she almost bit her lips until they bled. She was unable to help her sweetheart, this made the prideful Qin Baihe feel very sad. But just as the two female immortals were in despair, an unexpected huge existence suddenly intervened. This huge organization was none other than the Celestial Court. It turned out that the Celestial Court had not given up on investigating and pursuing Fang Yuan all along. Even though they could not find Fang Yuan's location, the Celestial Court's fairy Myrtle was not to be trifled with. When Fang Yuan sold the copper dragonfish, he had already attracted her attention. When Fang Yuan sold the iron dragonfish and silver dragonfish in the Jewel Yellow Skies market, Fairy Myrtle paid even more attention. Even though she was not completely sure that this mysterious person who sold the modified dragonfish was Fang Yuan, she would rather kill the wrong person than let him go. When Spectral Soul Demon Venerable was alive, he inherited the source of food path true inheritance. Fang Yuan became the new leader of the Shadow sect, he inherited the Shadow sect's inheritance, he naturally also inherited that food path true inheritance. Dragonfish are food path's signature product. Over the years, the species of dragonfish have not changed. This Gu Immortal who continuously modified the dragonfish species is likely to be Fang Yuan himself. Fairy Myrtle knew, spectral soul demon Venerable had a huge empire, he did not care about the profits from the dragonfish, he did not like to manage his businesses, he used killing to solve his problems. But Fang Yuan was different. The more she understood Fang Yuan, the more Fairy Myrtle paid attention to Fang Yuan. This otherworldly demon was adaptable, he was skilled in both literature and martial arts, if he had a chance to develop and cultivate, he would definitely become a huge threat. Thus, after thinking about it, Fairy Myrtle did not hesitate, she directly intervened and helped Yuchan and Qin Bai He. On one hand, Fairy Myrtle did not want to show herself and go to the front. On the other hand, by helping Yuchan and Qin Bai He, she could interfere in Eastern Sea, during the Five Regions chaotic war, she would be able to gain some advantage, it was killing two birds with one stone. Wisdom Path Gu Immortals knew how to gain the most benefits. Celestial Court was a huge force, they had an unimaginably deep foundation, even Food Path had a lot of income. Even though they lacked the Food Path inheritance, they had many other inheritances. With Celestial Court's help, Yuchan and Qin Bai He's morale soared, they did not rest for dozens of days, they actually succeeded in modifying the silver dragonfish. This way, Yuchan also had the silver dragonfish. This was out of Fang Yuan's expectations. Chapter 1494. Inside the Sovereign Immortal Aperture. Mini Eastern Sea. Dragon Scale Sea Area. A Gu Immortal's sleeves were fluttering as he floated in the air, looking down at the sea below him. He had an ordinary appearance but his aura was outstanding, his eyes were deep and dark, emitting an aura of vicissitudes. It was Fang Yuan's rank 6-time Path Gu Immortal clone. At this moment, the sea water was turbulent, waves were rising and falling, but there was no sea breeze. My Sovereign Immortal Aperture has not experienced any changes in the weather yet, so there are no winds and clouds. And the reason why there are waves in this dragon scale sea area is because of the immortal formation that my main body set up back then. The Time Path clone muttered in his mind. Right now, dragon scale sea area was the #1 sea area in the Sovereign Immortal Aperture. Fang Yuan invested a huge amount of resources into it. The Time Path clone looked carefully and saw that in the surging waves, there were countless dragonfish moving about, they were densely packed, their numbers were terrifying. Fang Yuan had invested a huge amount of resources, and with the Sovereign Immortal Aperture's abundant Time Path resources, as well as his food path methods, the dragonfish were reproducing rapidly, their numbers were increasing rapidly. Not only were there ordinary dragonfish, there were also a large number of copper dragonfish, iron dragonfish, and even some silver dragonfish. Fang Yuan's clone's gaze pierced through these dragonfish, he only looked towards the depths of the dragonfish group. Soon, his expression turned to joy, he found his target. This was a dazzling golden dragonfish, its body was covered in dense and thick golden scales, its eyes were no longer lifeless like other dragonfish, they were filled with lively spirituality. Compared to other dragonfish, it was the smallest, it was not even the size of a normal person's palm, it was quite small. But in the observation of Fang Yuan's clone, this golden scale dragonfish was filled with food path Dao marks, there were almost no other Dao marks. Even though it was small, the aura it emitted was that of a true ancient desolate beast. Other dragonfish could only reach desolate beast level at most, but golden dragonfish could reach ancient desolate beast level at most. This could not be underestimated, this meant that after the dragonfish reached golden scales, they had truly broken through the limits of their original species, they had broken through the shackles and reached a whole new level. At this point, the golden arowana has been nurtured from the arowana. This can be considered the limit. Fang Yuan's clone sighed deeply. The ancient golden arowana swam in the sea. The other arowanas around it, whether they were ordinary arowanas, desolate beast arowanas, copper arowanas, iron arowanas, or silver arowanas, were all circling around it. The ancient golden arowana was the natural king of the arowana population. Once it appeared, countless low-tier arowanas would follow and protect it. Even though I'm the one who raised the arowanas, my control over the school of arowanas isn't as high as the ancient golden arowanas. Fang Yuan's clone's eyes flashed. He was very concerned about this point. It could be said that if the ancient golden arowana and Fang Yuan were to compete for this school of arowanas, Fang Yuan would definitely not be as influential as the ancient golden arowana. As long as this ancient desolate beast appeared in the school of dragonfish, it would attract all the dragonfish to follow it wholeheartedly. However, it doesn't matter. The ancient golden arowana rules over all the other arowanas, while I lead the ancient golden arowana. Unfortunately, the arowanas do not have much combat power. Even the ancient golden arowana is one of the weakest ancient desolate beasts in terms of combat power. Hence, these arowanas can only be sold. Time passed quickly. In a blink of an eye, half a month had passed. These days, Yu Chan had a torturous time. Although she had researched the silver arowana, she had relied on Qin Bai He, Celestial Court's help, and of course, Fang Yuan's silver arowana. Hence, although Yu Chan was able to raise silver arowanas, in terms of production, she was far inferior to someone like Fang Yuan. In the Jewel Yellow Skies market, Fang Yuan was still suppressing Yu Chan in terms of the arowana business. The silver arowana's effects were too good. Fang Yuan did not raise the price, so the other arowanas did not have much of a competitive edge. And the scale of Fang Yuan's silver arowana sales was much larger than Yu Chan's. Both sides' strength was clear at a glance. Fang Yuan had the clear advantage. However, Yu Chan did not give up, she was still persevering. She defended herself tenaciously. White Crane Sea Area. Qin Bai He cheered, "Ha ha ha, we finally solved this problem, our methods have improved again. This way, the production of silver arowana will increase by a lot." Yu Chan had a haggard expression, but there was joy in her eyes. This was the result of her and Qin Bai He's hard work for half a month without rest, and with the help of Celestial Court. But, even with this result, the production of silver arowana is still not as fast as that opponent. Yu Chan sighed. "Little Chan don't worry. As long as we continue to work hard, silver arowana is not guts goo, it will be solved eventually. By then, our production will be on par with that person." Qin Bai He was optimistic. "But even so, we are only on par with that person. It is too difficult to improve on this, we do not have the ability to do so. That means, we can at most maintain a draw with that person. And this is under the condition that the other party does not introduce new dragonfish species." Yu Chan shook her head. Qin Bai He wanted to say something, she wanted to console Yu Chan, but she could not say anything. Actually, the outcome of this battle was already clear at this point. Yu Chan was not Fang Yuan's match, she could only take a beating, and after that, she would try to catch up and maintain a draw. They did not have the power to fight back and win, unless some other powerful helper suddenly intervened and helped them. Celestial Court was such a force. Celestial Court had a large number of food path inheritances. But how could Fairy Myrtle help Qin Bai He and Yu Chan without any compensation? Both sides were foreign Gu immortals. Qin Bai He and Yu Chan were very vigilant when working with Celestial Court. Meanwhile, Fairy Myrtle was thinking about how to lure these two into becoming Celestial Court's pawns in Eastern Sea's Gu immortal world. The great era of the Five Regions chaotic war was coming, Celestial Court was going to make arrangements everywhere. This mysterious Gu immortal selling dragonfish is probably Fang Yuan. Using his strength to suppress Yu Chan and Qin Bai He, Celestial Court will gain a lot of help. But, inside Celestial Court, Fairy Myrtle was also paying attention to jewel yellow skies. But what made her puzzled was that Fang Yuan did not make a move. Ever since he started selling the silver dragon fish, he did not do anything, he only continued to sell dragon fish. This made Fairy Myrtle feel that something was amiss. She knew that Fang Yuan was not someone who would give up easily. If this person is really Fang Yuan, he definitely has a backup plan. He is a ruthless person, he does not like to let others live. The current situation of the dragonfish business is not something he can accept. Just as Fairy Myrtle was thinking about this, Yu Chan's expression suddenly changed in Eastern Sea. "What's wrong, Chan Air?" Qin Bai he quickly asked in concern. "No, this is bad. My dragonfish sea is being attacked by a Gu Immortal. The entire Gu formation has been destroyed, I need to return immediately." Yu Chan shouted, she was extremely anxious. Even though she had many dragonfish in her immortal aperture, the majority of them were still in the dragonfish sea area. Dragonfish sea area was her main business, most of her assets were in it. Now that it was suddenly attacked, how could she do anything about it? Qin Bai he also realized the severity of this matter. She grabbed Yu Chan's hand. "There is no time to lose, I will go with you. Don't worry, I want to see who has the guts to be so arrogant in front of us." The immortal Gu house shot out like a rainbow, breaking through the sea surface. It carried the anger of the two fairies as it charged towards dragonfish sea area from white crane sea area. The two sea areas were not far apart, this was why Yu Chan was not worried and stayed with Qin Bai he. Thus, when they arrived at dragonfish sea area, the invading Gu Immortal had not left yet. Yu Chan's immortal Gu formation was mostly destroyed. That Gu Immortal opened his immortal aperture's entrance and took in the dragonfish. Such guts! Even with Yu Chan's good mental state, seeing that the dragonfish that she had raised so painstakingly were taken away, she was furious, her brows furrowed deeply. "Who are you? You dare to offend my woman, today is the day you die." Qin Bai he shouted as she transmitted to Yu Chan, "Chan Air, be careful. This person is strange, look at his method of taking in the dragonfish, he seems to be very skilled." Even though Qin Bai he was furious, she did not lose her rationality, she could clearly judge the situation and observe the details. Yu Chan looked at where Qin Bai he was pointing and her heart jumped. She saw that the mysterious Gu Immortal did not use any immortal methods, he only controlled a small ancient desolate beast to make Yu Chan's dragonfish obediently follow him into the enemy's immortal aperture. Yu Chan observed carefully and was even more shocked. What is going on? This small golden-scaled ancient desolate beast seems to be a dragonfish? Golden, dragonfish? Is this person my opponent in jewel yellow skies? Wait, according to the Celestial Court's instructions, this person is likely to be that Fang Yuan? Yu Chan had just thought of this when the Gu Immortal who was collecting the dragonfish closed his immortal aperture, turning around to face the two furious fairies. "You are finally here, I did not waste my time and wait for you to arrive. He, I am Fang Yuan, remember this name. Being able to know the name of your murderer before you die is my benevolence." After Fang Yuan said this, there was a loud sound as the surrounding world changed. An immortal battlefield rose up and trapped Yu Chan and Qin Bai he. Qin Bai he and Yu Chan were shocked, they looked at each other and saw their pale faces. Fang Yuan was a criminal who could fight rank 8, why was he here? Wasn't he being chased by the Celestial Court? Who knows where he was hiding? How dare he come out? Chapter 1495. Looking at the frightened Qin Bai he and Yu Chan, Fang Yuan's gaze was cold as ice. It seems that the Gu Immortal world has been peaceful for a long time. Eastern Sea is famous for its rich resources, it has been peaceful for too long. My surprise attack this time really caught them off guard. If it was the 5 regions' chaotic war, the world would be in chaos, every Gu Immortal would be very vigilant. But before that, peace had been peaceful for a long time. Gu Immortals cultivated mainly to manage their immortal apertures, they rarely took the initiative to fight to the death. Firstly, calamities and tribulations would occur in the immortal aperture every once in a while. Secondly, Gu immortals had complicated relationships with one another, they often had a huge impact on the situation. Thirdly, information was not complete, Gu immortals hid themselves deeply, a mystical immortal killer move could cause them to fail miserably. The risk was huge, the gains were small, thus, Gu immortals were not willing to fight to the death. But this situation was different for Fang Yuan. I have rank 8 battle strength now, who cares what connections you have, I will kill you, what is there to fear? Battle strength was Fang Yuan's confidence, but so was his wisdom path attainment. If he committed a crime, he could just run away. The world was huge, even Celestial Court and Providence could not do anything to Fang Yuan, not to mention others. And the third aspect was information. Shadow Sect had a lot of information on the 5 regions, Qin Baihe and Yuchan did not know about Fang Yuan, but Fang Yuan knew about them. As long as I get rid of Yuchan, I will be the only one in the dragonfish business, my profits will be huge. Even if Celestial Court wanted to stop Fang Yuan, they could not do so in a short period of time. Because this resource needed a specific environment to be created, and it would take some time for it to bear fruit. Fang Yuan was like a cowardly tortoise earlier, developing and digesting his gains, raising his strength. Like a venomous dragon digesting the food it swallowed, now that it felt a trace of hunger, it would be fine if it did not move, but once it moved, it would be shocking. It directly crossed from northern plains to eastern sea, moving stealthily and suddenly attacking. Yuchan and Qin Baihe were caught off guard. The 2 female immortals in front of him were like 2 pieces of fatty meat. Especially Yuchan, she cultivated water path and had a water path immortal aperture. Fang Yuan's water path attainment level was Grandmaster, annexing a rank 7 water path immortal aperture was a good thing. Yuchan and Qin Baihe looked at Fang Yuan, they felt an intense killing intent that was mixed with greed and malice, assaulting them. The situation was critical. The 2 women were flustered and their hearts were beating wildly. They both knew that their situation was extremely worrying. Qin Baihe forcefully calmed herself down, transmitting to her companion, Chan Er, even though we are rank 7 Gu immortals, even if we work together, we will not have much strength. We did not communicate with each other earlier, the effect of our cooperation will be very low. The enemy this time is exceptionally terrifying, we must not fight them head-on, we must think of a way to escape. Qin Baihe was afraid before the battle even started, she wanted to escape. There was no helping it. Fang Yuan's illustrious reputation had already spread throughout the 5 regions. Qin Baihe and Yuchan were famous people in Eastern Sea, but how could they compare to Fang Yuan? Yuchan agreed with Qin Baihe's words, the latter frowned and transmitted, I think so too. But now that we are trapped in an immortal battlefield killer move, how can we escape? This immortal battlefield was one entity, it was like a dark red egg that surrounded the 3 immortals. There were countless purple stars on the egg walls, they were dazzling and flickering. This scene was extremely beautiful, but in Yuchan's eyes, there was no sense of appreciation. She wanted the egg walls to break and reveal a huge hole so that she could fly out. Qin Baihe continued, I have a method that can penetrate the immortal battlefield and forcefully connect to the outside world, we can get reinforcements. That's great. Yuchan was overjoyed. Normally speaking, once one was trapped in an immortal battlefield, they would be isolated from the outside world, they could not even communicate with jewel yellow skies. But this relationship was like a spear and a shield, between attack and defense, there was only a difference in strength. It depended on which side was sharper, if the spear was sharper, it could pierce the shield. If the shield was thicker, the spear would break the shield. Qin Baihe was one of the 6 great fairies of Eastern Sea, Yuchan was also one of them, if they asked for help from the outside world, there would definitely be many people supporting them. In fact, they even had connections with Eastern Sea's rank 8 Gu immortals. Even though asking for help would owe them favors or a huge debt, at this moment, their lives were at stake, they could not care less. All right, go ahead, I will protect you. Yu Chan's gaze was resolute as she stood in front of Qin Baihe. Qin Baihe took a deep breath. Her jet black and beautiful long hair suddenly spread out. In an instant, countless flower petals drifted down from her hair and formed a rain of petals that covered the sky. Qin Baihe's skin was white as snow, she was surrounded by the rain of flowers, she was like a fairy among flowers, beautiful and alluring. On Yu Chan's side, her aura surged to the sky. An immortal killer move was activated, rain started to fall in the sky, forming into a thick fog that protected her and Qin Baihe within the rain. Fang Yuan floated in the sky, facing her with a calm attitude, purple light flickered in his eyes as he smiled. Qin Baihe, if you want to communicate with the outside world, this killer move fragrant flower obscure language is not useful, don't waste your effort. Saying so, he willed, crackle crackle, countless purple stars fell, filling the sky. As the purple stars fell, Yu Chan's rain weakened, Qin Baihe's voice faded away, it was a pitiful sight. Fang Yuan used an immortal battlefield killer move, he had a huge terrain advantage, he created a wisdom path environment, once activated, he suppressed water path and wood path. This immortal killer move of mine was created by using 3 rank 8 battlefield killer moves as a reference, as well as 18 other killer moves. It is named Purple Star Broken Life, it has no other advantages but one, it can conceal one's traces and cut off the communication between the outside and the outside. The inside is huge, but the outside is empty, even if someone passes by, they will not discover this battlefield. Fang Yuan spoke slowly, his words made the 2 female immortals feel a chill in their hearts. Qin Baihe was shocked and uncertain. What shocked her was that her plan was seen through by Fang Yuan. The question was Fang Yuan's words true or false? Amazing! This Fang Yuan is skilled in scheming, he is not a reckless person. Qin Baihe thought for a while, she broke out in cold sweat as she felt how troublesome Fang Yuan was. Regardless of whether it was true or not, Fang Yuan's words had shaken her heart, it was more effective than most wisdom path killer moves. But Yu Chan had a firm heart, she shouted as she pushed her palms forward. Immediately, the rain moved, countless crystal-like raindrops intertwined, forming a huge fish monster. Immortal killer move, Kun Phase Rain. Fang Yuan snorted coldly, his gaze flickered as countless purple stars fell from his gaze, the fish monster and the 2 female immortals could not even raise their heads. This immortal battlefield killer move contained many of Fang Yuan's wisdom path immortal goo, it was very powerful. However, Yu Chan and Qin Baihe endured it with all their might, they were like rocks standing in front of the waves. That huge fish monster was destroyed by the countless purple stars, but as Yu Chan continued to use her killer move, it was replenished by the raindrops. Immortal killer move, Soul Beast Summoning. Fang Yuan willed as he summoned 5 ancient soul beasts, they pounced at the 2 female immortals. He did not use your beast summoning, because soul beast summoning was more outstanding. The ancient soul beasts were controlled by Fang Yuan, they were very obedient, but they were suppressed by the immortal battlefield, they felt uncomfortable. This wisdom path battlefield killer move would be more powerful if Fang Yuan used wisdom path immortal goo or killer moves. However, the other sects would be restricted and suppressed, unlike the sovereign immortal physique. After this, I might be able to modify a soul path battlefield killer move, it will complement soul beast summoning. Fang Yuan thought. Wisdom path battlefield killer moves were more useful in concealing one's tracks and defending against deductions. This was the advantage of a path, thus, Fang Yuan deduced the wisdom path battlefield killer move first. The ancient soul beasts were extremely fierce, they pounced forward and fought with the 2 female immortals. Under Fang Yuan's control, they attacked Yu Chan and Qin Baihe regardless of the fish monster, they made the 2 girls suffer greatly. In the intense battle, Yu Chan's heart sank, Fang Yuan has not even made a move yet, we are already running for our lives, we are surrounded by danger. If he suddenly attacks, we will be doomed. Fang Yuan was still far away, watching the two girls fight intensely. Chapter 1496. Under Fang Yuan's fierce attacks, after more than 10 breaths of time, Yu-chan got more and more tired. She could not hold on for much longer. Sigh. Qin Bai he let out a long sigh. She stopped using the immortal killer move Fragrant Flower Cryptic Language. Fang Yuan did not deceive her. Fragrant Flower Cryptic Language was indeed useless. After Qin Bai he tested it, she entered the battle with a heavy heart. She was a Woodpath Gu immortal. She used killer moves one after another. Flower petals rained down, flower petals rained down. Some of the moves could erode one's strength, while others could be as sharp as blades. Qin Bai he's clothes fluttered in the wind, her black hair and long skirt made her look like she was dancing even in battle. Her figure was alluring and beautiful. On the other side, Yu-chan was shouting. She had a heroic aura. These two girls were indeed famous fairies in Eastern Sea's Gu immortal world. They were beautiful and eye-catching. They were like pearls and diamonds. They shined together. If ordinary Gu immortals saw them, they would feel their hearts go soft before they even attacked. Why would they bother with them? There was no need to talk about destroying a flower. Unfortunately, the two girls were facing Fang Yuan. Immortal Killer Move, Ancient Sword Dragon Transformation. Immortal Killer Move, Reverse Flow Protection Seal. Roar. The sword dragon roared. It suddenly appeared and charged at the two girls without stopping. Oh no! Yu-chan cried out in shock. Qin Bai he's heart jumped to her throat. She gritted her teeth. Evil scoundrel, take this. As she spoke, the petals around her flew rapidly. In the blink of an eye, they formed a petal tornado that attacked and defended against the ancient sword serpent. Yu-chan also reacted and shouted, I'll lend you a hand. Saying so, she used a water path killer move, creating a huge wave of water. The waves entered the petal tornado, and in the blink of an eye, they were all absorbed into it. With a whoosh, the petal tornado expanded several times, and its power increased sharply. What a great move, water from wood. Qin Bai he praised. Her confidence rose by a level. The flower petal tornado collided with the ancient sword dragon. The stalemate lasted for only an instant before the ancient sword dragon was destroyed by the flower petal tornado. Such a good effect didn't make the two fairies happy. Instead, they revealed a horrified expression. Oh no, this ancient sword dragon is fake. Just as Qin Bai he thought of this, a huge silver dragon silently appeared behind her. Time seemed to slow down at this moment. Qin Bai he turned her head inch by inch with great difficulty. From the corner of her eyes, she saw that Fang Yuan had transformed into the ancient sword serpent. It had opened its bloody mouth and covered her tiny body. Those jagged sharp dragon teeth flickered with cold light. They were like battle spears. Just looking at them caused Qin Bai he to tremble with fear. Fang Yuan, you have rank 8 battle strength, a famous expert. You actually launched a sneak attack. On the other side, Yu-chan screamed in shock and anger. Fang Yuan had such a huge advantage, but he still carried out a sneak attack. He was simply shameless and didn't have the demeanor of an expert at all. He was shameless to the extreme. Seeing that Qin Bai he was about to fall into the dragon's mouth, Yu-chan unleashed an unprecedented ferocious attack. An intense rain fell, each droplet elongated as they shot towards Fang Yuan like countless arrows. Fang Yuan sneered internally. He ignored everything and bit down. Crack! Because he used too much strength, his upper and lower teeth collided with each other, producing a dull sound. No! Yu-chan screamed in shock. Almost at the same time, her powerful rain was rebounded by the countercurrent protection seal and returned to her. Yu-chan hurriedly blocked. She was flustered. At this moment, she deeply felt how weak she was. How can I fight this? He's using the reverse flow river to defend himself. Any of my attacks will be reflected back at him. How shameless. Yu-chan felt like she had fallen into an ice cave. However, when Fang Yuan opened his mouth, there was no flesh or bone, only some flower petals fell between his teeth. On the other side, a body suddenly grew out of the huge flower petals in the air. The body quickly came out of the flower petals. It was the naked Qin Baihe. At the crucial moment, she used a life-saving killer move, causing Fang Yuan's attack to fail. Qin Baihe's true body temporarily escaped from Fang Yuan's demonic claws. Baihe! Yu Chan was overjoyed. Qin Baihe's face was pale, her lips were trembling. She had escaped from the gates of hell. The situation earlier was extremely dangerous. If she had been slightly slower, she would have died on the spot. The surrounding flower petals flew over and stuck to Qin Baihe's body, turning into a beautiful dress in the blink of an eye. Yu Chan quickly flew over and met up with her. The two women's vigilant gazes were firmly fixed on Fang Yuan. From the depths of their gazes, their panic and fear could be seen. Although the ancient sword serpent missed its first attack, it didn't continue its pursuit. Instead, it scanned the surroundings with its sharp eyes. I understand, so that's how it is. Suddenly, the ancient sword dragon spoke. Fang Yuan's voice resounded in the two girls' ears. Swoosh swoosh swoosh. Countless purple stars shot down once again, instantly destroying all the petals on the battlefield. Qin Baihe's body shook intensely. Fang Yuan's actions left her with no way out. She could not use that life-saving method again. The ancient sword dragon roared as it pounced again. The two fairies had pale expressions. They bit their lips as they fought. This was a moment of life and death. The two fairies did not dare to hold back. They used their trump cards. Boom boom boom. The attacks were intense. They were dazzling and bright, like colorful fireworks. The ancient sword dragon moved within the fireworks, moving freely. Reverse flow protection seal reflected all attacks. It was untouchable by all methods. Injuries appeared on the two women's bodies, and the speed at which their injuries worsened was extremely fast. However, Fang Yuan could not take their lives in a short period of time. These two fairies were rank 7 Gu immortals. They had many life-saving methods. They had deep foundations and were famous for a long time. They were not simple. Fang Yuan, stop attacking, we surrender. We admit your strength. We swear that we will not get involved in the dragonfish business from now on. Please let us go. After a while of intense fighting, the two girls were covered in blood. They breathed roughly as they begged for mercy. For the two of them, there was no hope of winning this battle. From start to finish, Fang Yuan had the upper hand. Even though the two girls resisted, they could not hold on for long. We can give you all sorts of resources, a lot of wealth, as long as you let us go. That's right, if we fight to the death, we will detonate our immortal goo before we die. You will not get anything. We should not have been enemies with you. You can have these dragonfish. We have learned our lesson. If we see you in the future, we will avoid you. Furthermore, we swear that after this battle, we will never be enemies with you. We will not take revenge. The two girls spoke. They were already in agreement. As expected of an elite, you understand the situation. The ancient sword dragon stopped attacking. It floated gracefully in the air. Fang Yuan's cold dragon pupils reflected the beautiful figures of the two girls. He continued, then hand over one of your immortal goo to show your sincerity. The two girls' hearts tightened. They looked at each other, feeling that Fang Yuan was a troublesome person to deal with. Once they lost their immortal goo, their battle strength would fall sharply. But if they did not hand over their immortal goo, their lives would still be in danger. After hesitating for a moment, Yu Chan said, we agree to this condition, but to prevent any accidents, we need to set an agreement of mutual non-harm. We will use information path methods to restrict each other. Then let's do it. Fang Yuan nodded. However, they encountered obstacles in the subsequent negotiations on the specific content. Qin Baihe and Yu Chan emphasized that if Fang Yuan went against the agreement, he would be punished with death. This was a condition that Fang Yuan could not accept. Fang Yuan had a scheme brewing in his mind. He had the self-cleansing immortal formation, he wanted to use it to get rid of the unfavorable agreement on him. But this method was not controlled by Fang Yuan, it was not flexible, he needed some time to get rid of the unfavorable Dao marks. If he died immediately, the self-cleansing immortal formation would be useless. Fang Yuan did not want to let these two Gu immortals go. Once he let them go, it would be hard to use the same method to ambush them in the future. Furthermore, the Celestial Court might remove the agreement for them, that would be even more troublesome. In terms of the dragonfish business, Fang Yuan would have a strong enemy. The two sides did not come to an agreement, the two girls also realized Fang Yuan's true intentions. Fang Yuan, it seems that you are determined to kill us. Even if we die, we will not let you gain anything from this. Sorrow filled their hearts, the two girls fought to the death. Fang Yuan smiled coldly, his killing intent intensified. After a few rounds of fighting, he finally found a chance to attack, tearing half of Qin Baihe's body apart. The left side of Qin Baihe's body was torn apart, her organs and broken ribs were exposed. Baihe, I will help you. Yu Chan was worried, she came to help, but did not know that Fang Yuan's true target was her. Yu Chan was caught unprepared, she was bitten by the ancient sword dragon. Guqi. Thick blood seeped out from the gaps between the teeth. Crack, crack. Fang Yuan chewed a few times, the beautiful Yu Chan had completely turned into a pile of meat and bones, she had died. Ah, Chan heir. Qin Baihe saw that her lover was killed, she screamed in pain, her eyes were red as tears flowed down. Fang Yuan, you murderer, I will fight you to the death. Qin Baihe stopped dodging, she charged at Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan smiled coldly, using an immortal killer move Purple Thought Perception Starlight to break Qin Baihe's defense. Next, he opened his mouth and breathed out a dazzling sword-like dragon breath. After the dragon breath passed by, Qin Baihe's entire body was blasted into nothingness, only her head was left. Her eyes were wide open in anger, her beautiful face was still there, just that it was more or less distorted, stained with bright red blood. Fang Yuan flew over slowly, he stretched out his dragon claw and flicked. Slap. Like a watermelon falling to the ground, the dragon claw pierced Qin Baihe's head, blood and brain matter splattered everywhere. Chapter 1497. With a flash of light, the ancient sword dragon turned back into human form. Yu Chan and Qin Baihe were dead, from now on, Eastern Sea's Gu immortal world only had 4 fairies left. Fang Yuan's expression did not change as he targeted 2 areas and used immortal methods. Soon, 2 immortal apertures were taken out and sealed by him. Fang Yuan inherited Shadow Sect's inheritance, which included Blazing Heaven Demoness Aperture Taking Method, as well as many other killer moves, they were all effective on immortal apertures. Before coming to Eastern Sea, Fang Yuan had successfully deduced that he had a method to seal immortal apertures and bring them along with him. Thus, Fang Yuan was not in a hurry to do anything to these 2 immortal apertures, he stored the immortal battlefield killer move Purple Imperial Break Life, before summoning Ying Wuxia, Bai Ning Bing, and the rest. To ensure that nothing went wrong, Fang Yuan kept the Shadow Sect members in his sovereign immortal aperture and brought them to Eastern Sea. Ancient Battle Formation Omnidirectional Travel. This killer move had flaws, its effect was not outstanding, but now, Fang Yuan had modified and repaired it. Thus, once it was activated, it immediately brought Fang Yuan and the other 3 immortals out of Dragonfish Sea area, directly arriving at White Crane Sea area. White Crane Sea area was calm and peaceful. Cool winds blew, the blue sky and white clouds covered the sky, between the sea and the sky, countless white cranes were either flying or stretching their bodies gracefully, resting on small islands. Fang Yuan did not stop, he flew towards the depths of the sea. As for the other Shadow Sect Gu immortals, they followed Fang Yuan's instructions and started to collect the surrounding white cranes. Fang Yuan went to the bottom of the sea, his gaze was sharp as he quickly found an immortal goo house. It turned out that he gave up on Dragonfish Sea area and went to White Crane Sea area immediately. It was because of Qin Baihe's rank 6 immortal goo house, Baihe Palace. When Qin Baihe left, she did not bring this immortal goo house with her. On one hand, it was because there had been peace for too long, she was too careless. On the other hand, she wanted to leave the immortal goo house behind to suppress White Crane Sea area and guard against any unexpected situations. Fang Yuan got close to Baihe Palace. The Lily Palace opened its doors and actually took the initiative to welcome Fang Yuan inside. As it turned out, Fang Yuan had already turned into Qin Baihe's appearance. Familiar face was extremely effective. The one guarding the immortal goo house in place of Qin Baihe was only a lump of her will. Fang Yuan smoothly entered the Lily Palace and received Qin Baihe's will. Qin Baihe's will did not suspect anything. After entering Fang Yuan's mind, she immediately realized that something was wrong. However, Fang Yuan was prepared for this. Using his mind as a battlefield, he quickly imprisoned this will. Then, he began to borrow this will to fight for this Lily Palace. Even with Fang Yuan's Wisdom Path Immortal Goo and Wisdom Path methods, he spent a day and a night before successfully taking Baihe Palace. At this point, Fang Yuan finally had an immortal goo house. But this Baihe Palace is not complete, it is incomplete and has low power. It only has 2 rank 6 immortal goo as the cores. It was created by Qin Baihe to house her concubines. Baihe Palace was not reliable, it was very fragile. Compared to He tribe's immortal goo house Dark Prison, it was far inferior. After Fang Yuan took control of it, he saw its internal structure and memorized its usage profundities. He dismantled it and obtained a large number of goo worms. 2 rank 6 immortal goo, one was wood path while the other was food path. It was called Eat Fragrant. This was out of Fang Yuan's expectations. Yuchan and Qin Baihe's goo worms, not mentioning immortal goo, even if they were mortal goo, they would not be given to Fang Yuan. Thus, these goo worms that made up Baihe Palace were all of Fang Yuan's gains in terms of goo worms. Eat Fragrant immortal goo was shaped like a wooden box. It was small and small, about the size of an adult's index finger. It had little use, it could only help goo immortals eat fragrant food and fill their stomachs. But in this world, there are no useless goo worms, only useless goo masters. Fang Yuan had a food path inheritance. He thought of many ways to use Eat Fragrant immortal goo. Even though this immortal goo had little use when used alone, if it cooperated with other goo worms, its effect was definitely worth looking forward to. Currently, Fang Yuan only had one food path immortal goo. It was called Snack. This time, he had Eat Fragrant. It made up for the lack of food path immortal goo to a large extent. This was a pleasant surprise to Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan dismantled Baihe Palace and killed all the concubines and beauties inside, only leaving their souls behind. After returning to White Crane Sea area, the Shadow Sect immortals were still making use of their time to search for resources in the sea area. White cranes moved in groups, there were a lot of them. There were thousands of ordinary white cranes, 21 desolate beast cranes, and 4 ancient white cranes. After spending a lot of effort, Fang Yuan and the rest not only gathered these white cranes, they also searched for other resources in the sea area. There were 2 main types of resources in the sea. One was Great History Iron, a rank 7 immortal material formed from Metal Path and Wisdom Path Dao marks. The other was Egg Crystal Stones. These were the life essence left behind by Eggmen. There were a lot of Egg Crystal Stones. It could be seen that White Crane Sea area was the habitat of a large group of Eggmen a long time ago. After keeping these, Fang Yuan used omnidirectional travel to return to Dragonfish Sea area. There were still a large number of dragonfish in the Dragonfish Sea area. The scale was much larger than what Fang Yuan had previously. Fang Yuan kept all of them in his immortal aperture. This windfall caused his dragonfish population to increase by dozens of times. Yuchan was indeed the #1 dragonfish business giant. Her foundation in this aspect was extremely deep. Even Fang Yuan was secretly shocked. After emptying the Dragonfish Sea area, Fang Yuan looked at the sky. There was still no one attacking. Celestial Court has not made a move yet. To think that I was purposely stalling for time in the battle to lure out Celestial Court's reinforcements. Fang Yuan let out a breath of air, his gaze was cold. He had made ample preparations, even if he faced a rank 8 Gu Immortal, he was not afraid. Celestial Court could guess Fang Yuan's identity, they were helping Yu Chan to obstruct Fang Yuan. Similarly, Fang Yuan could deduce that Celestial Court was adding fuel to the fire. Fang Yuan suddenly came here, it was a sneak attack on Yu Chan and Qin Bai He, it was also a probe towards Heavenly Court. But after this probe, Celestial Court did not make a move. This result made Fang Yuan feel slightly surprised. The Heavenly Court actually didn't send anyone over? Is it because Fairy Myrtle did not expect it, or did they not react in time? Or maybe Celestial Court does not have enough manpower. Fang Yuan's gaze flickered, he was a crafty person, he immediately guessed the predicament Celestial Court was in. Celestial Court did not have enough manpower. Fang Yuan had already vaguely sensed this when he was escaping in Western Desert. This time, he was even more certain. Since Celestial Court's Gu Immortals did not come, Fang Yuan would not wait foolishly. After using omnidirectional travel to leave Dragonfish Sea area, he went to a nameless sea area in Eastern Sea and planted Yu Chan and Qin by his immortal apertures. A rank 7 water path immortal aperture, and a rank 7 wood path immortal aperture. While the immortal apertures turned into blessed lands, Fang Yuan entered them separately. In Yu Chan Blessed Land, the land spirit's condition was to kill Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan was very crafty, he changed his appearance and entered with a fake identity. Immortal Killer Move, Blood Light Spirit Suppression. Yu Chan's land spirit was suppressed by Fang Yuan, the water path immortal aperture was quickly annexed by Fang Yuan. But in Bai He Blessed Land, the land spirit's condition was related to Bai He Palace. Fang Yuan did not care about this, he used Blood Light Spirit Suppression again to suppress the land spirit. But he did not have the qualifications to annex the Wood Path Blessed Land, he could only leave it here. After all, after closing the entrance, the outside world would not be able to detect this blessed land, it was safe. As Fang Yuan expected, not only were there no Gu worms in the 2 immortal aperture blessed lands, even the cultivation resources that they used were completely destroyed. Yu Chan and Qin Bai He hated this murderer, Fang Yuan, they did not want to leave anything for him. Thankfully, the winds of assimilation were not something that anyone could casually create. After doing all this, Fang Yuan did not want to stay in Eastern Sea for long, he left immediately. He had committed a murder, killing Yu Chan and Qin Bai He, he also plundered the 2 sea areas, he would soon be exposed and cause a huge commotion in Eastern Sea's Gu Immortal world. This was not an exaggeration. No matter if it was Yu Chan or Qin Bai He, they both had widespread influence. Adding on the fact that the Gu Immortal world had been peaceful for a long time, with this huge incident and the deaths of 2 rank 7 experts, it would definitely cause a certain degree of panic, everyone in Eastern Sea's Gu Immortal world would feel threatened. There would also be a large number of Gu Immortals, regardless of their motives, be it to take revenge for Yu Chan and Qin Bai He, to uphold justice, to covet their inheritance, or to establish their own reputation, a large number of Gu Immortals would come to investigate Fang Yuan. Even if the situation was dire, they wouldn't be able to escape. Fang Yuan had rank 8 battle strength, even though he was not afraid, he did not want to get himself into trouble. Chapter 1498. Several days later. A Gu Immortal flew over White Crane Sea area. This Gu Immortal wore a green robe, he looked like a young man, he had a tall nose and a wide face, his eyes were bright like stars. Rank 7 aura emanated from his body, he had a great background, his name was Qin Yu Zhicheng, he was a Gu Immortal of Eastern Sea Super Force Qin Yu clan, he was also the direct descendant of the current Qin Yu First Supreme Elder, Qin Yuan. This is? Seeing the desolate state of White Crane Sea area, Qin Yuxicheng's expression sank. He had a crush on Qin Baihe. Even though he knew she liked women, he could accept it. But while he could accept Qin Baihe, she did not accept him. Qin Yuxicheng was rejected all the time, but he did not give up. He had been persevering for the last 10 years. Even though Qin Baihe disliked him, she did not want to become enemies with Qin Yu clan. Towards Qin Yuxicheng's letters, she would reply them half-heartedly. Qin Yuxicheng would write a love letter every once in a while, but Qin Baihe's letters would only have 2 words, read, or acceptable. Qin Yuxicheng was very satisfied with the 2 words read. If he got acceptable, he would be smiling for the next few days. Humans were not plants, they were emotionless. Even Gu immortals had situations where they fell in love with someone. But recently, when Qin Yuxicheng sent a love letter, he did not get a response. Qin Yuxicheng tried to contact her but failed. He had a bad premonition, he could not hold it in anymore. He moved out and went to White Crane Sea area personally. When he arrived, he saw the desolate scene of White Crane Sea area. Qin Yuxicheng frowned deeply. In the past, White Crane Sea area was peaceful, countless white cranes were flying or resting, it was full of vitality. But now, this place was plundered by Fang Yuan and the other shadow sect Gu immortals. It was completely desolate. Fairy Baihe, where are you? Qin Yuxicheng felt an intense uneasiness. With a plop, he dove into the sea. He had been to White Crane Sea area many times. Even though Qin Baihe did not like him, Qin Yuxicheng found many reasons. This time, Qin Yuxicheng's impression of the seabed had undergone a huge change. Looking at the huge ravine, as well as the countless holes and scattered rocks, Qin Yuxicheng's heart sank. Not good, from the looks of it, this place has been robbed. After checking for a while, Qin Yuxicheng's face was filled with anger. How dare they? Who dares to rob Fairy Lily's sea territory? The Taisher iron and egg crystal stones here have all been plundered. This person must be arrogant. Fairy Lily, you must be all right. Qin Yuxicheng thought of the person he missed and immediately became afraid. He searched around but could not find that rank 6 immortal Gu house Baihe palace. Qin Yuxicheng was unwilling to give up. He used his investigative methods to search the surrounding waters again. There were no results. Qin Baihe seemed to have completely disappeared. The Lily Palace was also nowhere to be seen. What made Qin Yuxicheng even more puzzled was that there were no traces of a battle taking place here. Fang Yuan did not end Qin Baihe and Yu Chan's lives here, he did it in Dragonfish Sea area. But even if Qin Yuxicheng found Dragonfish Sea area, he would not be able to find any traces. Fang Yuan's methods to erase traces were extremely profound, they were not just for show. Furthermore, the entire battle took place in the battlefield killer move Purple Star Life Destruction. Qin Yuxicheng could not find anything, he started to feel suspicious. Fairy Lily is an expert among rank 7 Gu immortals, it is not possible for someone to kill her stealthily. Unless it is a rank 8 Gu immortal. Rank 8 Gu immortals usually suppress one side, they restrict each other, a slight move can cause a chain reaction. How could they kill Fairy Baihe for no reason? He. Thinking of this, Qin Yuxicheng let go of some of his worries. But soon, his expression tightened. Don't tell me, Fairy Lily is tired of me and decided to move her territory, taking away all the resources? Qin Yuxicheng thought about it and felt that it was unlikely. White Crane Sea area was a huge resource producer, how could Qin Baihe give it up so easily? Even if she found a better sea area, she would not give it up for no reason. Don't tell me, she met a strong enemy that she could not match? With such a strong enemy here, she had no choice but to abandon her territory and retreat? Qin Yuxicheng had another thought. But soon, he shook his head. If she met a strong enemy, how could Fairy Lily not ask for help? With her network, as long as she says a word, a large number of Gu immortals would come to help. What is going on? Why did Fairy Lily suddenly disappear so mysteriously? Qin Yuxicheng's brows were tightly knitted. He did not think of the possibility that Qin Baihe was dead. Firstly, he did not want to think about it, and secondly, this possibility was quite unimaginable. After all, Qin Baihe was an influential person among Eastern Sea Gu immortals. She was famous in Eastern Sea. She was also not weak. She had rank 7 cultivation level. Who could easily kill such a person? Like Qin Yujicheng had deduced, unless a rank 8 Gu immortal attacked. But this possibility was even smaller. The 5 regions had been peaceful for a long time. Qin Yujicheng subconsciously did not think that such a cruel murder would happen, especially when it happened to his beloved fairy. But after some investigation, Qin Yujicheng confirmed something. No matter what happened, Fairy Lily is definitely in trouble. I need to find her and do my best to help her. At once, the thought of saving the damsel in distress filled Qin Yujicheng's mind, burning his heart. If there are no clues here, I will find the nearby Gu immortals and ask them. In Qin Yujicheng's mind, the name Yuchan appeared. Yuchan's Dragonfish Sea area was famous. In terms of distance, Yuchan was the closest Gu immortal to Qin Baihe. They could be said to be neighbors. Qin Yujicheng acted quickly. He immediately left White Crane Sea area. After some effort, he arrived at Dragonfish Sea area. Dragonfish Sea area was even more pitiful than White Crane Sea area. There had once been millions of dragonfish here. It was one of Eastern Sea's grand sceneries. But now, Qin Yujicheng saw nothing. Sea winds blew past his ears. The seawater formed white waves that undulated continuously. How can this be? Even Dragonfish Sea area was plundered? Qin Yujicheng was tongue-tied. He showed shock in his eyes. Qin Baihe's White Crane Sea area was like this. Yuchan's Dragonfish Sea area was also like this. What caused this? After all, be it Yuchan or Qin Baihe, they were both experts among rank 7s, their battle strength was not weak at all. This time, Qin Yujicheng not only felt bewilderment, he also felt a trace of fear. He raised his guard, diving into the sea to investigate, but to his dismay, he found nothing. How can this be? What in the world happened? Not only Fairy Lily, but even Fairy Yuchan had the same experience. Wait, dragonfish business, jewel yellow skies. Qin Yujicheng's body shook. He quickly communicated with jewel yellow skies. Yuchan's dragonfish business was famous in the 5 regions. She had definitely left behind a will in jewel yellow skies to manage the dragonfish business. Qin Yujicheng's consciousness entered jewel yellow skies. He soon successfully contacted Yuchan's will. Once they communicated, Qin Yujicheng found that Yuchan's will did not know what had happened. Yuchan and her will have communicated quite frequently. The interval between each communication was less than 3 days. That is to say, within these 3 days, she and Fairy Lily both met with a mysterious incident. Cold sweat dripped down Qin Yujicheng's forehead. The more he investigated, the more he discovered the truth. It was quite mysterious and terrifying. Be it Yuchan or Qin Baihe, they would not be so senseless as to plunder all the resources and run away. This was all on the surface. They had met with an irresistible threat. An intense sense of worry shrouded Qin Yujicheng's heart. No, I need to return home and ask the Gu immortals in my clan for help. Qin Yujicheng felt his scalp turning numb as he stayed in the empty Dragonfish Sea area. He did not dare to stay for long. He immediately turned back. The murder of Qin Baihe and Yuchan had already happened. Even though they had not found out the truth of the 2 fairies' deaths, with Qin Yu clan's immense strength, they would soon find out a portion of the truth. As for the perpetrator of this crime, he remained at large, riding a cloud through the skies of the western desert. After Fang Yuan left Eastern Sea, he did not go to northern plains. He went through southern border and arrived at western desert again. On the auspicious cloud, Fang Yuan's consciousness entered the sovereign immortal aperture, inspecting his gains in Eastern Sea. After killing Yuchan and Qin Baihe, Fang Yuan's gains were huge. A vast number of dragonfish had already surpassed Dragon Scale Sea area. They could be seen everywhere in mini Eastern Sea. Great history iron and egg crystal stones were also in great quantities. There were also 2 rank 6 immortal goo. Fang Yuan had already made arrangements on how to feed them. Qin Baihe's woodpath immortal aperture was placed in Eastern Sea by Fang Yuan. He could not annex it or carry it with him for a long time. As for Yu Chan's water path immortal aperture, it was completely devoured by Fang Yuan. He gained a huge sea area and a large number of water path Dao marks. However, these gains were nothing compared to City Wells. Indeed, City Well, one of the secluded domains of heaven and earth, was already in Fang Yuan's sovereign immortal aperture. Fang Yuan arrived in Eastern Sea. He first went to the turbulent flow sea area. He moved the City Well that he had left there into his sovereign immortal aperture. Next, he went to Dragonfish Sea area and brutally killed Yu Chan and Qin Baihe. Secluded domain of heaven and earth, City Well. Fang Yuan had been worried about this City Well for a long time. But earlier, when Fang Yuan used Pulling Mountain immortal goo, the effect was minimal. He could not put City Well into his immortal aperture. But this time, Fang Yuan used the light of wisdom to create an immortal killer move, using Pulling Mountain immortal goo as the core to target City Well. After much effort, he finally got what he wanted. Chapter 1499. This well was squarish on the outside, it was squarish on all sides. The inside of the well was round, perfectly round. Squarish on the outside, round on the inside. City Well. Fang Yuan thought about it for a long time. He placed City Well in mini central continent. After Dang Hun Mountain, Luo Pa Valley, and Reverse Flow River, this was the 4th secluded domain of heaven and earth that Fang Yuan obtained. Since ancient times, the number of Gu immortals who could obtain 4 secluded domains of heaven and earth could be counted on one hand. City Well was recorded in the Legends of Renzu. It was once the territory of Miniman. Right now, the small town in City Well was destroyed by Fang Yuan. Minuscule mountain that was inside City Well was also separated from City Well. It was destroyed in northern plains. However, the City Well that Fang Yuan obtained was not empty. There were a large number of blessed lands in it. The owners of these immortal apertures were killed by Fang Yuan using City Well. They died with regrets. During the process of immortal apertures forming blessed lands, they needed to absorb large amounts of heaven and earth chi from the outside world. They needed to open their immortal aperture entrances to communicate with the outside world. Fang Yuan had already used this chance to explore these blessed lands. Without a land spirit, he had already plundered all the blessed lands that could be plundered. The remaining blessed lands still had a large amount of cultivation resources. Fang Yuan did not use force back then. Now that I have blood light spirit suppression killer move, I can suppress these land spirits, but without the upper extreme heavenly eagle, I cannot enter. Right now, these immortal apertures had their entrances shut. Fang Yuan could not enter them. If I annex all these immortal apertures and take all the resources, my Dao marks will increase by a lot. The development of my immortal aperture will also increase. This was a huge piece of meat. Fang Yuan could not eat it yet. But it was already in his bowl. There was little chance of it being taken away. Fang Yuan was not worried. Other than these blessed lands, City Well's huge value cannot be ignored. With City Well, Fang Yuan could directly raise variant humans, or even pure humans. This was a very good thing. In the Gu immortal world, the management of the immortal aperture was divided into 7 levels. First layer, construct mortal resources, produce mortal Gu and mortal Gu materials. The second layer was to construct immortal resources to produce immortal materials that could feed immortal Gu. The third level was to raise immortal beasts and immortal plants, forming a cycle of life. The fourth level was to use the produced immortal materials to trade with each other and earn profits. At the fifth layer, the immortal aperture could produce immortal Gu naturally. The sixth layer raised variant humans and humans to produce Gu immortals. The seventh layer produced lifespan Gu. These 7 levels, progressing one by one, were the summary of the experiences of the Gu immortal world since ancient times. Up until now, it had already become one of the golden rules of Gu Immortal cultivation. It was not that Gu Immortals could not raise variant humans or humans when they started developing their immortal aperture, but if they forcefully did so, the results would be minuscule, they might even waste their own foundation. These 7 levels were progressing step by step. It was the result of countless generations of elites in the Gu Immortal world. If he followed these steps, his immortal aperture would be very stable and healthy. Fang Yuan was currently at the 3rd and 4th layer, he was still far from the 5th layer. But now that he had City Well, he could directly skip the 5th layer and proceed to the 6th layer. City Well could help Gu Immortals skip levels. It was very convenient to raise variant humans or even humans. What were the benefits of raising variant humans or humans? There were too many benefits. Every variant human race had their own unique resources. For example, the Snowman tribe's Ice Tear and Snow Lotus Essence, Rockman tribe's Rock Dragon, Featherman tribe's Freedom Goo, and so on. If these resources were to be used as industries, they would have huge profits in the current market. Other than these unique resources, there was another common resource. That was human chi. Heaven chi, earth chi, human chi. The balance of the 3 chi was crucial for Gu Immortal Ascension. During the process of Immortal Ascension, the more human chi there was, the deeper the foundation of the Gu Master, the better the quality of the immortal aperture. After becoming a Gu Immortal, human chi was much less useful. Gu Immortals needed heaven and earth chi to replenish their immortal aperture every once in a while, to stabilize their immortal aperture. But human chi was not useless. In fact, it was the opposite, human chi was very important to Gu Immortals. But the method to use human chi was lost long ago. Chi path appeared much earlier than strength path, it had flourished for a period of time, but now, it had withered. Right now, human chi was a Gu material that had many uses. Especially some chi path Gu Immortals, they had rare methods to use human chi. But now, these chi path Gu Immortals were even rarer. Regardless of whether it was raising mutants or humans, they could accumulate human chi. The more variant humans and humans there were, the more elites there were, and the more human chi there would be. Of course, under the same situation, a variant human's human chi would be lower than a pure human's. Other than human chi, there were also many, high-grade, immortal materials that would be produced by variant humans and humans. For example, Door Wind. This was a rank 7 immortal material that did not grow in deep mountains or forests, or in the sky of great swamps, but on the doors of mortals. Whenever such an immortal material was produced, the mortals' doors could not close, they could only open and close continuously. Such a special immortal material could not be found in nature without any human presence. And in Shadow Sect's inheritances, there is another saying. The more human chi one accumulates, the more they can comprehend the profundities of human path. Thinking of this, Fang Yuan's eyes shined with brilliance. Human path. This was a path created by Renzu. Throughout history, some rank 8 great experts and even rank 9 venerables would comprehend the legends of Renzu in their lives, they would more or less comprehend the profundities of human path. For example, Giant Sun Immortal had some insights from the legends of Renzu, he created all living beings' luck in heaven and earth luck. Another example was Southern Border's Chai clan's ancestor, Chai Fu. He comprehended a human path killer move from the legends of Renzu in his later years, establishing Chai clan's foundation as a super force. There were many such examples, I will not mention them one by one. In my situation, if I directly raise humans and variant humans, it would only destroy the environment of my immortal aperture, I would have to work hard and expend my foundation. But with City Well, I can raise them here and isolate them, they will not interfere with my immortal aperture development. And raising variant humans and humans in City Well has a special environment, I can get twice the result with half the effort. Forget about humans, they have high intelligence and expend a lot of resources. Right now, I should choose one of the variant humans and raise them. In the Gu world, there were 10 great variant human races. They were Hairy Man, Rockman, Snowman, Featherman, Merman, Inkman, Eggman, Beastman, Miniman, and Mushroom Man. Each of them had their own special advantages. Which one should I choose? Fang Yuan had not decided yet. There was only one city. Well, it was best to only choose one variant human to raise. Because there was a huge difference in the living habits of each variant human race. Taking care of them at the same time would only cause him to lose sight of them. Let's exclude beast men first, they are already extinct. Hairy men? I do need hairy men to help me refine Gu. Rock men? I raised a batch of rock men before, and I have guts Gu, it is very helpful for raising rock men. Snowman is also good, I am the son-in-law of the Snowman tribe now, I have their support. As for Miniman, they are very suitable for city. Well, I need Miniman to help me grow immortal plants when I manage my immortal aperture. There are also Featherman, Merman, Inkman, Eggman, Mushroom Man. If I choose any of them, there will be huge benefits. Fang Yuan thought deeply along the way. Even when he reached his destination, he had not come to a conclusion. This problem was not urgent. Because even if Fang Yuan thought it through, he did not have the funds to carry out this plan. The amount of immortal essence stones he had on hand was rather low. But fortunately, he had a lot of red date immortal essence, even though he had fought with Yu Chan and Qin Bai He not long ago. This was because after the sovereign immortal aperture's time flow returned to normal, Fang Yuan had even used time path methods to raise it. Originally, it was 1 to 60 in the outside world, but now, it was even higher. Thus, Fang Yuan's efficiency in accumulating red date immortal essence rose by a large margin. In this trip to Eastern Sea, I obtained City Well and even killed Yu Chan. In terms of dragonfish business, I am unrivaled. It is almost certain that I will be making huge profits every day. As long as I continue to sell dragonfish, the problem of funds will be solved soon. The important thing now is thieving Heaven's dream realm. Fang Yuan thought as he descended the cloud, landing on the desert. A Gu immortal was already standing on the scorching sand. He smiled as he cupped his fists at Fang Yuan, saying, "Tang Fang Ming greets Lord Fang Yuan." Chapter 1500. Fang Yuan met Tang Fang Ming again. This person was not simple. In the 500 years of Fang Yuan's previous life, he shone brightly during the 5 regions chaotic war. He was known as Western Desert's Mahong Yun. Of course, after Fang Yuan inherited the Shadow Sect inheritance, he knew even more. In the 500 years of his previous life, Spectral Soul Demon Venerable successfully revived and obtained sovereign immortal fetus Gu. He hid in Celestial Court and secretly supported the forces of the 5 regions, plotting against the world. Mahong Yun's rise was manipulated by Shadow Sect from behind the scenes. Tang Fang Ming and Tang Clan's rise was also pushed by Shadow Sect in the dark. Don't think that Celestial Court is lacking manpower now, it seems to be lacking in resources. Once the Dream Realms appear and the 5 regions chaotic war begins, all sorts of people will awaken in Celestial Court, shocking the world. Celestial Court's foundation was too deep, even Shadow Sect could not go against it. Fang Yuan understood why Shadow Sect had to do this. He had to continue the path of Shadow Sect now. Mahong Yun was killed by him, but Tang Clan was still around, he had to support them. Fang Yuan had made this decision long ago. Back then, when he contacted and cooperated with Tang Clan, it was not because he wanted to use a tributary of the River of Time to leave the River of Time, he truly wanted to cooperate with them. Celestial Court was actively plotting against the changes of the era. Yu Chan and Qin Bai He were pawns that Fairy Myrtle wanted to manipulate. Fang Yuan had to get rid of these 2 people. Not only for the dragonfish business's profits, but also for the future. To fight against a huge force like Celestial Court, Fang Yuan had to expand his horizons, he had to control the 5 regions and the world. Tang Fongming was overjoyed at Fong Yuan's arrival. Fong Yuan had left Western Desert to escape. Tang Fongming did not expect Fong Yuan to return so quickly. "Bring me to Thieving Heaven's dream realm." Fong Yuan went straight to the point. "Lord Fong Yuan is swift and decisive, this one admires you greatly. Please follow me." Tang Fongming immediately led the way. After flying for a while, the two of them arrived in the sky above an unremarkable desert. Tang Fongming slowly came to a stop and pointed out with his finger. Instantly, a crack appeared in the sky, and immortal chi flowed out in all directions. Fong Yuan was a formation path grandmaster. He had deep foundations. Seeing this immortal formation, his eyes shined as he praised, "What a great immortal goo formation." This immortal array's concealment skills were quite good. Even though Fong Yuan was constantly using his investigative methods, he still couldn't find any clues. "Sir Fong Yuan, this way please." Tang Fongming was the first to enter the crack. Fong Yuan followed closely behind without hesitation. After entering, Fong Yuan found that the space created by the immortal array was like a field. His vision was very wide, the field was covered in green grass, and what attracted Fong Yuan's attention the most was the Thieving Heaven Dream Realm at the center of the field. Thieving Heaven's Dream Realm was huge, it was like a mountain. It let out a blue eerie light that illuminated the entire formation path space. The five regions' chaotic war had not started yet, but this Thieving Heaven Dream Realm appeared in advance. After Tang Clan found it, they hid it and researched it secretly. Even though Tang Clan had obtained this peerless treasure, they were poor in the dream path, and it was difficult to establish it. Their progress had been very slow. And this progress was mostly due to Tang Fongming's talent and ability. Even so, Tang Fongming had almost died in this dream. If his sister Tang Miao had not given up a clue to Paradise Earth's true inheritance and asked Wuxia Xianxia for help, Tang Fongming would have died long ago. And Wuxia Xianxia's true identity was one of spectral soul demon Venerable's split souls. During the Battle of Tian Mountain, he led Western Desert's Shadow Sect members to fight, but they all died in battle. Fong Yuan did not mention Wuxia Xianxia to Tang Clan. The clue to Paradise Earth's true inheritance that Tang Fongming and Tang Miao had was also in Fong Yuan's hands. Paradise Earth's true inheritance was not Fong Yuan's focus now. Fong Yuan's attention was on the huge Thieving Heaven Dream Realm. This dreamland that shone with a magnificent blue light was extremely dangerous. Because it contained the will of the heavens. Providence could corrode dream realms. Fong Yuan had suffered greatly in Southern Border's dream realm. Back then, in the dream realm of Starry Sky Grotto Heaven's fragment world, he encountered Providence directly. Providence used star constellation Immortal Venerable's image to guide him, allowing him to barely defeat Spectral Soul in the Battle of Tian Mountain. As the saying goes, a fall into the pit, a gain in your wit. An old demon like Fong Yuan remembered this bloody lesson deeply. Once a dream realm is exposed for too long, it will be corroded by Providence. Southern Border's dream realm is like this. Western Desert's Thieving Heaven Dream Realm has been exposed for an even longer time, it will definitely be completely corroded by Providence. Fong Yuan's eyes flickered with eerie light. If it were in the past, I would definitely avoid it, but now, hee. Fong Yuan's lips curled up as he stretched out his hand, aiming at Thieving Heaven's Dream Realm. Immortal energy surged, Fong Yuan's body rippled with a layer of gray-white light. His palms were no exception, they were completely covered by the gray-white light. Fong Yuan took a step forward, letting his hands approach the dream realm. Eventually, the gray-white light touched Thieving Heaven's dream realm, but Fong Yuan's hands were still a small distance away from the dream realm, there was no physical contact. Fong Yuan had the sovereign immortal body, not the pure dream reality seeker physique. Once there was physical contact, his soul would fall into the dream realm. Thus, he was very careful. And that gray-white light was like flowing water, silently permeating into the eerie blue Thieving Heaven Dream Realm. The gray-white light continued to permeate, with Fang Yuan's hands as the center, a gray-white light started to spread in all directions. This phenomenon lasted for a while. It was like the base of the eerie blue dream realm was dyed with a gray-white light. The area of the light continued to expand. Tang Fangming watched quietly from the side. He could not see anything, but he could tell that this was an immortal killer move. Lord Fang Yuan is truly amazing. He has already developed an immortal killer move that targets dream realms. Compared to him, I have only created a few dream path mortal goo. There is truly always someone stronger. Tang Fangming felt admiration. He also felt that Fang Yuan was unfathomable. Fang Yuan was expressionless, but he was feeling uneasy inwardly. The immortal killer move he was using was Heaven's Will Dissipation. Even though it was not the first time he used it, it was the first time he used it on a dream realm. Heaven's Will Dissipation used Heavenly Secret Immortal Goo as the core. It could eliminate Providence. Fang Yuan had used it on Spring-Autumn Cicada before. Now that he used it on the dream realm, he wondered what the effect would be. Time passed slowly, and the time it took to brew a cup of tea passed just like that. The gray-white light had already expanded to a huge extent, not only on the surface, but also inside Thieving Heaven's dream realm. This Thieving Heaven dream realm was as large as a mountain, but 1/10 of it was already covered in the gray-white light. Just when Tang Fangming thought that the grayish-white spot of light would gradually expand, the edge of the spot of light stopped expanding. At the same time, colorful eyes appeared in the grayish-white spot of light. These eyeballs were extremely peculiar. They blinked, and each time they blinked, they would change into a different color. The number of colorful eyeballs increased rapidly. In a few breaths of time, they went from dozens to hundreds, and soon, there were thousands of them. After dozens of breaths of time, there were millions of colorful eyeballs. They were filled with gray-white light. Not only on the surface of the light, but also inside the light, there were eyeballs flickering. It's effective. Fang Yuan was overjoyed, but his expression did not change. Tang Fangming could not sense the fluctuations in his heart. The colorful eyeballs continued to flicker. Fang Yuan's red date immortal essence was expended at a terrifying rate. Providence in Thieving Heaven's dream realm was also destroyed. The colorful eyeballs blinked a few times before vanishing, but at the same time, new eyeballs appeared. Providence was rapidly destroyed. After a while, there was no longer a trace of Providence left in the gray-white light. At this time, the gray-white light continued to expand. The colorful eyeballs moved rapidly, attacking from behind. This time, Fang Yuan used Heaven's Will Dissipation for 3 days and 3 nights. Eventually, there was no longer any Providence left in Thieving Heaven's dream realm. Fang Yuan continued to use the killer move, causing the surface of Thieving Heaven's dream realm to be covered in a layer of gray-white light. This way, as long as Providence continued to erode, colorful eyeballs would appear in the gray-white light and destroy Providence. At this point, Thieving Heaven's dream realm was safe. Chapter 1501. Genius 1 second. Remember if you want to go. TalkNet, providing you with exciting novels to read. Ingwu Xie, Hei Lulan, White Rabbit, and Fairy Miao Yin all came out of Fang Yuan's sovereign immortal aperture. Love Go Small Say Netku. Next, I will explore the dream realm personally. Fang Yuan turned around and said to Tang Fangming. Tang Fangming's heart shook. He understood the meaning behind Fang Yuan's words. He smiled bitterly. Fairies, please follow me. This immortal goo formation protected Thieving Heaven's dream realm. It was originally controlled by Tang Fangming. But next, Tang Fangming gave up a portion of his authority to the Shadow Sect Goo Immortals, letting them control this immortal formation together with him. This was one of the contents of the alliance agreement between Fang Yuan and Tang Clan. When Fang Yuan explored the dream realm, his soul would leave and enter the dream realm. His body would lack protection. At this time, it would naturally be dangerous. Thus, Fang Yuan brought out the Shadow Sect Goo Immortals. They would protect Fang Yuan when the time came. This immortal goo formation could not be left to outsiders. Thus, the shadow sect Gu immortals interfered and divided the control of this immortal formation. This way, be it the shadow sect members or Tang clan, they could keep each other in check. It would be hard for either side to do anything to Fang Yuan's body. Fang Yuan's way of doing things was flawless. After the immortal formation fell into shadow sect's control, he left his main body's soul and entered thieving heaven's dream realm. Tang Fangming's eyes did not blink as he watched with rapt attention. This is the truly crucial method. His breathing had even quickened, and his mind was filled with the desire to find out the truth. But just by looking at it, how could she see the crucial technique of Fang Yuan's dream path exploration? Where is this? Fang Yuan entered the dream, his vision changed. Love go small say netku he discovered that he had transformed into a young boy and was living in a shabby tent. The furnishings in the tent were very simple, with only a tattered blanket. As the wind blew, the tent made a whistling sound, and a chill poured into the tent. Fang Yuan's gaze involuntarily shifted, and he saw a hole in the corner of the tent. Even the tent was broken. What a despicable fellow. Not only did he beat me up, he even tore open my tent. The youth that Fang Yuan had transformed into gritted his teeth as he angrily muttered to himself. Then, the young man lowered his head and checked the injuries on his body. As a result, Fang Yuan shifted his gaze and saw the ragged clothes on himself. He was very poor and his chest and arms were bruised. The youth stretched out his hand and touched a few of the wounds. Waves of pain were transmitted to Fang Yuan's heart. To think that I, the great Ben Jizan, somehow came to this world, grew up again, and actually fell to the point of being bullied and humiliated by a bunch of youths. That's enough. This world is too much. People control goo worms to obtain all kinds of strange powers. It's like a nightmare. Sigh. If it was really a dream, why have I not woken up after more than 10 years? Fang Yuan heard the young man muttering to himself and his heart shook. He knew many secrets. Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable was an otherworldly demon. He had transmigrated from another world like him. Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable's original name is Ben Jizan. This means that I have temporarily transformed into Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable after entering the dream. But he is still a mortal youngster now. He has not started his goo cultivation journey. Fang Yuan immediately understood. At this time, young Thieving Heaven muttered to himself, but fortunately, tonight is the day the tribe opens the sacred land. As long as I enter the sacred land, I will be able to open my aperture and cultivate, grasping the power of a goo master. Sigh. I hope this power can allow me to leave this place and return to my homeland again. Young Thieving Heaven said this as he endured the pain, gritting his teeth as he stood up and walked out of the tent's curtains. Fang Yuan was like a will that was attached to young Thieving Heaven. He could only watch from the side and could not manipulate young Thieving Heaven. This situation was rare even for Fang Yuan. After trying all his methods but to no avail, Fang Yuan could only continue to watch from the side and let the dream realm develop. Young Thieving Heaven left his tent and went outside. Immediately, a map of an oasis under the moon entered Fang Yuan's vision. Under the night sky, the full moon hung high in the sky, its pure white moonlight shrouded the entire oasis. This oasis was very small. There was a pond at the center and many tents were stationed around the pond. These tents were of different sizes and colors. Most were gray and white, while a few were yellow, gold, and purple. These colored tents were generally very big, showing the superior social status of the tent owner. Young Thieving Heaven looked around in envy before turning around to look at his own tent. His tent was small and ugly. Black stains covered the surface of the tent. There were even holes that let in the cold wind of the night. Young Thieving Heaven frowned, a proud look flashing in his eyes as he snorted, "After tonight, I will no longer need to stay in such a shabby place." With that, he lifted his feet and walked towards the center of the tent. Along the way, youngsters came out of their tents from time to time. They had solemn expressions, not daring to speak a word. Tonight was the most important most solemn, and most sacred moment of their lives. According to Western Desert's customs, the youngsters had to be respectful and speak sparingly. If anyone spoke too much, or cried, they would lose their composure and would be severely punished by the clan. In serious cases, they might even be exiled. Once they were exiled, mortal youths would basically die. The severity of the punishment could be seen clearly. More and more youngsters walked towards the center of the oasis, gradually forming a stream of people. Along the way, young Thieving Heaven naturally met the people of the same age who were beating him up. Fang Yuan looked over and saw that they were all tall and strong, their physiques were much larger than the surrounding youngsters, their clothes were also very expensive, showing that their backgrounds were not ordinary. These people also saw young Thieving Heaven, although they did not dare to speak, their fierce and provocative gazes were unmistakable. Young Thieving Heaven snorted without fear. Both sides walked while glaring at each other, arriving at the pond at the center of the oasis. Beside the pond were dense reeds, the white reeds were blooming with flowers, swaying leisurely in the night wind. The moonlight was like clear water sprinkling down, wild hope goo were among the reeds, flickering constantly, there were a lot of them. This not only made Fang Yuan recall the scene of awakening his aperture on Qing Mao Mountain. Although Western Desert's customs were different from southern borders, they were essentially using hope goo to awaken their apertures, they could be said to be mostly similar. One by one, the youngsters walked into the reed thicket, startling wild hope goo into the air. They opened their apertures one after another, each with their own worries and sorrows. For most mortals, the aptitude of their aperture was related to their lifetime achievements. But different from southern borders' lively atmosphere, Western Desert's atmosphere was quite solemn from start to finish. Even if someone was feeling great sorrow or joy, they had to forcefully restrain themselves, making their faces twist and tears flow silently, forcing themselves not to make a sound. Soon, it was young Thieving Heaven's turn. He was already impatient, the moment he was allowed, he immediately rushed into the reeds. However, the aptitude that he tested was the worst, the 4th grade. D-grade aptitude Gu masters could only store 20 to 30% of their primeval essence in their aperture, most Gu masters could only have rank 1 cultivation, very few could reach rank 2. Gu masters with this kind of aptitude simply had no potential or future. D-grade aptitude Gu masters could basically be determined to be at the bottom of the Gu master world for the rest of their lives. How can this be? How can I have D-grade aptitude? Young Thieving Heaven shouted on the spot. Shut up. The clan's Gu master who was monitoring the situation immediately moved, capturing young Thieving Heaven and sealing his mouth. Young Thieving Heaven struggled with all his might, the clan's Gu master snorted coldly and chopped with his palm. Young Thieving Heaven immediately fainted. Fang Yuan's vision also fell into darkness. He found that he could not do anything, even Unravel Dream had no effect. The larger the dream realm, the stronger the binding force. However, Unravel Dream has no effect, it should be because this dream realm I am in is rather special. Fang Yuan guessed inwardly. He tried for a while, but there was no effect, he could only wait patiently. Chapter 1502. Genius 1 second remember love? Go. Speak Net, providing you with wonderful novels to read. It was a vast expanse of darkness, Fang Yuan's soul was suffering in the darkness. This darkness actually had an extraordinary melting power against his soul. This was something Fang Yuan had never encountered when exploring dream realms before. Fortunately, Fang Yuan's soul foundation was already extraordinary, it was at the level of 10 million man's soul, he could completely endure the melting of the dream realm's soul. Time in the dream realm was hard to calculate. Fang Yuan felt like he had waited for a long time before he saw a white speck of light appear in the vast darkness. The speck of light extended into a white ray of light, the ray of light was pulled apart, the light burst out and filled Fang Yuan's vision. Young Thieving Heaven gradually woke up. It turned out that the white ray of light was the scorching sunlight. Young Thieving Heaven quickly covered his eyes with his palms. Why am I here? He soon found that he was lying on the desert. Night had passed, it was noon now. Young Thieving Heaven's doubts did not continue, because soon, he obtained a piece of information from his mind. This information was left behind by a Gu master in the tribe. The content was, young Thieving Heaven violated the tribe rules in the sacred scripture, he was exiled as punishment. But because he was young and ignorant, as long as he could stay in this desert for 3 days and 3 nights, then rush back to the tribe's habitat, he would be accepted by the tribe again and continue living. Damn it! After understanding, young Thieving Heaven cursed, spittle flying everywhere. I only complained a little and you chased me out. This is child abuse, disregarding human life. You scoundrels! I curse all of you. Young Thieving Heaven raised his middle finger, but found that he did not know where to point it. He did not know the direction of the tribe's habitat, he did not know anything. This discovery immediately made young Thieving Heaven feel discouraged. He slumped onto the sand. What should I do? Although I just became a Gu master, I don't have a single Gu worm. I don't even have a water bag or food. Once night falls, I will freeze to death without warm clothes or a tent to shelter me from the wind. No, I must survive. Survive in this damned world, then find a way to go home. Young Thieving Heaven gritted his teeth, his eyes burning with flames. At the same time, Fang Yuan felt his body relax, as if an invisible shackle had suddenly disappeared. He moved his limbs, young Thieving Heaven also moved his limbs. Oh. You can control it now? It seems that they want me to replace young Thieving Heaven and survive in this desert. Fang Yuan immediately understood. Fang Yuan had many experiences of struggling to survive in desperate situations, but at this moment, he was also in a dilemma. There was only one reason. The cleverest housewife couldn't cook without rice. Young Thieving Heaven had nothing on him, only 20 to 30% of his green copper primeval essence and not a single mortal Gu. It was harder than ascending to the heavens for him to survive in the desert. For the race to exile him like this, it's like they want him to die. No, more accurately, he is looking down on this Gu master. Normally speaking, every Gu master should be treasured. But when Fang Yuan thought about the scene he had seen earlier, he found the reason. The tribe that Thieving Heaven lived in during his childhood was not strong and did not occupy many resources. Thus, even if they have Gu master seeds, they need to nurture the best. Fang Yuan smiled bitterly, he found that this was of no help to the difficulty he was about to face. He looked around, it was a boundless desert, there was not even a trace of greenery. Immortal killer move, unravel dream. Fang Yuan used his method, but after waiting for a long time, there was no effect. This trump card that had helped Fang Yuan many times and could be said to have been successful was actually being restricted in Thieving Heaven's dream realm. Fang Yuan heaved a heavy sigh, it seems I can only gamble on my luck. He casually chose a direction and started to move. A day and a half later in the dream, Fang Yuan did not encounter anything and died of thirst along the way. This time, Fang Yuan's soul was heavily injured. He was forced to leave the dream realm. He failed to explore the dream realm, his soul was heavily injured and returned to the sovereign immortal body. Fang Yuan's vision turned dark, he quickly used Guts Gu to heal his soul. Guts Gu. Tang Fang Ming, who was at the side, immediately showed an envious expression. He looked on anxiously as Fang Yuan used Guts Gu after Guts Gu, quickly recovering his soul. Guts Gu were the best supplementary Gu worm for exploring dream realms. Fang Yuan regrouped and left his soul, entering Thieving Heaven's dream realm. He arrived at the desert in the dream again. Fang Yuan heaved a sigh, choosing the opposite direction from before and trying to move forward. After walking for a day, there was still nothing. Fang Yuan was tired and thirsty, his body was reaching its limit. If Thieving Heaven encountered the same situation as me in history, he would not be able to survive on his own, he would have to rely on external help, that is, fortuitous encounters. This means that there is a direction here where I can encounter fortuitous encounters. But my luck was not good, I did not encounter any. This round also seems to test the explorer's luck. Unfortunately, my luck path methods are useless in the dream realm. Unless I combine dream path and luck path and research a dream luck type killer move or immortal goo, it will not have any effect. Fang Yuan continued to analyze. His second exploration also ended in failure. After resting, he continued for the third time. This time, he chose a different direction. Not long after, he came across a pit. This was a pit of quicksand. Fang Yuan was trapped inside and could not get out. I'm going to die again. Fang Yuan was depressed, he could only watch as the quicksand swallowed him. But out of his expectations, when the quicksand was about to reach his head, the quicksand suddenly spurted out like a fountain, sending Fang Yuan flying into the sky. After Fang Yuan landed, the quicksand pit had turned into a round hole, cold air was constantly spurting out. The cold air was very comfortable, it was like a cool breeze. There's hope. Fang Yuan quickly got close to the edge of the round hole. Soon, he saw flying fishes that looked like they were made of silver flew out from the cold air. These were not small fishes, they were mortal goo, cool wind. Fang Yuan quickly made a move, wanting to subdue these mortal goo. But cool wind goo was extremely fast, it ignored Fang Yuan. At the edge of the round hole, cold air spurted out, pushing Fang Yuan away. Fang Yuan had little strength, he was hungry, he could not get close to the edge of the round hole and touch these cool wind goo. But Fang Yuan was not discouraged, he waited patiently. Not long after, he found a chance. A cool wind goo seemed to have been injured when it collided with its companions, it fell to the ground and escaped from the cold air, leaving the edge of the round hole. Fang Yuan quickly pounced and grabbed this cool wind goo. But in his excitement, he pinched it to death. Fang Yuan was speechless, he could only wait again. Soon, he found another chance, this time, 2 cool wind goo fell. But before Fang Yuan could catch them, they flew up again, fusing into the cold wind. Fang Yuan sighed, he suddenly had a flash of inspiration. What if I use Unravel Dream again at this time? He used Unravel Dream again, and almost at the next moment, he saw an effect, a cool wind goo fell. Fang Yuan picked it up, but before he could refine it, a second cool wind goo fell, it was heavily injured, it flapped its fins but could not fly up. Fang Yuan leisurely caught them and spent some effort to refine these 2 cool wind goo. When the cool wind disappeared, this group of wild cool wind goo flew into the sky, leaving Fang Yuan's vision. Fang Yuan already had 5 cool wind goo in his aperture. I finally have some methods. Although it did not solve the problem of survival, this was undoubtedly a good sign. Most importantly, this quicksand pit showed that Fang Yuan's choice was correct. There was also a discovery that raised Fang Yuan's morale. Unravel Dream was not ineffective, it only had to be used in the right place in this thieving heaven dream realm to have any effect. Fang Yuan followed this quicksand pit and continued to move forward. Not long ago, he encountered an oasis. There was a well in the oasis, there was a group of wild beasts guarding the well, and the leader of the wild beasts had a mortal goo on it. Fang Yuan was energized, he relied on the 5 cool wind goo to fight with these wild beasts. Eventually, he used the terrain and tricks to exterminate these wild beasts, he even subdued the wild goo worm on the leader of the wild beasts. This was a poison path goo worm, it was in the shape of a scorpion. The battle was over, Fang Yuan quickly went to the well, the result was disappointing, this was a dry well. But it did not matter, the corpses of these wild beasts were precious food. Fang Yuan drank the blood of the wild beasts and ate a few pieces of meat to fill his stomach. Next, he collected the stomach pouches of the wild beasts and tried to collect as much blood as possible. He also tore out many pieces of the wild beast's flesh and used the intestines of the wild beasts to tie them to his body. At this time, night had already descended in the dream realm. The temperature of the desert was falling rapidly. Fang Yuan had a countermeasure. He was not flustered. He first held the beast skin and bones in his hands, then he went to the mouth of the dry well and built up the beast bones, before using the beast skin to cover them. These beast skins also had greasy fat on them, they were quite warm. After arranging the beast bones and beast skin, Fang Yuan carefully entered the dry well through the hole that he intentionally left behind. He used his feet to support himself on both sides of the well walls to prevent his body from falling. Then, he pulled the animal skin at the mouth of the well and completely covered the hole. Next, he slowly descended to the bottom of the well. After reaching the bottom of the well, Fang Yuan had planned to stay here for the night, but he had an unexpected discovery. It turned out that there was a small hole at the bottom of the well. There seemed to be a whole new world inside. Looking at the edges of this small hole, it was clearly man-made. Fang Yuan's heart shook. He quickly moved young thieving heaven's body into this small hole. Following this small hole, after walking for 50 to 60 steps, Fang Yuan arrived at an underground space the size of a house. This space was very simple, but there were pots and pans made of mud, as well as a dark spring. The spring was very small, but it contained clear underground water. There was also a withered corpse lying on the ground. Could this be the true fortuitous encounter of thieving heaven demon venerable when he was young? Chapter 1503. Genius 1 second remember love yo 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 go? Speak net, providing you with exciting novels to read. After carefully inspecting it, Fang Yuan did not find any traps. He slowly approached the dried corpse. When he was about 5 or 6 steps away from the dried corpse, something strange happened. Fang Yuan could not help but curse internally, because he lost control of young thieving heaven again, becoming a bystander again. Young thieving heaven muttered, this person was trapped at the bottom of the well. Was he surrounded by those wild beasts and could not escape? Next, he went to the corpse and observed a moment of silence before starting to search the corpse. Nothing unexpected happened. The corpse was very ordinary and did not have any traps. While searching the corpse, young thieving heaven found that this corpse should have been a Gu master when he was alive, and his rank was not low, having a noble status. He did not leave any Gu worms behind, but there was a sheepskin map sewn into the lining of his clothes. Young thieving heaven did not have any gains, except for this sheepskin map. In this underground cave, the light was very dim. Young thieving heaven could only see blurry lines on the map. He kept the map and carefully searched the surroundings, but did not find anything else. But young thieving heaven was already very satisfied. Because this place had the most precious water source in the desert. He was very careful, first inspecting the water quality, and after finding there was no problem, he carefully drank a mouthful. This water came from deep underground. It seemed that the corpse had spent a lot of effort to dig it up. Young thieving heaven drank a mouthful of water and immediately felt a cool and refreshing feeling. The bloody taste in his mouth from drinking blood also faded a lot. Young thieving heaven's throat moved. This mouthful of water evoked a strong impulse in his heart. He immediately bent down and buried his face in the dark spring. Gulp gulp, after drinking several mouthfuls, he suddenly raised his head, water droplets splashing everywhere. Sitting on the ground, young thieving heaven did not speak. He placed his hands on the ground and closed his eyes. After a long while, he sighed in satisfaction. After resting for a while, he wiped the water off his face and stood up, returning to the bottom of the dry well. Young thieving heaven shuddered. The bottom of the dry well was much colder than that underground cave. But young thieving heaven had a reason to come here. He looked up at the mouth of the well. Although he had covered it with a few layers of animal skins, the night wind was very strong and had blown away most of the animal skins, revealing a huge hole. From the cave entrance, young thieving heaven could see the stars hanging in the sky in the pitch-black night sky. He sighed and took out some animal skins and wood from his body. Very quickly, he built the embryonic form of a bonfire. After that, he drilled wood to make a fire, and after 10 minutes of hard work, he successfully lit the bonfire. There was not much smoke, it floated along the well. The warmth brought by the fire gradually expelled young thieving heaven's coldness. Young thieving heaven first roasted a few pieces of beast meat and swallowed them after they were cooked. After eating the cooked food, the feeling of fullness made him feel sleepy. But young thieving heaven suppressed his sleepiness and looked at the sheepskin map he had just obtained under the weak light of the fire. It seems like this sheepskin map has a long history. Isn't the main point of the place it's describing the small oasis where my clan lives? Young thieving heaven was shocked. On this sheepskin map, the small oasis was marked with several lines of Western desert words beside it. The words were small, and because of the passage of time, most of them were blurred, only the first few words were fragmented and the clearest. Young thieving heaven barely recognized them and read them out: immortal graveyard, ominous, curse, strange. After pondering for a long time, he could not find any more clues, his brows furrowed. I have already been in this world for more than 10 years, I have heard the stories of immortals from the elders of my clan. But these are all legends. Are there really immortals in this world? This does not seem impossible. Looking at Gu Masters, this world is very strange and mysterious, anything can exist. Immortal graveyard, don't tell me an immortal is buried in my home? But why is there a curse? Why is it ominous? Also, this sheepskin map is very strange. In this world, there are information path Gu worms that can record maps and store information. That corpse should have been a powerful Gu master when he was alive. Why did he not use a Gu worm to record this map, but instead use this sheepskin map? This sheepskin map was sewn into the lining of his clothes. If not for his clothes being tattered and rotten, I would not have found it. He kept it so carefully. This sheepskin map should be very important. But this is too unsafe. It is far safer to record the map in an information path Gu worm. Young thieving heaven muttered, his eyes flickering with a contemplative light. Fang Yuan had been observing from the side. He had already thought of young thieving heaven's doubts. These were all suspicious points, especially the existence of the sheepskin map. Let's not care about this for now. This sheepskin map also shows the location of this dry well. I will be able to return to the tribe by following this map. Even though young thieving heaven did not have any sense of belonging to this tribe, he understood that it was impossible for him to live alone in this vast desert. Not to mention the dangers lurking everywhere in the desert. No one knew when the threat of life and death would suddenly strike. Just in terms of food, young thieving heaven had limited food. This small oasis foundation was too weak. His eyelids were as heavy as a mountain. Young thieving heaven's vision quickly turned blurry as he fell into a deep sleep. He was simply too tired. Not only was his body exhausted, but his mind was also full of ups and downs. Once he fell asleep, Fang Yuan's vision was filled with darkness. In this darkness, Fang Yuan felt that the power of the dream realm's melting had increased by several times. His soul was rapidly melting again. Fortunately, Fang Yuan already had the previous experience. He endured it silently and patiently waited for the darkness to disappear. The duration of the dream realm could not be estimated. After the darkness faded, Fang Yuan's soul foundation was reduced by half. His vision became clear again. Fang Yuan was shocked to find that young thieving heaven was tied up and lying at the bottom of the dry well. And in front of him stood an elderly Gu master with a gloomy expression. This old Gu master's face was full of wrinkles, his hair was completely white. He was already very old, but right now, he was holding that strange sheepskin map in his skinny hands. He was constantly caressing this sheepskin map, his gaze revealing a complex emotion of fanaticism, deep affection, greed, and so on. This gaze made young thieving heaven's scalp tingle. He felt that he had met a pervert. Who are you? Why did you tie me up? Young Thieving Heaven asked. He felt very wronged. He was tied up the moment he woke up, becoming a prisoner. You should be glad that I, Xiao, did not kill you. You are still alive. The old man spoke. His voice was hoarse and unpleasant to hear. He carefully put away the sheepskin map and looked at Young Thieving Heaven. Lad, you are a member of Ida tribe? Young Thieving Heaven did not speak. Because he instantly understood one thing, the elderly Gu Master definitely knew the value and secret of this sheepskin map. The reason why he did not kill him and instead tied him up was probably to make use of him. The elderly Gu Master saw that Young Thieving Heaven did not respond. His expression darkened even more. He took a few light steps forward, silently standing in front of Young Thieving Heaven like a phantom. Lad, don't think I don't know what you are thinking just because you don't speak. You probably have not heard of me, Xiao, but now, I will let you have a taste of my power. The elderly Gu Master smiled sinisterly. He suddenly raised his foot and kicked fiercely. The tip of his foot hit Young Thieving Heaven's heart. The intense pain almost made him faint. Young Thieving Heaven was easily kicked away like a broken sack. He crashed into the wall of the well and fell to the ground with a plop. But the suffering had just begun. Young Thieving Heaven started to scream. Because the elderly Gu Master's kick was not simple, Young Thieving Heaven felt his skin go numb. At the same time, his muscles and organs felt like they were being pierced by countless ice needles. The intense pain was unbearable for Young Thieving Heaven. Soon, tears flowed down his face from the pain. His body curled up like a lobster. Lad, do you know my power now? The elderly Gu Master laughed sinisterly. He felt joy in his heart. Young Thieving Heaven's miserable screams gave him a wonderful sense of satisfaction. Chapter 1504. Genius 1 second. Remember, if you want to go. Speak Net, providing you with wonderful novels to read. The more Young Thieving Heaven screamed, the more the elderly Gu Master laughed. But soon, Young Thieving Heaven realized this and began to grit his teeth, not making a sound. Oh! Brat, you still want to resist? The elderly Gu Master saw this and was furious, ruthlessly stomping on Young Thieving Heaven's chest. Crack! Several of Young Thieving Heaven's ribs were broken. The broken bones pierced his heart and lungs, causing him to fall into a state of near death. But from start to finish, he did not make a sound. His teeth were almost crushed, his eyes were wide open in anger, but he did not make any sound. He. The elderly Gu Master laughed from extreme anger, directly using a Gu Master method on Young Thieving Heaven. This time, it was not as simple as intense pain. Young Thieving Heaven soon felt sore, numb, and itchy. All kinds of sensations assaulted him. He finally could not endure it anymore, letting out a miserable howl. His four limbs struggled fiercely, his fingers scratching his skin crazily as he rolled on the ground. The elderly Gu Master laughed heartily. Have you suffered enough? You dare to resist me, Xiao, even if your pride is made of iron, you have to kneel down. Beg for mercy. As long as you call me Grandpa Xia, Grandpa will spare you, grandson, ahahaha. But Young Thieving Heaven's heart was filled with anger. Xia Zhao's words stimulated his courage. He inwardly swore that even if he died of itchiness, pain, or numbness, he would not beg for mercy. Xia Zhao waited for a moment, only to see Young Thieving Heaven rolling on the ground, his fingers scratching his clothes and skin. His voice changed in pain, but he did not beg for mercy. Eventually, Young Thieving Heaven could not endure it anymore. An ominous light flashed in his eyes as he slammed his head against the wall of the well. He actually wants to die. Xia Zhao was shocked, quickly stopping him. Young Thieving Heaven was not strong enough. He could only be manipulated by Xia Zhao. Xia Zhao not only saved him, but also healed him. Soon, his heavy injuries turned into light injuries. Kid, you've got guts. This old man can't help but admire you. Xia Zhao changed his tone and his eyes shone with a green light. He looked at young thieving heaven who was lying on the ground, speaking in a low voice. But if you die, what about your family? This old man will definitely not grieve, but what about your parents? Where are your brothers and sisters? Hee, do you have a girl you love? Does she know how you feel about her? If you die, what will happen to her? Young thieving heaven's expression changed when he heard this. Love goes small say Netku. He had lived in this world for more than 10 years, but in the end, he was still a wanderer with no worries. But in the original world, he had a family, parents, and a beloved fiancée. I can't die. I want to live. I want to find a way to leave this world and go home. There is someone waiting for me there. Sha Xiao was astute, seeing young thieving heaven's expression change, his lips curled up. Young thieving heaven fearlessly looked at Sha Xiao. The reason you did not kill me is because you want to make use of me. Tell me, what do you want me to do? Sha Xiao laughed heartily and gave young thieving heaven a thumbs up. Kid, you have guts, you actually dare to speak to me like this. The moment he said that, Sha Xiao's expression changed, the maniacal smile on his face disappeared and was replaced by distorted anger. He fiercely kicked young thieving heaven's face, sending him flying. Then, he pointed with a finger, a strange light shot out and hit young thieving heaven's body. Chi chi chi, a series of soft sounds reverberated at the bottom of this dry well. Young thieving heaven's expression changed, feeling intense pain all over his body. He tried to stand up but had no strength, he could only sit on the ground. His face was covered in blood, his nose bridge had been broken by Sha Xiao's kick. Young thieving heaven's vision turned dark, he almost fainted from the pain. He looked at his palm with the corner of his eyes and was shocked. He found that his palm was festering as if it was corroded by a strong acid. In fact, not only his hands, but his face, his arms, his neck, and his body were all rotting. Soon, young thieving heaven's eyes were also corroded, he lost his vision. Sha Xiao's sinister voice resounded, "You think I can't live without you? He, it is your fortune that I am using you. You actually dared to have such an attitude towards me, so what if you die? At most I will just find another person to teach you. Ha ha ha. Now, finally. I will give you one last chance. If you don't want to die, kowtow to me and recognize me as my grandson, obediently listen to my orders. You can slowly think about it, there is no rush. Anyway, you were hit by my killer move, your entire body is rotting, in less than a dozen breaths of time, your entire body will rot away, but your bones will remain. At that time, I will step on you a few more times, I want to see how tough your bones are now. Young thieving heaven was silent. Sha Xiao said this and no longer spoke, he stared at young thieving heaven with a sinister gaze. The latter was sitting on the ground, motionless like a statue. His muscles were also rotting, a foul stench filled the bottom of the well. The terrifying injuries, the intense pain, and most importantly, the conflict in his heart, made his expression distort. I am the great Ben Jie's son, a noble, a general of 3 armies, how can I kneel and beg for mercy? But, if I die here, will my family and lover in the other world wait in vain? Sigh. Young thieving heaven sighed inwardly as heavy as a mountain. He slowly adjusted his posture, going from sitting to kneeling, then his head slowly lowered until his forehead touched the ground of the well. He spoke, his voice was weak and filled with difficulty, I admit defeat. Ha ha ha. Sha Xiao laughed wildly, his eyes wide open as he stared at young thieving heaven. Then what should you call me? Grandfather. Young thieving heaven gritted his teeth, his body trembled as hot tears fell from his rotting eyes. Gaga, good grandson. Sha Xiao was proud of himself, his voice was sharp like a crow's cry in a graveyard during autumn. Amidst this laughter, young thieving heaven reached his limit and fainted. Fang Yuan fell into absolute darkness once again. The dream realm's intense erosion of the soul again. Fang Yuan endured it with difficulty, his 10 million man soul had already fallen to a 1 million man soul. Exploring this thieving heaven's dream realm had too high a requirement for one's soul foundation. If not for Fang Yuan's diligent cultivation and rapid progress in soul path, he would not have the qualifications to explore this place. As time passed, the darkness disappeared and Fang Yuan could see again. The sun was high in the sky. Young thieving heaven dragged his extremely weak body as he walked in the desert. The terrifying injuries on his body had already disappeared without a trace. But there were a few new injuries that seemed to be caused by the sharp claws and fangs of wild beasts. "Kid, be obedient and go back to the tribe. Help me, your grandfather, find out the truth. Later, Grandpa will lure a few desert wolves for you. Hee. If you want to put on a show, you have to go all the way. Grandpa will not help you. If you cannot escape from the wolves, you can only blame yourself. Oh, remember, don't speak carelessly. You were hit by Grandpa's killer move, you have already tasted the feeling of your body rotting. As long as Grandpa wills it, your innards and brain will instantly rot. Hee, be obedient, Grandpa will not mistreat you, good grandson." Xiao was nowhere to be seen, but young thieving heaven's ears were echoing with his voice. He had just finished speaking when several desert wolves appeared from the sand dune. These desert wolves had short, thin, yellowish-brown fur. They were not large in size but were very fierce. They targeted young thieving heaven as they charged forward with all four limbs, howling. But young thieving heaven did not move. He watched as the distance between him and the desert wolves shrunk. Fang Yuan was feeling strange when he suddenly reacted, cursing internally as he tried to control young thieving heaven. Sure enough, as he expected, he could control this body again. Fang Yuan quickly escaped. At the same time, he scanned with his mind to see what goo worms he had left that he could resist. 1 sandpit goo, 1 chimney smoke goo, and 1 clear water goo. He only had 10% of his green copper primeval essence left. The cool wind goo and other goo that he had painstakingly collected were all gone. It seems that Xiao did not want to expose that small oasis and dry well, so he destroyed all the relevant clues on thieving heaven. Damn it, clear water goo cannot be used. I can only rely on sandpit goo and chimney smoke goo. Fang Yuan was just thinking when he suddenly felt a gust of wind behind his head. He did not even think and directly pounced to the left. At the next moment, a sand wolf pounced on the spot where Fang Yuan's head was, falling on the hot sand. Fang Yuan also almost fell on the sand. Once he fell, the desert wolves that rushed over would definitely pounce on him, not giving him a chance to get up. At the moment of crisis, Fang Yuan pushed his arms on the sand and used all his strength to rush forward, then forcefully dragged his extremely weak body. While rushing forward, he struggled to adjust his balance and continued to run. In just a few steps, the second desert wolf caught up to Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan quickly activated sandpit goo. This rank 1 goo consumed 5% of his green copper primeval essence, instantly forming a pit in the desert. The second desert wolf had just used its front limbs to pounce on Fang Yuan's back, but it did not expect a sandpit to appear, causing it to step on empty air. Because it used too much strength, this desert wolf instantly lost its balance and fell flat on its face. However, the third desert wolf followed closely behind and leaped into the air. This desert wolf was very crafty, moreover it had a wild goo on its body. Its movements were completely silent. Fang Yuan did not have time to look back, but he saw a shadow in the desert. The third desert wolf's shadow was pouncing towards his shadow's head. Fang Yuan gritted his teeth. Activating goo worms would not be effective at this time, and he had no time to dodge. His deep battle experience helped Fang Yuan at this moment, allowing him to make the wisest choice. Dodge. Although he could not dodge, he had to dodge. While dodging, Fang Yuan purposely sent his right shoulder forward. Puff! The third desert wolf pounced on Fang Yuan, its sharp claws scratching Fang Yuan's right shoulder, tearing off a few pieces of flesh. But Fang Yuan continued to run, not stopping because of his injuries. At this time, the first and second desert wolves recovered and chased after him again. At the moment of crisis, Fang Yuan poured all his primeval essence into the chimney smoke goo. This goo worm was originally used to smoke food, but now that Fang Yuan used it in an emergency, it produced a miraculous effect. The thick smoke obscured the eyes and noses of the 3 desert wolves, and Fang Yuan took the chance to escape some distance. But he was only struggling at death's door. The 3 desert wolves quickly broke through the smoke and chased after Fang Yuan again. Am I going to fail? This difficulty is too high. Fang Yuan was already at his wit's end, but right at this time, a lightning chain brushed past Fang Yuan's face and hit the 3 desert wolves, instantly roasting them. Someone from the tribe. Fang Yuan recognized it and was overjoyed. But at the next moment, young thieving heaven reached his limits and fainted again. The expected darkness did not appear. Fang Yuan unexpectedly found his soul floating in the air. He had already left the dream realm. More accurately speaking, this thieving heaven dream realm that had shrouded his soul had already dissipated. So that's it, I successfully explored the first stage of the dream realm. Fang Yuan was dazed for a moment before coming to a realization. Amazing, my theft path attainment level has directly risen to Grandmaster level. At the next moment, Fang Yuan was overjoyed. Although his soul foundation had fallen greatly, his gains were equally huge. As expected of thieving heaven's dream realm, just the first stage had given Fang Yuan theft path Grandmaster attainment level. Chapter 1505. Inside the immortal goo formation, Fang Yuan was sitting cross-legged in the air with his eyes closed, cultivating. He Lulan and the rest, along with Tang Fang Ming, were controlling this immortal formation. Fang Yuan evaluated the gains and losses in his mind. The first time I explored thieving heaven's dream realm, I had huge gains. Not only did I test heaven's will dissipation killer move and obtain great results, I even raised my theft path attainment level to Grandmaster. However, I paid a huge price for this. My soul was originally 10 million man soul, but now it has fallen to million man soul. This is a huge loss. I thought I would use Unravel Dream frequently, but to think that it did not help me much in this dream realm. From this dream realm exploration, Fang Yuan understood something. That was, even though he had Unravel Dream, this method was not invincible. Even though Unravel Dream is rarely used and the immortal essence expenditure is low, the Guts Goo's expenditure has increased greatly. Thinking of this, Fang Yuan slowly opened his eyes and took out Guts Goo, using them on the spot. So many Guts Goo. Tang Fang Ming's eyes widened as he showed an expression of envy and desire. He had explored dream realms many times, he knew how outstanding Guts Goo was. He had been searching for Guts Goo bitterly, but they were always in short supply. But now, he saw that Fang Yuan was using Guts Goo casually like he was eating beans. He is the seller of Guts Goo after all. Tang Fang Ming sighed internally. At the same time, he focused his gaze on Thieving Heaven's dream realm. Thieving Heaven's dream realm was huge like a mountain. It was still emitting an eerie blue light, but a huge area at the foot of the mountain had vanished. This was the result of Fang Yuan successfully passing the first stage of Thieving Heaven's dream realm. Tang Fang Ming sighed. He had explored and researched this Thieving Heaven's dream realm hundreds or even thousands of times, but his accumulated achievements could not compare to Fang Yuan's one exploration. Tang Fang Ming was publicly recognized as a pioneer in exploring dream realms. He created many dream path mortal goo. But now, compared to Fang Yuan's achievements, it paled in comparison. This made Tang Fang Ming feel ashamed of himself, but it also increased his admiration for Fang Yuan. After a while, Fang Yuan opened his eyes. A glint flashed across his pitch-black eyes. Guts Goo was used without regard for expenditure. Fang Yuan's soul foundation rose to 10 million man soul level again. Originally, he had a 9 million man soul. This time, after being worn down by the dream, his soul rose again, and he faintly felt that it had become more solid. It seems that when the dreamland melts away the soul, it also has a supportive effect on soul cultivation. But if you really look into it, the effect isn't that great, it's far inferior to Luo Pa Valley. Dang Hun Mountain and Luo Pa Valley were the two sacred lands of soul cultivation that Spectral Soul Demon Venerable recommended. They could not be replaced by ordinary existences. But it didn't matter. Fang Yuan had brought Luo Pa Valley with him to the Western Desert. On this trip, he had first gone to the East Sea and then to the Western Desert. With his astute nature, how could he not make thorough preparations? As for Dang Hun Mountain, jewel yellow skies can transport Guts Gu, it makes no difference whether I bring it or not. Actually, it was not that Fang Yuan did not want to bring it. It was because the expenditure of heaven and earth qi in his immortal aperture was too intense. Right now, his sovereign immortal aperture had reverse flow river, Luo Pa Valley, and city well. Every 3 days, he would need to devour a large amount of heaven and earth qi to replenish his expenditure. If he did not replenish it in time, the sovereign immortal aperture's foundation would weaken, causing a decrease in resources, including universe and two paths. In severe cases, the sovereign immortal aperture might even shatter. Thieving Heaven's dream realm is extremely difficult to explore. The first stage is already so difficult, the second stage will definitely be even more difficult. With this realization, Fang Yuan decided to raise his soul foundation to a higher level before exploring the dream realm. It was safer this way. Thus, in the following period of time, he focused on cultivating the soul path. Because of the continuous supply of Guts Gu, Fang Yuan's soul foundation rose sharply again. Just as Fang Yuan was cultivating soul path and preparing for the second exploration. Eastern Sea. Qingyu Zhicheng had already found Qingyu clan's first supreme elder, asking for help. Zhicheng, it looks like you are determined to stand up for that Qin Bai He. First supreme elder looked at this bloodline junior in front of him. He was quite fond of him, as he sighed. Yes, I have made up my mind. I hope first supreme elder can help me. Qingyu Zhicheng had a resolute expression. But first supreme elder shook his head. This matter is far from the time for me to make a move. Furthermore, the truth is not clear. Even if I help, I will not be of much help. Qingyu Zhicheng found it strange. First Supreme Elder was a Grand Rank 8 Gu Immortal, how could he not be of help? However, the words that the First Supreme Elder told him immediately made him realize something. I thank First Supreme Elder for your guidance. I will go seek help now. Qingyu Zhicheng was overjoyed. Go, go. First Supreme Elder chuckled as he waved his hand. Qingyu Zhicheng acted quickly. He immediately left the clan's headquarters and flew towards Nangong tribe's territorial sea. It turned out that Qingyu clan's first Supreme Elder had told him that they did not know if Qin Bai He and Yu Chan were alive or dead. They did not know what happened to them. The best thing to do was to find a wisdom path Gu Immortal to investigate the truth. Only by knowing what had happened to them would he be able to accurately find the culprit and exact his revenge. And the most suitable wisdom path Gu Immortal was none other than one of the 3 wisdom path geniuses, the wisdom path Gu Immortal Huan, who was hiding in Nangong tribe. This person had a close relationship with Yu Chan. If something happened to her, he would definitely help. Qingyu Zhicheng heard First Supreme Elder's analysis and agreed. He immediately went to seek help from Huan. But along the way, he met with a rank 6 Gu Immortal from Nangong tribe. This Gu Immortal brought Huan's words, Young Master Zhicheng, my clan's Lord Huan already deduced that you would come to find him, so he asked me to come and receive you. He is not far away. Qingyu Zhicheng heard this and was overjoyed. He praised Huan's ability. A moment later, the two met. Huan said, to speak the truth, not long ago, Fairy Yu Chan sought my help, but I was unable to help her. Huan and Qingyu Zhicheng exchanged information. Naturally, their main suspect was Fang Yuan. Because with Yu Chan's death, Fang Yuan would benefit the most from selling dragon fish. Of course, They did not have the celestial court's guidance, they only knew that the mysterious Gu Immortal who sold dragonfish in jewel yellow skies was the most suspicious and had the motive, but they did not know that this person was Fang Yuan. I have been deducing for the past few days, I am afraid that Yu Chan and Qin Bai He are dead. Huan had a heavy expression. This time, I am going to seek help from the other two experts. We will combine our strength and try to deduce the culprit. Hua An's words made Qin Yujicheng shake his head. No, I believe that the two fairies are still alive, they are not dead. Lord Huan, think about it, the two fairies are rank 7 experts, who could easily kill them? Huan understood Qin Yujicheng's feelings and emotions, he nodded in consolation, you are right. Then, he changed the topic and said, how about this, I have a plan. We might as well spread the news of the two fairies' deaths. If they are not dead, they will know that we are looking for them and want to help them. If they are being chased by the culprit, this rumor can confuse the culprit and divert his attention to us. This is a great plan. Qin Yujicheng's eyes shined, he clapped and praised. In the blink of an eye, half a month passed. Fang Yuan's soul foundation had risen to 90 million man soul level, he was only half a step away from 100 million man soul. During this period of time, he did not practice any immortal killer moves, he spent most of his time and energy on soul path cultivation. This way, his results were much greater than before. Even though guts gu were being expended, not only did it not bring huge profits to Fang Yuan, it was even depleting Fang Yuan's capital. But Fang Yuan's financial situation was turning for the better. The reason for this was the dragonfish business. Fang Yuan killed Yu Chan and Qin Bai He, even if the celestial court wanted to stop him, they could not. In the jewel yellow skies market, Fang Yuan was the #1 overlord in terms of the dragonfish business, no one could match him. The dragonfish business was getting more and more popular, especially the silver dragonfish, the prices were rising at an astonishing rate. What is worth noting is that in Eastern Sea, news of Yu Chan and Qin Bai He's deaths has already spread, it seems that someone is adding fuel to the fire. Ignore it for now, the main point is thieving heaven's dream realm. With 90 million man soul, Fang Yuan had a lot of confidence. After resting for a day, he entered the dream realm again to explore thieving heaven's bewildering dream. Chapter 1506. After resting and making ample preparations, Fang Yuan entered thieving heaven's dream realm again. The surroundings were noisy, a market was being held around the pond. Western Desert actually had a lot of resources, at least more than Northern Plains. There were large amounts of resources hidden under the desert, there were goo worms and wild beasts, but vegetation was scarce, it was their greatest weakness. Thus, in the market, food such as milk and wine, or goo materials such as beast skins and bones were mainly sold. Only 3 shops sold goo worms. Young Thieving Heaven walked among the crowd, observing the surrounding businesses as he approached the pond at the center of the tribe. Stop! Unauthorized people are not allowed to enter. Lad, get lost. Young Thieving Heaven had just gotten close to the pond when the 2 guards guarding here immediately reacted, stopping him with words. Young Thieving Heaven had no choice but to pretend to be frightened and quickly leave. He sighed inwardly, the pond is the only source of water in the oasis, it is heavily guarded, even if there is a market, the guards are lax on the outside but tight on the inside, there is no way to sneak in. At the same time, Sha Zhao's sinister voice resounded in his mind, you have to think of a way to sneak in. Don't forget, there is only over a month left from our agreed time limit. Once the time is up and you do not make any progress, it will be your death. Young Thieving Heaven's pupils shrunk, replying inwardly, aren't you very strong, why don't you attack directly or sneak in? Why do you want a weak person like me to spy for you? You are trying to provoke me. How could I fall for your trap? Moreover, you don't know anything, I don't have the patience to explain to you. Grandson. Quickly do as Grandpa says, ask less and do more, you can live longer. Xiao said. Young Thieving Heaven was restrained by others, the enemy was strong while he was weak, he did not speak, but his eyes flickered with uncertainty. Earlier, in the dry well, in order to survive and leave behind the hope of returning home, he was forced to submit to Xiao. But he had never truly accepted his fate. A man knows when to yield and when to stand tall. One day, I will find a chance to not only escape the shackles of that old demon Xiao, I will also return all the suffering I suffered to him. For now, I'll endure it for the time being, feigning civility and waiting for an opportunity. In the next few days, young Thieving Heaven tried his best to sneak into the oasis's pond to gather information. But all his attempts had ended in failure. The pond in the oasis was the most important place in the tribe, so it was naturally heavily guarded. Young Thieving Heaven had just advanced to rank 1, he lacked methods. Just when he couldn't find a way out, a piece of news spread among his peers. What? The clan is holding a small competition in half a month. The winner can choose a goo worm from the pond as a reward. Young Thieving Heaven also heard this news. He immediately understood that his chance had come. Moreover, this was his best chance to complete Xiao's mission. I want to participate in the small competition and win. Young Thieving Heaven said to Xiao in his mind. Xiao chuckled coldly, stinking brat, don't think this old man doesn't know what you're planning. You're trying to use this opportunity to increase your strength and accumulate strength so that you can overthrow me in the future, right? Young Thieving Heaven sneered, saying frankly, so what if I am? Who doesn't crave freedom? Good. Xiao didn't take it seriously, and he praised instead. You're quite straightforward. Huh. If you call me grandfather, then I'll help you seize victory this time. You. Young Thieving Heaven's expression froze, anger showing in his eyes. What, you're not willing? Think carefully, other than me helping you, with your strength and aptitude, how can you obtain victory in this small competition? Xiao sneered. Young Thieving Heaven's brows were gloomy. I am of noble birth, I have a glorious life, but I actually have to beg for mercy. This is forgetting my ancestors and ruining my Sun tribe's reputation. But, if I don't do this, there really won't be any hope. My strength is too weak, the hope of returning home is extremely slim. If I can't even pass this hurdle, there is no need to talk about the future. Damn it! Young Thieving Heaven clenched his fists, falling into extreme hesitation. Previously, although he had called Xiao grandpa, that was during a matter of life and death. At this moment, he was separated from Xiao, the pressure from the outside world was not as great, this made young Thieving Heaven's heart waver, it was a heavy and painful choice. Grandpa. Finally, he chose to give in, squeezing out these two words with difficulty. Ha ha ha. Xiao's wild laughter immediately filled young Thieving Heaven's mind, my good grandson, since you called me grandpa, grandpa will not let you lose. This is the winning method grandpa taught you, learn it well and turn it into your own strength, you will definitely obtain victory in this small competition. Xiao had just finished speaking when an enormous amount of information assaulted young Thieving Heaven's mind. Young Thieving Heaven gasped, his expression twisted as he subconsciously hugged his head with both hands. The enormous amount of information assaulted his mind, making him feel extreme pain, his head felt like it was about to explode. The information assault only lasted for a short 9 breaths of time, but to young Thieving Heaven, it felt as long as a year. He endured it with difficulty, his whole body was covered in cold sweat, his face was pale like paper, and his whole body was slightly trembling, he was in an extremely sorry state. Xiao's methods were explosive, but the information he transmitted was genuine and of great value. Most of the contents were fist and leg techniques, they were exquisite and concise. There was also a portion of goo recipes, goo worm usage methods, and even a killer move. Mortal killer move, blurred gray eyes. This move was formed from sandpit goo, chimney smoke goo, and clear water goo, it had 8 steps, and once activated successfully, it could spit out a cloud of white ash. When this ash fell into a person's eyes, it could blind them and cover their eyes with white ash. The person hit by it could not use water to clean it, because once it was cleaned, the white ash would burst out with heat and burn the Gu Master's eyes, eventually turning them blind. This move is so sinister, it is not my style. Young Thieving Heaven inspected it carefully, his heart sank and his expression turned unpleasant. Before he transmigrated, he was born in a noble family, he received a good education from a young age, he was upright and hated evil. Because of this, he transmigrated and became a poor orphan, but he scrupulously abided by the rules and maintained his virtuous conduct for more than 10 years, even though he had the wisdom of an adult, he was not doing well. The killer move Blurred Gray Eyes needs 3 Gu worms, but they are all the Gu worms I have. From this, it seems this Sha Xiao had been planning for a long time, he wanted to increase my strength. Humph. Young Thieving Heaven did not want to practice the killer move Blurred Gray Eyes for the time being, he put all his energy into fist and leg techniques. He was also a warrior in his previous life, although he was not good at close combat, he had some foundation. His true battle attainment was deep enough. Thus, there was no obstruction in practicing these fist and leg techniques, it was very smooth sailing. After practicing like this for a few days, young Thieving Heaven felt his battle strength rising sharply. The fist and leg techniques in this world are not simple, they are complete moves formed with Gu worms. What kind of Gu worm there is, what kind of move there is. I had no one to guide me before, that was why I was weak and incompetent. Now that I have this secret manual, I have a 60% chance of winning the clan competition if I cultivate hard. Even if I don't use Blurred Gray Eyes, I can deal with most of my opponents. Young Thieving Heaven was quite disgusted with this despicable move, he did not want to use it. He was filled with confidence, and soon arrived at the clan competition. The first time he stepped onto the stage, the people around him did not think highly of him. There were even voices mocking him. His opponent also had an arrogant expression, pointing at his nose, "So it is you, trash. If you admit defeat, I won't break your legs." Young Thieving Heaven was stunned, standing on the spot motionlessly. The surrounding people laughed loudly. He is terrified, he can't even move. How did he pass the vagrant test in this state? Probably luck. I heard that he was saved from the wolf's mouth by a clan Gu master at the critical moment. Under such an atmosphere, young Thieving Heaven's opponents looked at him with a hint of disdain. But at the next moment, young Thieving Heaven clenched his fists, feeling the strength in his fingers. It is finally my turn to control. Fang Yuan was inwardly joyful. It turned out that young Thieving Heaven was dazed because Fang Yuan had gained control and could not react in time. Now that he reacted, he immediately attacked. Mortal killer move, Blurred Gray Eyes. With a whoosh, a large amount of white ash sprayed on his opponent's face. The opponent was caught off guard, he quickly retreated 3 steps and screamed, "Ah! I can't see anything, what is this? Get down!" Fang Yuan took a few large steps, jumping in front of his opponent and kicking. His opponent was directly kicked off the stage. Chapter 1507. Despicable, too despicable, he actually launched a sneak attack. This guy has a despicable nature, he is truly hateful. According to their strength, he is clearly weaker. The surrounding people criticized young Thieving Heaven. You. That opponent crawled up from the ground, stuttering in anger as he pointed at the sky, shouting angrily, "You are shameless. If you have the guts, let's compete again." But because his eyes were blinded by the killer move, he did not know where Fang Yuan was, so his finger was pointing in the wrong direction. The scene was quite amusing. Fang Yuan sneered, "Winner takes all, what is there to compete about?" Before he finished speaking, Fang Yuan could not speak anymore. Because he was once again reduced to a spectator, he lost control of this body. Thieving Heaven's dream realm continued. Young Thieving Heaven looked at the surrounding crowd, at the furious opponent below the stage. His face was pale, his body was trembling. Slowly, he lifted his hands. He was shocked. Why? Why did I directly use that killer move, Blinding Gray Eyes? I clearly have the strength to fight him head-on and then blast him off the stage. But why did I choose to launch a sneak attack? Young Thieving Heaven disliked sneak attacks, he felt it was a shameful thing. Why did he launch a sneak attack? What he liked was a fair and square fight, not playing with those crafty plots and schemes. He did not like it, or more accurately, he disdained doing it. But he did it. Sha Zhao's wild laughter resounded in his mind. Ha 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 ha. This is too funny, too amusing, my good grandson, you really have the style of your grandpa. You clearly haven't practiced this Blinding Gray Eyes before, but you actually learned it without a teacher, you used it too smoothly, the timing of your sneak attack was also very accurate, you immediately won. Very good, very good. Sha Zhao praised repeatedly. Young Thieving Heaven was stunned. That's right, he had never practiced this killer move before. Why did he use it? Why was it so smooth? This is too ridiculous. Young Thieving Heaven roared in his mind. Ha ha ha, my good grandson, let Grandpa tell you the reason. You've always been this kind of person. That's your nature. Don't suppress yourself anymore. Release your true nature. Sha Zhao laughed and added insult to injury. Young Thieving Heaven was deeply shaken, but his eyes shined brightly. No, I did not do this. It's you, isn't it? You're the one who controlled my body. Hee hee, although this old man has the ability to do so, I have never done it before. All of this is your own choice. You should be very clear about it, Sha Zhao said. No, it must be you, how could I do such a thing? Young Thieving Heaven insisted. Bullshit. Sha Zhao cursed. But this time, Young Thieving Heaven was very persistent, he walked down the stage while arguing. In the eyes of the people around him, however, he was rather self-centered, and paid no heed to the reproaches of the crowd, so that the cursing went up a notch. Fang Yuan, who was once again reduced to a bystander, was shocked. He was the one who took over the battle, but the result had a direct impact on the following dream. Young Thieving Heaven's shock and the change in the surrounding people's attitudes would undoubtedly affect the development and derivation of the dream realm. This was the first time Fang Yuan had encountered such a situation when exploring dream realms. In his previous explorations, although he participated much more than Thieving Heaven's dream realm, the dream realm on the whole did not change. The result of the dream realm was fixed, and the criteria for passing the dream realm was also fixed. But this time, Thieving Heaven's dream realm gave me a feeling of coming back to life. It is not simple at all. According to the type, this dream realm was a realistic dream realm that restored Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable's life experiences. But as Fang Yuan continued to participate, this dream realm would probably deviate from its original form. As these deviations accumulated, would the final outcome of the dream realm be completely different from the original? Fang Yuan sensed this and became even more vigilant. Soon, it was time for the second stage battle. From your appearance, you do not seem to be a despicable person. But in the previous round, did you use a despicable method to plot against my cousin? This time, Young Thieving Heaven's opponent was a young girl who had a heroic air about her. Young Thieving Heaven frowned, he did not want to explain but said in the end, there is a misunderstanding. Heh, misunderstanding? My ass, it was clearly a sneak attack, you still don't admit it? In public, with so many eyes watching, he still wants to deny it. The crowd below the stage clamored angrily. The young girl frowned. I don't care if it is a misunderstanding or not, I want to take revenge for my cousin this time. So not only do I want to defeat you, I want you to taste enough suffering. Come. Saying so, the young girl was about to pounce forward. Wait a moment. Young Thieving Heaven suddenly stretched out a palm. I still have something to say. It is not too late to attack after hearing me out. What do you want to say? Just say it, I will make you lose convincingly. The young girl snorted coldly, stopping her steps. But at this moment, young Thieving Heaven's eyes shone with a dark light as he raised his hand. Mortal killer move, blurred gray eyes. The young girl had her guard up, but the white ash managed to penetrate her defenses and directly covered her eyes. Damn it, oh no. This lad is playing dirty again. Be careful, he is coming, quickly defend. The crowd shouted at the top of their lungs. But young Thieving Heaven had already gotten close to the young girl and was about to kick her off the stage. The young girl's battle experience was not bad, even though she could not see, her ears moved and she could hear the wind to determine the location. I can't see anyone now, it will be extremely disadvantageous if this drags on. I need to end this quickly and secure victory. At this instant, the young girl made a wise decision. She gave a light shout, clenching her fists and attacking young Thieving Heaven instead of retreating. Whoosh! Fist winds blew, ruffling young Thieving Heaven's hair. This fist force was very powerful, it was clearly secretly using a goo worm, it was not something a mortal body could unleash. If young Thieving Heaven had really wanted to kick earlier, he would not have been able to stop in time and dodge, he would have been hit by these fists and would have been heavily injured. But at this moment, young Thieving Heaven was not himself, he was being manipulated by Feng Yuan. Feng Yuan's thoughts were deep, he came to kick the young girl on the surface, but it was actually just a trick. On one hand, he was probing the young girl, after all, even though her eyes were blurred, there were still other methods to investigate, the goo world never lacked unimaginable methods. On the other hand, Feng Yuan wanted to make use of the surrounding spectators. These people's shouts and reminders were to mislead the young girl. The young girl's eyes were blurred and she fell into an intense battle, it was very likely that she would not have time to think about this, she would subconsciously feel that the surrounding people's reminders were correct. After all, there were many people around, but the young girl was alone. Humans had a herd mentality, if so many people felt that it was correct, the young girl was likely to feel that it was correct as well. Sure enough, as Feng Yuan expected, the young girl punched with both fists, switching from defense to offense. Feng Yuan chuckled, he calmly retracted his right leg and easily dodged, then he grabbed the young girl's fist and pulled it to the side. The young girl wanted to win in one go, she used too much force and was used by Feng Yuan instead. Feng Yuan took the chance to raise his knee and stabbed towards the young girl's abdomen like a spear. Bam! With a soft sound, the young girl suffered a heavy injury. Her tightly shut eyes opened due to the pain. Her beautiful and fair face instantly turned red, and blue veins popped up on her forehead. She felt that her stomach, intestines, and organs were twisting together, the pain almost made her stop breathing. But before she could taste this intense pain again, Feng Yuan chopped at the back of the young girl's neck. In an instant, the young girl fainted from Feng Yuan's attack. Plop, she fell to the ground, motionless. Feng Yuan won. The surrounding people were silent for a moment before erupting into an uproar. Despicable, too despicable. He actually won like this, he is too shameless. Too shameless, his pitiful opponent is innocent, she was clearly stronger but fell for his trick. The spectators were furious and disdainful towards young Thieving Heaven, while feeling pity and regret towards the young girl, the clamor did not stop. What did I do? I did it again. Feng Yuan watched from the side again, and as the person involved, young Thieving Heaven was stunned. Ha ha ha, you did it, everything was done by you. Sha Xiao laughed heartily, I did not do anything, you should have experienced it yourself this time, the entire battle was clearly your choice. No, this is not true. How could I be such a vile person? Young Thieving Heaven closed his eyes in pain, his eyelids trembling slightly. You are indeed a vile person, but your grandpa admires you very much, my good grandson. You finished the battle quickly and efficiently, and you swiftly established the victory. Your shamelessness and despicableness are very much like my style in the past. When he spoke up to this point, Xiaoxiao once again roared with laughter. What the hell is going on? What happened to me? Young Thieving Heaven almost shed tears. The sense of glory and values he accumulated in his previous life suffered a severe blow. I have heard of a saying, there is a type of person who has innate fighting talent. When he's in a state of battle, he'll often come up with fantastic ideas and keen intuition. All these factors will allow him to dig out the deepest part of himself and make the choice that best suits his nature, thereby doing his best to win the battle, Xiaoxiao said. Young Thieving Heaven, like this, Young Thieving Heaven's path in the small competition continued like this. In each battle, Fang Yuan replaced Young Thieving Heaven and took control of the entire battle. Although the later opponents were on guard and vigilant, what kind of person was Fang Yuan? His battle experience could be said to be as vast as the sea. These puny opponents, even a change in expression could let Fang Yuan see through their schemes and thoughts. These victories were easily obtained by Fang Yuan. But for the person involved, Young Thieving Heaven, it was an extremely painful process. Am I really such a person in my bones? In my previous life, because I was in a mecha, I did not receive enough stimulation. So when I came to this world and personally participated in the battle, my instincts burst forth. With such a character, I have let down my clan, let down my teacher's teachings, let down my surname. Chapter 1508. Inside the Dream Realm. On the stage, Fang Yuan was controlling Young Thieving Heaven's body, engaging in a difficult battle with his opponent. This time, his opponent was a tall and sturdy youngster. His hands were in the shape of palms, lightning flickered as he hacked, shooting towards Fang Yuan. This youngster was one of the hottest contenders for the first place in the clan. If it was an ordinary youngster, he would have been struck by the lightning and trembled, losing control of his bowels, immediately losing the ability to fight. But at this moment, Fang Yuan had the upper hand. With Young Thieving Heaven's methods, he could not dodge the lightning attacks. But Fang Yuan's shrewd eyes were closely watching his opponent's every move. When his opponent raised his palm blade, Fang Yuan could deduce the direction of his attack from the changes in his shoulder, expression, and center of gravity. Because of this, Fang Yuan could always dodge the lightning attacks, repeatedly making unimaginable dodging movements. Do you only know how to hide? His opponent roared impatiently. Hee, come and chase me if you have the guts. Come and hit me. Fang Yuan shouted, doing his best to mock his opponent. Sure enough, his opponent was still too young. He immediately became furious and pounced at Fang Yuan again. Come and fight me if you have the guts, you scoundrel. But Fang Yuan kept dodging. The surrounding crowd could not stand it anymore, directly jeering and reprimanding Fang Yuan for being as timid as a mouse. Someone even shouted, the difference in strength is so huge, why aren't you admitting defeat? Despicable guy. But Fang Yuan continued to do as he pleased, turning a deaf ear to them. Although he was dodging, he was actually controlling the rhythm of this battle. His opponent did not have much battle experience. After all, he was too young. He fell into Fang Yuan's trap and was being led away by Fang Yuan without realizing it. The youngster attacked for a long time without success. His primeval essence was mostly expended. He was panting and feeling tired. Good, it's time to counterattack. Fang Yuan finally had the chance and immediately counterattacked. His opponent finally reacted, but it was too late. Very soon, he was suppressed by Fang Yuan. However, the youth still had some true essence left, and it was difficult for him to resist. Fang Yuan had a bad feeling about this. Young Thieving Heaven's aptitude was very poor, only D-grade aptitude, his primeval essence storage was very little. After fighting for so long, the amount of true essence that Fang Yuan was able to control was even less than that of his opponent. I have to finish this quickly. Thinking of this, Fang Yuan immediately roared, "Come, silly boy, eat my phlegm first." As he spoke, he opened his mouth and spat a mouthful of saliva at his opponent's face. His opponent's eyes widened. If he were to be spat on his face, how disgusting would that be? The youth quickly dodged. But this was exactly what Fang Yuan wanted. He wanted to force his opponent to dodge in this direction. "You go down as well." Fang Yuan stepped on the ground and moved like a nimble cat, appearing in front of his opponent and kicking fiercely. That youth had already raised his arms like a shield, blocking Fang Yuan's kick. But Fang Yuan's strength was extremely strong, he was sent flying and fell off the stage. Fang Yuan thus won. This kid actually won. Is there still justice in this world? So disgusting, he actually spat, this is too rude. Yeah, even if he won, would still look down on him. He really has no bearing at all, he is simply not fit to be a Gu master. The spectators broke out into heated discussions. The voices of ridicule and criticism towards Fang Yuan gathered into a wave and transmitted to his ears. Fang Yuan, however, lost control of his body at this moment. It was Young Thieving Heaven's turn. Young Thieving Heaven personally experienced this battle. It was indeed difficult, it was not easy for him to win. After all, Young Thieving Heaven was alone, while his opponents had backgrounds, most of them had parents that were Gu masters, or at least one of them was a Gu master. In this tribal competition, only youngsters who had just become Gu masters could participate. Because these people's foundations were too weak and they were only at the first transition, it was very easy for them to borrow external forces to raise their battle prowess. Thus, those rich second generation and official second generation were more or less loved and guided by their elders, their battle strength rose by a lot. This was the reason why Fang Yuan's battle was difficult. There was also a second reason. Fang Yuan's battle style was already widely known, his opponents were very vigilant and prepared meticulously in every battle, making it hard for Fang Yuan to attack. Why did I spit? Young Thieving Heaven stood at the center of the stage, almost shedding tears of shame. In his previous life, he had always paid attention to his bearing and demeanor. Spitting on the ground was too uncivilized, he would never do it. But in that battle just now, not only did he do it, he even sat down openly and courageously in front of so many people. How could Young Thieving Heaven endure this? How can I be such a person? Is this really the reflection of my innermost self? Young Thieving Heaven fell into deep self-doubt and denial. The surrounding crowd was still ridiculing him. This kid must be overjoyed. He actually let this kind of trash enter the top 8 of the competition. Morals are degenerating day by day, this kind of person should be directly eliminated. But top 8 is the limit, I don't want to see him win again. Young Thieving Heaven, he really wanted to tell everyone that he was really not that kind of person. But he could not say anything, because even he was doubting himself now, he was wavering. The values and sense of honor he had cultivated in his previous life had been bombarded again and again, now it was beyond recognition. Alright, I don't want to advance anymore. If I win this time, I will be in the top 8, I will be able to enter the pond. Young Thieving Heaven was very tired, mentally tired. He did not want to continue fighting. But Fang Yuan had this thought. Top 8, top 4, top 2, all the way to the crown, the rewards obtained by the clan are different, the levels are clear. Even though this is a dream realm, it is not real. But if I help Young Thieving Heaven obtain a better ranking, I will undoubtedly obtain better rewards. And these rewards will probably be delayed, allowing Young Thieving Heaven in this dream realm to become even stronger. This Thieving Heaven's dream realm was not ordinary, it was alive and did not have a fixed standard. Thus, the stronger young thieving heaven was, the greater his influence on the dream realm, and it would be more convenient for Fang Yuan to explore the dream realm. In this exploration of thieving heaven's dream realm, Unravel Dream was not effective, it was equivalent to cutting off one of Fang Yuan's arms. Thus, Fang Yuan needed to do his best to increase his chances of success in exploring the dream realm. The second stage of the dream realm is longer than the first stage, should try and get first place. This is also a test for this kind of dream. Fang Yuan thought for a while before making up his mind. However, even though he had a good idea, the opportunity and time to control young thieving heaven's body were limited. Fang Yuan could only wait patiently for an opportunity. The dream realm continued. Even though young thieving heaven won, he gained infamy and infamy, the external pressure was huge. Other youngsters were actively preparing for the competition and gathering information on their opponents, but young thieving heaven was analyzing himself and examining himself. In fact, he did not dare to face himself, doubting himself was a very painful thing. This caused young thieving heaven to become thinner and dispirited. Sha Zhao's voice was transmitted, "You should refine goo, grandson, without new goo worms, it will be hard for you to deal with your opponents, you will lose more than you win." Refining mortal goo and refining immortal goo were two completely different concepts. Especially when refining rank 1 goo worms, the success rate was relatively high. I can't directly provide you with anything useful, so I can't give you goo worms either. Only if you refine them yourself will you be able to deceive others and not let them discover me. Sha Zhao added. After saying this, he transferred a large amount of information into young thieving heaven's mind. Young thieving heaven's expression changed when he saw it. No, this goo worm is too sinister, it actually wants to kill infants and seize their souls to use as goo materials. I would never do such a thing that goes against the harmony of the world. Chapter 1509. Sha Zhao gave young thieving heaven a goo recipe, but the latter's expression changed drastically, resolutely refusing to follow the goo recipe. Sha Zhao's eerie voice resounded, "Grandson, you don't want to listen to your grandfather? Do you still want to live?" Young thieving heaven, however, persisted, "Who doesn't want to live? But I have a bottom line in living. This goo recipe is too sinister, I will not follow it." Sha Zhao, didn't you want me to get close to that pond? Now that I have entered the top 8, don't you feel it is a pity to kill me now? Ha ha ha. Sha Zhao laughed, "It is a pity." Just as he said this, young thieving heaven's pupils shrunk as he felt an intense pain assaulting his whole body. Pain, pain, pain. In an instant, he almost fell down and rolled on the ground. However, he immediately used all of his strength to endure it. He hurriedly ran to a deserted corner and leaned against the wall. He gritted his teeth and endured it again and again. At this time, Sha Zhao's voice resounded, "You are just a small chess piece, you really think you can negotiate with me after entering the top 8? Do you have such high value? Humph, who knows how many people want to be my grandson? It is your honor to be able to call me grandfather, do you know that?" At this point, Sha Zhao paused and said, "Now, call me grandpa." Young thieving heaven's expression was distorted, his fists were clenched so tightly that his fingernails were digging into his flesh. His whole body was trembling, cold sweat dripping down his forehead. This was caused by the pain, but also the intense humiliation and anger in his heart that could not be vented. Grandfather. After a long while, young thieving heaven frowned as he spoke with difficulty. Good grandson. Your voice is too soft, your grandfather is old and could not hear you clearly." Sha Zhao laughed sinisterly. Young thieving heaven immediately felt the pain in his body lessen by a lot. It turned out that Sha Zhao had slowed down his methods. Young thieving heaven's brows were raised, his eyes flickering with the will to die, but he thought of his family and the woman he loved. He took a deep breath and forcefully endured it, calling out, "Hello, grandfather." Ha ha ha, as long as my grandson is obedient, grandfather will do anything. Sha Zhao's laughter was filled with pride. Now, Grandpa wants you to refine goo, can you do it? I can't. Young Thieving Heaven's face was pale as paper from the pain, but he still persisted in his bottom line. Bastard! Sha Zhao was infuriated and suddenly increased the intensity of his attacks. Young Thieving Heaven whimpered as he fell down the wall. After torturing Young Thieving Heaven for a while, Sha Zhao felt a headache when he saw that Young Thieving Heaven refused to compromise. Brat, you have quite a sense of justice. What a pity, what a pity. When I saw you fight so decisively, I thought you were a talent that could be molded. I didn't expect you to still not understand the principle of every man for himself. So what if a baby dies? If he didn't die, you would die. If you died, all your wealth and desires would be for naught. Think about it. Young Thieving Heaven was already curled up like a shrimp, his whole body was drenched in sweat, he almost fainted from the pain, lying on the ground without a trace of strength. However, the corners of his lips curled up slightly. Sha Zhao, you should give up on that idea. I'm different from you. I will never build my happiness and happiness on the pain of others. Laughable persistence. There are many things in this world that need to be fought over and slaughtered. If you don't fight and kill, how can you survive? What the hell are you thinking? Sha Zhao's voice was cold and filled with extreme disdain. Think about it again, why were you exiled by the tribe? Hee, wasn't it because the tribe had too few resources and felt that it was a waste of resources to nurture you, so they used the tribe's rules to openly murder you? Young Thieving Heaven's eyes shone brightly. I understand this logic now. But what other people do is their business. If I do it, it is my business. I definitely won't do it. Stubborn fool. Then I will kill you. Sha Zhao was furious, he finally reached his limit. But just as he was about to attack, he suddenly froze. My pitiful son, why did you die like this? Young Thieving Heaven was lying in a corner when he suddenly heard the cries of the mistress in the house. Then, the noise in the room became noisy again. Some people were crying, while others were scolding the doctor for being useless. Young Thieving Heaven and Sha Zhao listened carefully for a while and understood the reason. The owner of this house had a newborn baby, but he was congenitally deficient and his life was hanging by a thread. Even though the owner spent a lot of money to invite a rank 3 Gu master, he could not save the baby's life, and finally, the baby died on this day. Hee, kid, you seem to have good luck. This baby is enough to refine Gu, he is already dead, are you going to collect his corpse to refine Gu? Sha Zhao laughed, surging with killing intent. If you don't agree, then die now. At worst, I will just change to another chess piece. Young Thieving Heaven was silent for a long time before saying, I agree. Humph, that's right. Sha Zhao said no more. Young Thieving Heaven took a long time to recover before barely standing up. After this matter, Young Thieving Heaven thoroughly understood that this demon Sha Zhao had an extremely unyielding character, he would not go back on his words and could not tolerate any disobedience. In order to return home, Young Thieving Heaven decided to endure the humiliation. According to the tribe's customs, the small competition was temporarily suspended. The remaining youngsters almost did not leave the house, they received the careful guidance of their elders and sharpened their skills at the last minute. In the next few days, Young Thieving Heaven also began to collect the Gu materials recorded in the Gu recipe. Although the process of collecting was bumpy, it was finally completed. That baby's corpse was secretly dug out by Young Thieving Heaven in the middle of the night after the main house buried him. There were still 2 days before the next round of the small competition. On this night, in a remote house with no one around, Young Thieving Heaven began to refine Gu. This Gu recipe was originally very simple, but Grandpa thought that grandson has too little primeval essence, so I had to add many steps. Grandpa has put in a lot of effort, grandson, you must not fail in this Gu refinement. Sha Zhao's voice resounded, he was going to guide young thieving heaven. The goo refinement officially began. Under Sha Zhao's guidance, young thieving heaven started to process the goo materials one by one, refining goo. Because this was indeed his first time refining goo, young thieving heaven was extremely unaccustomed at the start. Just using fire to process the goo materials was the simplest step, but he repeatedly made mistakes. If not for Sha Zhao's timely guidance, young thieving heaven would have failed long ago. Sha Zhao cursed loudly in anger. But as the goo refinement continued, Sha Zhao's curses became fewer and fewer. This is the former demon venerable's talent? Fang Yuan, who had been watching from the side, was also shocked. Young thieving heaven displayed his extremely strong talent in goo refinement. He adapted very quickly, from the initial stumbling, to the middle of the process, he stabilized himself, and then became steady. At the later stages of the goo refinement, he even showed a trace of calmness and bearing. There are only 4 steps left before your goo worm will be refined. Sha Zhao actually encouraged young thieving heaven, good grandson, work hard and refine this goo worm, then make me proud in the small competition. Young thieving heaven breathed in deeply, his gaze fixed on the baby corpse in front of him. A trace of resolution flashed in the depths of his eyes. Although this baby did not die in my hands, if I use him to refine goo, how can I bear to do so? In any case, goo refinement is easy to fail. If I fail here, Sha Zhao can't blame me. Child, I have let you down. Even if you die, I won't let you rest in peace. But I really have no choice, this is all I can do. I hope you can burn in this fire and your soul can ascend to the heavens. If you can reincarnate, please don't come back. This world is very cruel. Thinking this in his heart, young thieving heaven made a wrong step. The fire immediately rose and engulfed the baby corpse. The fire is too strong, quickly reduce it. Sha Zhao said in alarm. I'm working hard. Young thieving heaven pretended to be flustered and immediately took action, but instead made the fire burn even stronger. Once the chimney smoke goo appeared, it immediately attracted the attention of the baby phantom in the heart of the flame. It chirped and pounced, eating the chimney smoke goo. Taking the chance, Fang Yuan took a few steps back and pulled away from the flames. But soon, the flame heart child chewed the chimney smoke goo and pounced towards Fang Yuan again. Fang Yuan laughed loudly. Come, there is still this clear water goo. The clear water goo was also thrown out. The flame heart child swallowed it again. The flames suddenly extinguished, the clear water goo turned into a lump of green liquid in the heart of the flame. It was not melted by the flames. The red flames also turned into an orange-yellow color, shrouding in a halo. There was no longer any burning aura, it was instead very restrained. The green water and the orange-yellow flames intertwined and floated in the air. Fang Yuan controlled young thieving heaven's body and moved forward instead of retreating, arriving in front of this strange lump of water and fire. Sand pit into powder, solidify foundation and nurture essence. Chimney smoke envelopes, contain fire essence. Once the clear water appears, heaven and earth will turn upside down. Then use blood, balance yin and yang. Wonderful, wonderful. Saying so, Fang Yuan bit the tip of his tongue and spat out a mouthful of blood, spraying it on the strange water and fire. Ya! When the strange water and fire came into contact with the blood, they suddenly turned into a blue child's phantom image, crying out in joy as they pounced towards Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan did not dodge, he allowed it to hit him. The blue phantom child directly entered young thieving heaven's aperture and turned into a rank 2 goo worm. How can this be? Young thieving heaven came back to his senses and was stunned on the spot. Damn, again. Fang Yuan was speechless. Once young thieving heaven was safe, he was thrown aside and became a spectator again. You actually refined a brand new goo worm by accident? Xia Xiao also cried out in surprise. No, that's not right. Shortly after, he realized, rascal, you seem to have a natural instinct. Once you encounter a life-threatening danger, your natural instinct will take over and you will follow your instincts to make the most correct response. It was like this in the arena battle, now it is also like this in the goo refinement. You are naive, stubborn, and foolish, but your natural instinct is very pragmatic and crafty, you even have talent that is beyond your reach. I admire you greatly. Xia Xiao laughed as he said this. I refined, a new goo? Young Thieving Heaven had not reacted yet, he said in a daze. That's right, activate it. This new goo is a rank 2 goo, it seems to be a new and unprecedented goo, even with my experience, I cannot see its effect. Xia Xiao said. Activating an unfamiliar goo worm was a very dangerous thing. For example, Spring-Autumn Cicada was the best example. Chapter 1511. Western Desert, Thieving Heaven's Dream Realm. Young Thieving Heaven stepped onto the stage again. His appearance stunned the surrounding clansmen. What does this mean? Why is this despicable kid wrapped in bandages? He seems to be heavily injured. There was no helping it, although Young Thieving Heaven refined sneak attack goo with Fong Yuan's help, the injuries he suffered during the refinement process could not be healed. Thus, although Young Thieving Heaven continued to participate in the competition, he was heavily injured. Young Thieving Heaven smiled bitterly in his heart. In fact, he did not want to continue participating in the competition, but Xia Xiao forced him to continue. Young Thieving Heaven had no choice but to participate. And his opponent this time was the grandson of an elder in the clan. Seeing Young Thieving Heaven's heavily injured appearance, he took a few steps back and looked at Young Thieving Heaven with extreme caution. What kind of crafty plot are you playing this time? The elder's grandson shouted coldly, You think I will fall for your trick and be deceived by you pretending to be heavily injured? You are underestimating me too much. That's right. You need to be careful when dealing with him, don't be deceived by him. Isn't this method of feigning weakness a little too childish? But considering his age, it is understandable. This kid is ignorant and incompetent, he does not have much strength, he relied on unorthodox methods to reach top 8. Discussions broke out among the surrounding crowd. Young Thieving Heaven could not help but roll his eyes, he was truly speechless. The goo master in charge was also speechless. He had an investigative goo worm, he had already found out that Young Thieving Heaven's injuries were very serious, and they were genuine. But because Fong Yuan's previous performance was too devious, the impression he left on others was too deep, even though Young Thieving Heaven was injured, they were still suspicious and did not dare to believe it. Young Thieving Heaven's opponent even took a few steps back, he was extremely cautious. Since that is the case. Young Thieving Heaven smiled bitterly, his lips suddenly curled up as his gaze and expression changed slightly. It turned out that Fong Yuan had taken control of Young Thieving Heaven's body again during the battle. Come, let me test sneak attack goo in battle. Fong Yuan willed and activated this rank 2 goo worm. A blue baby figure flew out of Young Thieving Heaven's aperture. What? The old man's grandson cried out in shock. Before he could even react, the blue baby shadow had already pounced onto his body. Fortunately, I was careful and activated my defensive goo at the first moment, not giving the opponent any chance. The speed of the blue infant was extremely fast. The old grandson could only spit out 2 words, but his mind was churning with thoughts. However, this was the last thought he had before he fainted. Pooh! In the next moment, the grandson suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood. His eyes were wide open and filled with disbelief. Then, he immediately fell to the ground and fainted, unable to get up again. Fong Yuan won. There was silence in the arena. Almost everyone stared with wide eyes as the blue baby figure came out of the old grandson's body and jumped into young thieving Heaven's aperture again. Despicable. He used a sneaky move again. What did he use? The speed was too fast, I actually did not see it clearly. It seems to be a rank 2 goo worm. What the hell is that? I only saw a blue baby figure. My intuition tells me that this blue baby figure is not simple. This time, not only the mortals watching the battle, even those rank 2 goo masters were moved. The debut of sneak attack goo stunned the audience. Next, in the following battles, young thieving Heaven repeatedly used sneak attack goo. His battles were very straightforward, there were only a few steps: get on the stage, activate sneak attack goo, defeat the opponent, win. Young thieving Heaven's advantage was too huge, he immediately suppressed all the competitors. The audience was stunned. Without any surprise, young thieving Heaven smoothly obtained first place in the competition. Such a result made everyone's jaws drop. He actually hit a trump card. This kid pretended to be a pig to eat a tiger, he is too sinister and cunning. Yes, he clearly has such strength, but he still did it. But this also shows his true nature. Even though young thieving Heaven obtained first place, his tribesmen were still dissatisfied. Being constantly harmed by Feng Yuan, young thieving Heaven was too unpopular. Ordinary people pointed at young thieving Heaven and whispered to each other, while the tribe's higher-ups focused their attention on sneak attack goo. This goo worm is so powerful, what is its origin? That kid is a poor commoner, how could he have such a top-quality goo worm? I've looked into it. He's been living in the tribe since he was born. Only this year, he was exiled, it is very likely that he obtained this goo worm during the process of being exiled. You are saying this kid is very likely to have inherited some senior's inheritance? Yes, your analysis is very reasonable, this is very possible. This brat is fine, the crucial thing is that this rank 2 goo worm is really powerful. You have already seen its offensive power, it is very amazing. It can still be activated by a rank 1 goo master, it means that the primeval essence consumption is extremely small, this is a top-quality goo worm. As long as our tribe is equipped with this goo on a large scale, our strength will definitely rise sharply. At that time, we will go on expeditions everywhere and will definitely be able to seize an even larger oasis. The tribe leader said excitedly. His eyes flickered with the flame of ambition. Sneak attack goo was a rank 2 goo, after it displayed its power, it immediately attracted the covetous eyes of the tribe's higher-ups. This was already within Feng Yuan's expectations. Young thieving Heaven was under his control, he could naturally avoid using sneak attack goo in battle, but Feng Yuan took the initiative to use it openly. He naturally had his own plans. I want to test what will happen to this dream realm because of my choice. Although sneak attack goo was exposed and attracted the covetous eyes of the tribe's higher-ups will definitely want to mass-produce this goo and equip the tribe's goo masters. Sneak attack goo was rank 2, this rank was just right. If it was too low, rank 1 goo's power would be weak and there was little meaning in mass-producing it. If it was too high, rank 3 goo's value would be too high and hard to mass-produce. At the same time, there were few rank 3 goo masters in the tribe. Only rank 2 goo was in the middle, suitable for mass production and equipment. Feng Yuan's various paths all had Grandmaster realm attainment, even in the 500 years of his previous life, he had never had a path reach such an achievement. Often, they only needed to expend some mortal goo to set up an immortal goo formation at a specific location. As for above Great Grandmaster, there was another level, Supreme Grandmaster. Great Grandmaster was someone who had exhausted all the profundities of the path of heaven and earth. If Fang Yuan became a theft path Great Grandmaster, he would have a clear understanding of the theft path profundities of the entire world. There was almost nothing that he did not understand about theft path. Thus, Great Grandmaster was someone who had completely comprehended a certain path of heaven and earth. Supreme Grandmaster, on the other hand, had to innovate and take a step forward, obtaining the profundities of the path that even heaven and earth did not have, directly surpassing the entire world. Grandmaster attainment level normally required hundreds of years of accumulation. In his previous life, Fang Yuan had accumulated Blood Path Grandmaster attainment level in 500 years. Great Grandmaster attainment level required thousands or even thousands of years of accumulation. Some rank 8 Gu Immortals had such attainment level. As for Supreme Grandmaster, it was not a simple matter of accumulation, but talent and aptitude. Without such shocking talent and aptitude, even if one lived for 10,000 years, they could not become a Supreme Grandmaster. Thus, since ancient times, Supreme Grandmaster Gu Immortals were extremely rare. Everyone recognized the 10 Venerables as Supreme Grandmasters. Besides them, there were also some legendary figures, like the 3 Refinement Path Supreme Grandmasters, Old Ancestor Mao, Old Eccentric Tian Nan, and Old Immortal Kong Ju. Grandmaster and Great Grandmaster attainment levels, I can rely on Dream Realms to rise continuously. But for Supreme Grandmaster attainment level, it is impossible to rely on Dream Realms. Fang Yuan understood in his heart. This was very obvious. Supreme Grandmaster attainment level was about creating something from nothing, and these Dream Realms were the legacy of their predecessors. Thus, by relying on Dream Realms to raise attainment level, the highest one could reach was Great Grandmaster level. Once I reach Theft Path Great Grandmaster attainment level, even if there are many Dream Realms in Thieving Heaven, I will not be able to raise my Theft Path attainment level in them. This was also the foundation of Fang Yuan and Tang Clan's cooperation. This Thieving Heaven Dream Realm was too big, Fang Yuan's appetite was limited, even if he was full, Tang Clan would still have a lot left. Thus, after Fang Yuan expressed this reason, Tang Clan was willing to cooperate with Fang Yuan. If there were few Dream Realms in Thieving Heaven, and Fang Yuan took them all, why would Tang Clan cooperate with Fang Yuan? In the following days, Fang Yuan made preparations for his third exploration of Thieving Heaven's Dream Realm. The main point was to cultivate his soul. Chapter 1513. Fang Yuan rode on the auspicious cloud, flying in the sky. His speed was not fast, but his surroundings were filled with dense immortal Gu aura. The auspicious cloud beneath his feet was not ordinary. It originated from a certain luck path true inheritance in Hei Fan Grotto Heaven. After Fang Yuan's deductions and modifications, its effect had greatly increased. The auspicious cloud's direction did not move according to Fang Yuan's will, it followed the profundities of luck path. Even Fang Yuan did not know when this auspicious cloud would change direction or where it would go. But Fang Yuan was clear about one thing, this random auspicious cloud killer move relied on luck path. After leaving Tang Clan, Fang Yuan spent several days to arrive here. This was Green Ghost Desert. A famous dangerous place in Western Desert. For over 100,000 years, many Western Desert Gu Immortals had died here. The sky above Green Ghost Desert was shrouded in a thick layer of dark clouds all year round, sunlight could not be seen, it was dark and gloomy. On the surface of the desert, there was a large amount of vegetation. Most of them were ghost-crying trees. These trees were not tall, their branches were twisted and looked like demons dancing around, bearing their fangs and claws. Every time a cold and gloomy wind blew over, these ghost-weeping trees would gently shake and let out mournful shrieks or eerie and terrifying howls. Howl, 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 the ghost-wailing tree wailed as a soul beast quietly scuttled out and approached Fang Yuan from behind, slowly raising its scythes in both arms. This soul beast's front half was like a cockroach, it had long and sharp arms, while its back half had a long tail like a python. Fang Yuan did not seem to notice it. The soul beast raised its scythe arms to the limit, before charging towards Fang Yuan's back, its arms slashing down at lightning speed. In an instant, victory was decided. The soul beast's body froze in the air, before falling to the ground. But Fang Yuan acted in time. He waved his sleeves as a formless force enveloped this desolate-level soul beast's corpse, sending it to him. The soul beast's corpse turned into black dust, dissipating with the wind. Fang Yuan did not stop it. After a while, there was only a glass-like soul core left in his hand. The soul core was heavy, it was dark blue and almost black. Fang Yuan held it in his hand like he was holding a wine jar. This was a rank 6 immortal material. The essence of a soul beast. Like how when a mud monster dies, its mud core would fall down, becoming its only remnant. Soul beasts had soul cores too. Soul beasts, mud monsters, blood beasts, shadow monsters, phantom beasts, these were all Dao beasts. They contained pure and rich Dao marks of a certain path. Fang Yuan inspected it. He did not find anything amiss. He threw this soul core into the sovereign immortal aperture. Inside the immortal aperture, there was already a small basin of soul cores. Most were rank 6 soul cores, some were rank 7, but there were no rank 8 soul cores that came from immemorial soul beasts. With Fang Yuan's battle strength, it was easy for him to exterminate these desolate-level soul beasts and ancient soul beasts. He came to Green Ghost Desert. Along the way, many desolate beasts and ancient desolate beasts came to find trouble with him. Fang Yuan barged into their territory. They naturally retaliated. Among them, most were soul beasts. Fang Yuan had ghostly concealment, but the auspicious cloud could not be concealed. These soul beasts' target was the auspicious cloud. They ignored Fang Yuan. They were all killed by Fang Yuan. The birth of soul beasts was actually related to 2 demon venerables. One was Red Lotus Demon Venerable. He destroyed Fate Gu, creating a hole in the great Tao of heaven and earth. Many things escaped from the restrictions of fate. After death, the soul would not only return to the door of life and death, many souls would also stay in the world. The second was Spectral Soul Demon Venerable. He created Soul Path. He could manifest souls and create soul beasts. Of course, a portion of the current soul beasts were naturally produced in places with dense soul path Dao marks. The era was constantly changing. From the immemorial antiquity era, remote antiquity era, until now, the world of the 5 regions had changed a lot. Thus, these soul cores could replace souls. They could be digested by Dang Hun Mountain and produced large numbers of guts Gu. But the quality of these soul cores could not compare to a Gu immortal soul. At most, they were comparable to other fierce beasts and plants. How long has it been since I entered Green Ghost Desert? I have already obtained so many soul cores. I really hope I can control this place. Fang Yuan thought to himself. If he could control this place, he would have an endless supply of guts Gu. It could push his soul foundation to the highest peak and even bring good fortune to others. Whoosh! Just as Fang Yuan was thinking, a piercing sound of air being torn could be heard from behind him. A giant scorpion flew towards Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan turned around and his pupils shrunk. This scorpion was completely black. It had a peculiar shape. Its body was like a giant disc. Its long tail was outside the disc. There were also 2 pincers that flickered with eerie light. It attacked Fang Yuan with a terrifying aura. This is the immemorial desolate beast circular scorpion. This scorpion is a wisdom path fierce beast. Its favorite food is soul beasts. Instantly, a series of information flashed in Fang Yuan's mind. Fang Yuan's ghostly concealment could prevent any soul beast from detecting him, but it could not help other fierce beasts. Abandoning Xiang Yun, Fang Yuan turned around and escaped. Fang Yuan had rank 8 battle strength. It was not like he could not deal with this immemorial desolate beast. However, his goal was not to fight to the death with this circular scorpion, but to collect as many soul cores as possible. Fang Yuan retreated while the circular scorpion chased after him. But after chasing for a while, Fang Yuan used his abundant methods to successfully shake off the circular scorpion. Green Ghost Desert was full of danger. Fang Yuan was not safe here. In the next few days, Fang Yuan hunted soul beasts while cultivating soul path and accumulating his soul foundation. If he encountered an existence like the circular scorpion, Fang Yuan would focus on dodging as much as possible. Not only Fang Yuan hunted, but also the Shadow Sect members. The soul cores obtained by the Immortals were given to the land spirit of Lengia to produce a large number of guts goo. After half a month, Fang Yuan's soul foundation rose to 10 million man soul level again. My soul foundation is enough, it is time to change tactics. Fang Yuan instructed the Shadow Sect Immortals to stop killing soul beasts and focus on capturing, subduing, and enslaving them. Fang Yuan had spectral soul's true inheritance. He had many effective methods to enslave soul beasts. The only thing restricting him was the lack of soul path and enslavement path immortal goo. With the Immortals' hard work, they soon controlled a large group of soul beasts. There were about 60 desolate level soul beasts and about 20 ancient soul beasts. Soul beasts of all shapes and sizes formed armies that rampaged through the Green Ghost Desert. When they encountered lone soul beasts or small groups of soul beasts, Fang Yuan would command these soul beasts to charge and beat them up. Sometimes, they could not control them and were killed to take their soul cores. Sometimes, the soul beasts were dying and were enslaved by Fang Yuan and the rest. Chapter 15-14. Green Ghost Desert. The sky was always covered with dark clouds, the light was dim. A small group of soul beasts was moving forward in the desert. What was different was that there were 3 goo immortals among this soul beast group. 2 were captured, 1 was in charge. He, Fang Clan's 2 lads, have you thought it through? The goo immortal in charge was wearing a gray-white robe. He had a sharp nose, narrow eyes, and a goatee. He was sitting on the back of a bull-shaped ancient soul beast, looking at the 2 goo immortal captives beside him with a gloomy and smug gaze. Fang Leng and Fang Yun had rank 6 cultivation level. They looked clean and refreshed, but in fact, their souls were chained by dark gray soul chains. It could be said that they were tied up and could not move at all. Fang Leng was slightly older, he had a square face and was silent. Fang Yun, on the other hand, was slightly younger. His eyes and brows were rather bright and handsome, and his temperament was also rather lively. Upon hearing this, he said, "Old Ghost by June, it's not impossible for us to reply to the clan, but if you bind our souls, we won't be able to use our communication technique. You might as well loosen these soul chains. I will send a letter to the clan." Old Ghost by June snorted coldly, "You are the most slippery brat. You want to deceive me to loosen your chains? You only need an instant to escape with that cloud body of yours. I spent so much effort to capture you, do you think I am so easy to deceive?" Fang Yun quickly said, "How would I dare to deceive Senior? But what you said is the truth. Look, it's like this, ah." Fang Yun had not finished speaking when his body suddenly shuddered. He let out a miserable howl. Old Ghost by June snickered, while Fang Leng shouted furiously, "Stop, don't hurt my clan brother." Old Ghost by June was annoyed. "It seems you two are used to acting like tyrants, you still haven't recognized your current situation. Humph, then I will let you know." Saying so, he activated his method again, even torturing Fang Leng. Fang Leng grunted, his brows tightly furrowed, but he did not make a sound, only his body shuddered more intensely. Old Ghost by June tortured them for a while, seeing that the 2 Fang clansmen were pale as paper, sweating profusely and shivering, he stopped. He frowned and thought to himself, if it was an ordinary wandering cultivator, would have killed him. However, these 2 people's background was not small. The Fang clan was a super force in the Western Desert. If I rashly killed him, Fang clan would definitely be able to find the real culprit in the future. Fang clan's second supreme elder Fang Di Chang was a famous wisdom path expert in Western Desert. Moreover, it will attract the Fang clan to search the Green Ghost Desert, which will hinder Master's grand plan. But if I let the two of them go, when Master asks about it in the future, I'm afraid he'll blame me for lowering his prestige. The only plan now was to tie up the two of them and ask for ransom from Fang clan before setting up an alliance. This way, I can have the best of both worlds. Old Ghost by June thought for a while and looked at the two captives. Fang Leng and Fang Yun were panting heavily, drenched in sweat, they were tortured to the point of exhaustion. Old Ghost by June sneered and said, "Even a man made of iron can't withstand such a method. To tell you the truth, I'm not afraid that you two won't give in. How was it? Would you like to try it again?" Fang Leng gritted his teeth, "Old Ghost, just kill us." Fang Yun shouted, don't attack, I'll contact the tribe, alright?" Old Ghost by June saw Fang Yun's fearful expression and laughed heartily. "If you had done this earlier, you wouldn't have suffered so much." "Why aren't you attacking?" Fang Yun wailed, "Senior Old Ghost, this junior is speaking the truth. If you don't remove the restraints, Junior really can't send a message back." Old Ghost by June immediately became furious, "You are quibbling again." Saying so, he activated his method again and tortured the two Fang clan immortals. After a while, Fang Leng and Fang Yun were even more unbearable, their bodies were like mud as they collapsed on the back of the soul beasts, not moving. "Have you thought it through?" Old Ghost by June sneered. Fang Leng did not speak, while Fang Yun said, I have thought it through. I wonder if Senior Old Ghost has thought it through. Me? What have I thought through? Old Ghost by June asked in confusion. Senior, we are both Fang clan Gu immortals. Senior is a lone cultivator. If you offend Fang clan, I'm afraid your life will be turbulent in the future. Why don't you let us go and form a good relationship with our Fang clan? Isn't that good? Fang Yun chuckled. Old Ghost by June immediately became furious. Kid, do you think I, Old Ghost, am afraid of your Fang clan? Humph. If I were afraid of your Fang clan, would I extort you? Senior's actions are nothing more than to form a non-aggression agreement with our Fang clan. Junior admits that Junior was muddle-headed in today's matter and offended Senior. I hope Senior can forgive me if I have offended you. Fang Yun's voice was intermittent. Humph, if you admit defeat now, why did you come to find trouble with me again and again? It's too late. Old Ghost by June's tone was firm, but he was inwardly cursing. His intention had already been guessed by the two Fang clan Gu immortals. It would be somewhat difficult to force them to submit. Fang Yun continued to persuade, Senior wants to punish this junior will accept it. Actually, this junior has quite a bit of property in the clan. As long as Senior lets us go, we can directly form an alliance agreement. We will not invade each other, we will treat this matter as if it never happened, and we will also give Senior a lot of compensation. This way, we won't let the clan know about this scandal. This will damage our prestige in the clan too much. Old Ghost by June chuckled, you think I don't know? What prestige do you, Fang Yun, have in Fang clan? But this brother of yours, Fang Leng, is an outstanding talent among rank 6s, he is the future star of Fang clan. Fang Yun's heart sank, he did not expect Old Ghost by June to have such clear information about them. But he still tried his best to say, isn't it good that we can settle this privately? If it gets out of hand, it might not end well. Old Ghost by June shook his head, no, who do you think you are? I want to discuss with your Fang clan's first supreme elder, other than compensating me, you are not allowed to take a step into Green Ghost Desert for the next few hundred years. Fang Leng's and Fang Yun's expressions immediately changed. Fang Leng spoke, Old Ghost by June, are you still coveting this Green Ghost Desert? Fang Ling frowned, not to mention that Green Ghost Desert is a place with few people. If we meet someone, how do you know that person is our benefactor? Fang Yun patted Fang Ling's shoulder. So I asked Lord Father. He said that when I see a white cloud, I will have met a benefactor. Fang Ling was dazed, before sneering, white cloud. As everyone knows, Green Ghost Desert is covered in layers of dark clouds. How can there be a white cloud? After thinking for a while, Fang Ling also turned to look at the white cloud in the sky, thinking, could it be that the benefactor second supreme elder mentioned is here? Chapter 15:15. Rumble. The vast and mighty army of soul beasts galloped across the Green Ghost Desert and kicked up a huge cloud of dust. And far ahead of the soul beast army, a pure white auspicious cloud was flying. It was Fang Yuan's immortal killer move, Random Auspicious Cloud. Fang Yuan came to Green Ghost Desert to search for soul cores. He did not have a specific target. Thus, these last days, he had let Random Auspicious Cloud lead the way. The effect was good. He had annexed some small-sized soul beast groups. Thus, this soul beast army was much larger than before. Their numbers were shocking. But at this number, I have already reached the limit of my abilities. Fang Yuan sat on the back of the soul beast. His body moved up and down as the soul beast galloped. He felt some regret. Every existence had their own abilities and limits. Fang Yuan controlled so many soul beasts. He had already reached the limit. He could not have more. On one hand, controlling these soul beasts also tested his soul foundation. 90 million man soul was his limit. On the other hand, Fang Yuan had too few soul path immortal goo. He had one rank 7 change soul and one rank 6 cleanse soul. Change soul immortal goo was a trump card, because it was the core immortal goo of the killer move Change Soul and Dream. It could not be used casually. As for rank 6 cleanse soul immortal goo, it was used by Fang Yuan for myriad self-killer move and his own soul path cultivation. It was very useful. Right now, he was using it as a replacement to barely control these soul beasts. It could be said that he was doing many things at once. Like cleanse soul immortal goo were used to a high degree, but Fang Yuan was raising this goo to do something different. It was far more profitable than raising change soul immortal goo. But this way, cleanse soul immortal goo could not split into two. It was hard to take care of everything. I need more soul path immortal goo. Rank 7 would be best. Goo refinement was not possible. Refining rank 7 soul path immortal goo was a tempting idea, but Fang Yuan lacked resources. He could not support a large-scale goo refinement. After all, he had invested too much recently. He had refined many immortal goo. In terms of profits, there was little. Only the dragonfish business was worth looking forward to. I have many wisdom path immortal goo. I can use these wisdom path immortal goo as replacements. But the killer moves needed to be modified. After returning to Langya Blessed Land, I will use the light of wisdom to modify a suitable killer move. Fang Yuan's expression was calm as he continued to plot. The Shadow Sect Immortals were at the four corners of the Beast Horde, commanding the Soul Beast troops for Fang Yuan. At the same time, they were scouting around. There were countless soul beasts in the Green Ghost Desert, and these soul beasts were resources that Fang Yuan desired very much. I'm at 90 million man soul now. The soul nucleus I've obtained this time is enough for me to ascend to 100 million man soul. However, even if I reach 100 million man soul, I am only halfway through the soul cultivation journey recorded in Spectral Soul's True Inheritance. I am far from reaching the peak. The 100 million man soul was the limit of a mortal soul. Once it reached this point, it would be impossible to advance any further. But that was before the Red Lotus Demon Venerable. When Red Lotus Demon Venerable destroys Fate Goo, this restriction will also be broken. The mortal soul could continue to advance, but no one knew how to advance. In fact, at that time, it was already quite amazing to have a million-man soul. Until Spectral Soul Demon Venerable created Soul Path, using his Soul Path Supreme Grandmaster attainment level, he innovated and found the method to continue advancing to 100 million man soul. According to Spectral Soul's true inheritance, above 100 million man soul was Desolate Soul. 100 million man soul allowed a person's soul to turn from phantom to solid. It could directly interfere with the real world, unlike the previous illusory body. But even so, 100 million man soul was still relatively weak. This was the innate weakness of humans. Humans were the spirit of all living beings, they had high comprehension ability, but in terms of physical body and soul, they were far inferior to other life forms. However, once one left 100 million man soul and advanced to Desolate Soul, just the soul alone would have battle strength comparable to Desolate level soul beasts. According to the path of Desolate Soul, one could cultivate all the way to the peak, that would be 100 million Desolate Soul. This was the level of soul cultivation, it was also the limit that the world could contain. It was also the terrifying giant statue of Spectral Soul Demon Venerable's main body that Feng Yuan had seen with his own eyes. According to Spectral Soul's true inheritance, it was 3,000 armed demon souls. At this level, one would have quasi-rank 9 battle strength, they could directly resist calamities and tribulations, defy heaven and earth, slaughter deities and ghosts, shocking the world. Thus, Feng Yuan's need for Guts Gu was huge. Just by relying on the soul cores he obtained in Green Ghost Desert, he could advance to 100 million man soul, but what about after that? If Feng Yuan wanted to reach this peak of soul cultivation, he would need an endless supply of soul cores. The best case scenario is that I can directly control this desert and become the master of this desert. Like many Gu immortals, they could directly control an area and use the natural resources here as their own property. To achieve this, they needed to have sufficient battle strength. According to Feng Yuan's current battle strength, he was completely qualified to occupy this area. Especially when this Green Ghost Desert was an ownerless land. But there was a problem here. Once my identity is exposed and I rule this place, it would be equivalent to leaving behind a weakness that would attract the Celestial Court to attack. Reverse Flow Protection Seal cannot be faked, Myriad Dragon is the same. Then I can only disguise my identity and use rank 7 battle strength to obtain this place. After I succeed in seizing this place, I might as well arrange for Wuxia to station here and let him lead the Soul Beast army to contribute soul cores to me. Among the people around him, Wuxia was the most suitable. To do this, I need more Soul Path Immortal Gu, and at the same time, Wuxia's soul foundation will rise by a lot. Most importantly, Feng Clan. This Western Desert super force is closest to Green Ghost Desert. If I control this place, Feng Clan will be my neighbor, they will be a hurdle that I cannot avoid. It was unrealistic to get rid of Feng Clan. According to Feng Yuan's current battle strength, he could resist rank 8, but it would be difficult to win against them. And Feng Clan not only had a rank 8 first Supreme Elder, this generation's second Supreme Elder, Feng Di Chang, was a Wisdom Path great expert. Feng Yuan was quite famous in his previous life, his Wisdom Path attainment was extremely deep, and he had Wisdom Path Great Grandmaster attainment. Shadow Sects information also emphasized this. Thus, Feng Yuan only had one path. Disguise as a lone cultivator and get close to the righteous path, then build a good relationship with Feng Clan. It was not easy to plot for a resource production area, there were many things to consider. Fortunately, Green Ghost Desert was rather special, most Western Desert Gu immortals and tribes lacked methods to develop it. This gave Feng Yuan a great opportunity. But he did not know that he was not the only one who had designs on Green Ghost Desert. There are people ahead? Feng Yuan's expression suddenly changed, his investigative methods were no longer the same as before. The moment Old Ghost by June and the others entered his investigative range, Feng Yuan sensed them. Is the benefactor coming? Feng Yun was extremely excited. Feng Leng also could not help showing a look of anticipation. Old Ghost by June's gaze was cold, he could see that the white cloud had some background, so he restrained himself and did not make a move, quietly waiting for the arrival of the benefactor. Thus, the three Gu immortals soon felt the ground start to tremble. Next, on the horizon, smoke and dust rose as soul beasts appeared one after another in the three immortals' vision. The appearance of a large number of soul beasts caused the three immortals' expressions to change. Next, the entire soul beast army was revealed. The three immortals were all shaken. This old ghost by June was speechless. He had thought that his soul beast army was already of a sufficient scale, but now he found that compared to Fang Yuan, it was nothing. The Shadow Sect immortals had already entered Fang Yuan's immortal aperture. At this moment, Fang Yuan had changed his appearance. He had a middle-aged appearance, his body was thin, his long hair draped over his shoulders, his temples were grizzled, and his black eyes contained vicissitudes of life and ambition. When people saw him for the first time, they would feel that this person was definitely a peerless hero. At this moment, Fang Yuan stood proudly on the back of a soul beast with his hands behind his back, wearing a black robe and commanding the soul beast army, emitting an awe-inspiring demonic aura. Old Ghost by June and the others were shaken, subconsciously holding their breaths. Fang Leng turned to look at Fang Yun, his gaze containing doubt. Why does this benefactor seem to be even more demonic than Old Ghost by June? Fang Yun rolled his eyes, meaning, if you ask me, who should I ask? Maybe you can't judge a book by its cover. He is still a righteous path person. Fang Yuan used familiar face to disguise himself, not leaving any flaws. Old Ghost by June was intimidated by Fang Yuan's imposing manner. He coughed twice and cupped his hands in greeting. Friend, how should I address you? Fang Yuan's cold gaze swept over them. The three immortals felt a chill in their hearts. He did not answer and only waved his hand. Roar! The soul beast army roared, their voices shaking heaven and earth. Next, the army charged towards Old Ghost by June's side like a raging tide. They were full of vigor, like a magnificent army galloping forward. As the saying goes, a single word of disagreement leads to a fight. But Fang Yuan did not even say a word and directly attacked. His fierce killing intent made the hearts of the three immortals sink. Fang Leng looked at Fang Yun again, seemingly roaring, "You say this is not a demon? Now you, this benefactor, is going to take our lives." Fang Yun looked innocently at Fang Leng, seemingly replying, "You're blaming me? I'm also innocent, okay?" Old Ghost by June was startled for a moment, then he was both shocked and angry. He thought, I'm using peaceful measures before resorting to force because I don't want to cause trouble for Master's great plan. I didn't expect you, this madman, to directly attack without even greeting me. When did a madman like you appear in Western Desert? You're simply not putting me in your eyes. Fine, I'll let you know that not everyone in this world is someone you can bully as you please. Thinking of this, Old Ghost by June roared loudly, his figure like lightning, rising into the sky. Come fight. He stretched out his arms, his sleeves expanded like two black holes, from which countless undercurrents gushed out. Undercurrents attacked Fang Yuan like black pythons. Fang Yuan pointed with his finger. Wisdom Path Immortal Killer Move, Ignited Thought Flying Rock. Rumble. Using offense against offense, the undercurrents resisted for a moment before collapsing. The power of the Crimson Meteor was halved, it smashed into the desert and bombarded Old Ghost by June's soul beasts, causing them to howl in pain, instantly suffering disastrous casualties. Old Ghost by June's pupils shrunk, he was inwardly shocked, such power. He is a Wisdom Path Gu immortal? Fang Leng was stunned. Didn't Fang Yuan say that he wanted to save the two of them? Old Ghost by June immediately thought of using the two of them as a shield. This was the first time Old Ghost by June saw Fang Yuan, but from the exchange just now, as well as the scale of the soul beast army Fang Yuan controlled, it was enough to let Old Ghost by June know that Fang Yuan was very powerful. If they fought head-on, he might not be his match. Thus, he wanted to use Fang Leng and Fang Yun to threaten Fang Yuan, who planned to save them, for fear of harming the innocent. Oh no! Seeing Old Ghost by June approaching at lightning speed, Fang Yun shouted. But in an instant, a figure appeared from nowhere and appeared in front of the two immortals. It was Fang Yuan who had changed his appearance. Old Ghost by June, who fell for the trap. The corner of Fang Yuan's mouth slightly raised, revealing a trace of a demonic smile. Oh no! Old Ghost by June's heart instantly jumped, realizing that he had fallen into the opponent's trap. He immediately wanted to change direction. But it was already too late. Close to 10 spirit beasts suddenly appeared in midair, forming an encirclement, surrounding Old Ghost by June. Explode for me. Fang Yuan's thoughts moved. Boom boom boom. The soul beasts all self-detonated. The terrifying power shocked Fang Leng and Fang Yun. After the explosion, the air billows formed a majestic shock wave that spread in all directions. At once, dust rose in the desert, yellow sand surged, and the dark clouds in the sky were blown away. Fang Yuan originally planned to use wisdom path methods to capture Old Ghost by June alive. But he recalled that this wisdom path method mainly came from Zishan Makoto. Earlier, he used ignited thought flying rock. It could still be concealed. After all, after this move was modified by Fang Yuan, the effect was not small. It could still be concealed. But if he used other wisdom path methods, the possibility of being discovered by others would become very high. Thus, Fang Yuan gave up wisdom path and used soul path. His soul path methods were slightly inferior to wisdom path. After all, soul path immortal goo were rare. But among them, there was a method called soul explosion that cut off all means of retreat and perished together with the enemy. It had astonishing power. Back then in northern plains, Qin Baisheng had fought against Feng Jioge. Qin Baisheng had not recovered his original appearance and was not Feng Jioge's match. But Feng Jioge was wary of the power of his soul explosion. He did not kill Qin Baisheng and allowed him to escape. Even Feng Jioge was wary of soul explosion. Fang Yuan naturally had to grasp it. But he would not explode his own soul. At most he would use burning soul bursting luck. But soul beasts could do it. After these soul beasts' soul explosion, they were not pure at all. Even their soul cores would be destroyed. But objectively speaking, the power was still very strong. Cough, cough, cough. As the dust dispersed, Old Ghost by June floated in the air. Most of his body was gone, only his left arm was left from the explosion. He was like a candle flickering in the wind. He is still alive? Fang Leng was slightly surprised. Fang Yuan sneered. It was good that he was still alive. He could capture his body and give it to Wuxia to use. But, I cannot do it in front of Fang Clan's Gu immortals. All kinds of thoughts jumped around in Fang Yuan's mind. The sovereign immortal body had a vast mind and was naturally intelligent. Now that Fang Yuan had wisdom path attainment and methods, he could analyze any problem clearly and methodically. Thus, Fang Yuan said, "You soul cultivator, you have some ability. You actually fell into my scheme and did not die. Never mind, my rule is to not calculate everything and leave a way out. Since you still have some life left, go. I won't make a move today, you can scram now." Old Ghost by June was gasping for breath. His face was pale as he stared at Fang Yuan fiercely. When the soul beasts appeared and surrounded him, he regretted it. The other party was clearly emitting wisdom path aura. Why did he still want to play tricks with such a person? Even if he wanted to play tricks, he needed to think about it carefully. The soul beast's self-detonation was even more out of his expectations. At that moment, Old Ghost by June's mind was almost blank. He only had one thought, that was to desperately defend and struggle to preserve his life. After the explosion, not mentioning the intense pain all over his body, Old Ghost by June felt extremely glad that he survived. But after rejoicing, there was lingering fear and anger. He was almost killed. This kind of anger filled his chest, mixed with fear towards Fang Yuan's intelligence and methods. Either you die, or I die. With such a resolution, Old Ghost by June was about to use rank 8 Immortal Gu Soul Beast token to fight with his life, but he did not expect Fang Yuan to actually let him go. According to Fang Yuan's nature, he would naturally eliminate the root of the problem and exterminate the 9 clans. But today's situation was somewhat special. Fang Yuan wanted to obtain Old Ghost by June's body, but also considered Fang clan, so he chose to let Old Ghost by June go for now. Old Ghost by June was originally angry and afraid. He felt that he had to fight to the death to have a chance of survival, but who would have thought that Fang Yuan would actually let him go? At once, Old Ghost by June was a little dazed. Is he purposely deceiving me again, trying to reduce my battle intent and make me let down my guard? Old Ghost by June was ruthlessly tricked by Fang Yuan once. He became even more suspicious. Fang Yuan looked at his expression and knew what he was thinking. He immediately shouted, "Why are you still not scramming? You gave me a chance of survival, do you still want to court death?" Humph. Old Ghost by June did not care about his anger. He stared fixedly at Fang Yuan. On the other side, Fang Leng and Fang Yun were also lying on the back of the soul beast, looking at Fang Yuan. On the back of the soul beast, Fang Yuan was proudly standing with his hands behind his back. His posture was like a spear, his gaze was like cold lightning, his expression was one of absolute confidence that looked down on the world. Even if I let you go today, I am not afraid that you will find trouble with me in the future. Fang Leng lowered his gaze, calculating in his heart, although this person is full of demonic aura and is arrogant and confident, it is not that he has no bottom line and principles. So he is such a person, and because of this nature, he took the initiative to reveal his intention of saving us. On the other hand, Fang Yun was dumbfounded. Old Ghost by June's eyes gradually narrowed, flickering with an eerie light. Chapter 15-17. Oh. There was such a thing. It seems this person also had a fortuitous encounter. But I said I would let him go. Do you want me to go against my own words? Fang Yuan's expression changed slightly. He slightly turned his body and looked at Fang Yun and Fang Leng. His gaze was like cold lightning as it shot towards them. Fang Yun and Fang Yuan looked at each other and felt that Fang Yuan's gaze was incomparably sharp, as if it could pierce his heart. He quickly shifted his gaze, not daring to meet Fang Yuan's gaze. At the same time, he inwardly exclaimed, "This benefactor I met is so overbearing, he is not easy to get along with." On the contrary, Fang Leng's heart calmed. Good, this person keeps his word. Even with a rank 8 Immortal Gu in front of him and such a huge temptation, he still insisted on staying. He can be said to be extremely conceited. But only like this can we have a chance of survival. Thinking of this, Fang Leng struggled to get up. "I am Fang Leng, this is my junior Fang Yun, thank you senior for saving us." Fang Yuan lightly nodded and suddenly stretched out his hands. A formless force burst out, sucking Fang Leng and Fang Yun into Fang Yuan's hands. Fang Leng's heart jumped, but he suppressed it. Fang Yun, on the other hand, exclaimed in shock with a flustered expression. But soon after, the two realized that Fang Yuan was getting rid of their restraints and relaxed. Old Ghost by June's method was not strange to Fang Yuan. Soon, he completely understood what was going on. Then, he acted and removed this technique. Restraining Fang Yun and Fang Leng was naturally an immortal method, but Fang Yuan himself had a killer move like Purple Thought Perception Starlight. It was naturally easy. Fang Leng and Fang Yun soon regained their freedom. The two thanked him again, but their emotions were fluctuating as they thought, "This person is so overbearing, although he saved us, he never asked for our opinion and immediately attacked." Little did they know, this was all done on purpose by Fang Yuan. He had successfully imprinted his conceited and domineering image into the two Fang clan Gu immortals' minds. "You can call me Xuanbu Jin." Fang Yuan took the initiative to introduce himself. But in the second sentence, Fang Yuan asked them to leave. "I cultivate wisdom path and inherited Jingshan's inheritance, so I saved you today. You can leave now." "Huh?" Fang Yun was taken aback. "Junior will remember Senior's kindness of saving my life. When I return, I will definitely report this to the tribe." "Senior, are you still in the Green Ghost Desert?" Fang Leng pulled Fang Yun's sleeve and asked respectfully. "These soul beasts are of great use to me. I didn't save you to get anything in return. Go, go." Fang Yuan waved his hand. His expression was cold, and his eyes revealed a trace of impatience. Fang Leng and Fang Yun did not dare to disturb him. After bowing together, they turned and flew away. A moment later, both of them disappeared into the horizon. To think that this old ghost by June actually has a rank 8 immortal Gu. I wonder what Gu it is. How did the two Fang clan Gu immortals know about it? Did old ghost by June use it in front of them? Fang Yuan pondered. Old ghost by June only had rank 7 cultivation, but he could use a rank 8 immortal Gu. This meant that he had a special method, or this rank 8 immortal Gu was similar to attitude Gu, extremely high quality. Regardless of which reason it was, Fang Yuan was very moved. "However, I am not in a hurry to find trouble with old ghost by June." Fang Yuan's eyelids drooped, and a feeling appeared in his heart, guiding Fang Yuan and old ghost by June's direction. With Fang Yuan's temperament, he had already planted an investigative method on old ghost by June's body at the start of the battle. Although Fang Yuan let old ghost by June go, he was actually secretly grasping his whereabouts. Especially when they found some Gu immortal seeds, these super forces would often take them in and provide some support. If these people really became Gu immortals, the super forces would take them in and make them their own members. Of course, this situation was very rare. Firstly, it was because the support was not high. It was almost impossible for mortals to become immortals. Secondly, even if they became Gu immortals, most of them had outstanding talent and were elites with their own thoughts. They might not be willing to join a super force. But even if these people did not want to join, their previous relationship was enough to make them close. Just the fact that they had roped in loose immortals proved that the superpower's previous investments were absolutely profitable. Jingshan was such an obvious example. If not for the accident, he would have really joined Fang clan. Of course, the method was to marry into the clan. His future children would also have the surname Fang. Jingshan's matter is very secretive. Most people do not know about it. I'm afraid this Xuanbu Jin isn't lying. The first Supreme Elder added. Second Supreme Elder frowned slightly. Before the matter is verified, nothing can be said. If he is in cahoots with old ghost by June, there is a possibility. First Supreme Elder's gaze turned solemn. If this is really the case, then Xuanbu Jin and old ghost by June's collusion to purposely get close to our Fang clan is likely for Qin clan's inheritance. Fang Yuan had purposely expressed goodwill and saved the two Fang clan Gu immortals. He naturally had his own motives. However, in the conversation between the two grand elders of the Fang clan, he and old ghost by June were involved, and even the Qin clan was involved. This Qin clan was a super force, but unfortunately, it had been extinct for a long time. The one who slaughtered Qin clan was none other than the young spectral soul demon Venerable. Before spectral soul demon Venerable became venerable, because of some irreconcilable conflict, he fought against Qin clan alone. If Qin clan had known that spectral soul would become a venerable in the future, they would not have dared to go against such a person. It was a pity that Qin clan relied on their numbers and wealth. They looked down on spectral soul at the start. In the end, spectral soul demon Venerable grew stronger step by step, using battle to nurture battle. He got stronger and stronger. Eventually, he came and slaughtered the entire Qing clan. Qing clan's headquarters were reduced to nothingness in the intense battle. Many Qing clan Gu immortals died, the Dao marks of spectral souls' killer moves, the Dao marks of the dead Gu immortals, and the destruction of their immortal apertures were all engraved on the battlefield, forming the current Green Ghost Desert. The so-called Green Ghost referred to the former super-force Qing clan. Although Qing clan was destroyed, rumors said that before Qing clan's first supreme elder died, he sealed all of the clan's assets and buried them somewhere in Green Ghost Desert, leaving behind an inheritance. There was only one requirement for this inheritance: the future inheritor had to take revenge for Qing clan and kill Spectral Soul. If Spectral Soul was already dead, then the target of revenge would be Spectral Soul's friends, family and disciples. Regretfully, Spectral Soul became a demon venerable in the end. The whole world was not his match, that era was crawling under his feet. Qing clan's inheritance was like a joke. Fang clan was the super force closest to Green Ghost Desert after all. They enjoyed the benefits of being in a favorable position. When Qing clan was destroyed, Fang clan's ancestors started to actively search for clues of Qing clan's inheritance. After generations of hard work, these scattered clues were pieced together and became more and more valuable. In this generation, the clues were already complete enough. They had a vague sensing method. They started to search all over Green Ghost Desert. First Supreme Elder sighed, "Our Fang clan has the will to control Green Ghost Desert, but we are powerless. Not only do we not have methods to restrict soul beasts, we also have very few Gu immortals to mobilize. If not for this, we would not have sent Fang Leng and Fang Yun, these two juniors, to take the risk." Who could have thought that their adventure this time would involve people like Old Ghost by June and Swanbu Jin? I have heard of Old Ghost by June's name. He actually has a rank 8 immortal Gu soul beast token. And that Swanbu Jin also suddenly appeared. He has a mysterious origin and powerful methods. No matter what their relationship is, they are an unavoidable obstacle in our Fang clan's search for Qing clan's inheritance. Second Supreme Elder nodded. Fang clan had a lot of assets, their Gu immortals had to guard everywhere. But Qing clan's inheritance was equally tempting, especially that immortal Gu House Divine Bean Palace mentioned in the clues. It was created by Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable and left in Western Desert. Its value was extremely high, it had left a deep mark in history. As long as I probe the profundities of his methods, I can deal with them. Fang Yuan continued to ponder. The third stage of the dream realm had just begun. The test he faced was not too difficult. Even if he failed, he could start again. At most, his soul would be injured. If Fang Yuan's soul foundation was only 10 million man soul, he would be worried that the injuries would exceed his limits. But now, he had 200 million man soul. He was confident that no matter how injured he was, his soul would not be destroyed. But if I follow the process of the dream, step by step, although it's safe, that's all there is to it. How about? A light of inspiration rose in Fang Yuan's mind. He wanted to test and see how many changes this thieving heaven dream realm had. The tribe's defensive method was after all only mortal level. In the eyes of a Gu immortal like Fang Yuan, it could be said to be full of flaws. As for the gushing torrent, even though it had great momentum, Fang Yuan's killer move could easily deflect it without any pressure. After the two guards came in, they only saw Fang Yuan's back as he dived into the water. "This is a traitor!" one of them roared angrily, his eyes red. "The tribe has nurtured and nurtured you. How dare you do this? Has your conscience been eaten by a dog? Die!" Saying so, he was about to attack. However, the other person quickly stopped him. "Are you crazy? That move of yours is too big. What if it affects the goo worms in the cave? The urgent matter now is to do our best to repair the defense and reduce the losses. The smaller the losses, the lower the punishment we will receive." That guard was persuaded, but he could not take it anymore. He swung his arm and flung his companion's arm away. "You repair the defense, I will capture this traitor," he growled. After saying this, he immediately passed through the light layer and chased after Fang Yuan. Enemy? Fang Yuan's heart tightened. He was very vigilant, he had sensed the pursuers after they entered the water. However, it was useless to just sense it. Young Thieving Heaven only had rank 1 cultivation, his aptitude was poor and his primeval essence was extremely limited. Fang Yuan had activated goo worms consecutively and had almost used up his primeval essence. Thus, even though Fang Yuan was a goo immortal, even the cleverest housewife could not cook a meal without rice. He had no way to retaliate against the rank 3 pursuers. "Little traitor, you actually dared to do this. Did you hold a grudge because you were exiled, or were you ordered by someone?" The pursuers could speak even in the water. Fang Yuan held his breath and fought with all his might. But after 2 or 3 moves, he was captured by the pursuers. The pursuers hated Fang Yuan to the core. Seeing that he still dared to resist, they immediately slammed their palms on Fang Yuan's chest. Blood spurted out of Fang Yuan's 7 orifices, spreading in the pool water. "How can your dirty water pollute my clan's spirit spring?" The rank 3 pursuers showed an expression of hatred, activating their goo worms. The surrounding blood water was collected by them like tired birds returning to the forest. Bitter. But I just had to encounter a rank 3 water path goo master. Fang Yuan showed a bitter smile. Right now he was captured and could not move. After taking a hit, his soul was shaken to an unprecedented degree. Fang Yuan endured the pain. After the shock passed, he carefully inspected his soul and showed a shocked expression. "Amazing! That one strike knocked away a full 50 million of my soul foundation." His thoughts spun as he guessed. Water path goo masters are rare in Western Desert. Was this person specially created by the Dream Realm to deal with me? My 50 million soul foundation was destroyed in an instant. If it were anyone else, it would have been a fatal blow. Even if I had 90 million man soul foundation, in such a situation, more than half of it would have been destroyed. And this third stage is only the beginning. It will only bode ill if I continue exploring. Thinking of this, Fang Yuan could not help but rejoice that he was safe, accumulating 200 million man souls before entering Thieving Heaven's dream realm. He guessed, if I did not charge in rashly, and followed the normal progression of the dream realm, I might not have suffered such a blow. But, by doing this, I might have saved a lot of time and steps. This change in the dream realm is worth pondering over. Fang Yuan explored the dream realm not only to increase his theft path attainment level, but also to accumulate experience and make it easier for him to explore other dream realms. Although this move was risky, Fang Yuan's gains were huge. Although he was captured, he had a flash of inspiration in his mind. He had a new idea. Wait. This soul foundation of 50 million is not something that can be obtained easily. If one is not a soul path goo immortal, they cannot have such a soul foundation. If goo immortals of other paths come to explore this dream realm of Thieving Heaven, what would happen? Fang Yuan thought of Tang Fang Ming, or more accurately speaking, in the 500 years of his previous life, Tang Fang Ming created the killer move Steel Dream. In the 500 years of my previous life, dream realms continued to develop. there were countless Dream Path goo worms and even Dream Path killer moves that could provide specific help in exploring different dream realms. This dream realm of thieving heaven consumes a huge amount of soul foundation. It was not something that could be explored during the chaotic era. If ordinary people wanted to explore it, they would need to accumulate enough Dream Path knowledge. The best solution would be to create a killer move like Dream Soul, to counteract the corrosion of the dream realm on the soul, or to greatly reduce the corrosion. This dream realm of thieving heaven came from a goo immortal venerable, and it was so huge, the difficulty of exploring it was very high. The early and middle stages of the 5 regions' chaotic era were simply the graveyard of goo immortals. Fang Yuan was able to explore it because he used his soul foundation. The most terrifying thing about this dream realm was that it consumed the soul intensely, but Fang Yuan relied on his robust soul foundation to move forward. The spirit spring water in the pond started to gurgle, like it was boiling. What's going on? The rank 3 pursuer carried Fang Yuan and was about to float up when he saw this situation. He was very surprised. Sure enough, this action of mine greatly shortened the process. Now I am at the most crucial part of the 3rd act. Fang Yuan, however, was overjoyed. His eyes were shining brightly as he looked at the changes in the pool water. Just as Fang Yuan was about to close his eyes and modify his killer moves, an immortal goo house flew out of the dark clouds, flying towards him. Fang Yuan looked up. This immortal goo house was not huge, it was exquisite like a small house in the forest. But this house was not ordinary, it gave off the complex aura of a rank 7 immortal goo. It was a rank 7 immortal goo house. It looked like it was made of wood. On the surface of the house, there were countless colorful flowers growing, they were dazzling. This is Fang Clan's immortal goo house, Fallen Flower Hall. Fang Yuan smiled to himself. As he expected, Fang Clan came to talk to him. Chapter 1524. Roar. While Fang Yuan and Fang Enlei were talking, an immemorial soul beast with a bull body and leopard tail moved its 4 limbs, charging over with its mountainous body. Almost at the same time, there was a sharp cry in the sky. A winged black python immemorial soul beast flew down from the sky, charging down with a huge force. 2 immemorial soul beasts. Fang Yun's heart shook. Such a terrifying attack made his mind shaken. He could not control himself. No, there are 3. Fang Enlei was calm and even smiled. As expected, at the next moment, the ground shook. A giant 3-fingered monstrous hand emerged from the ground, grabbing towards Fallen Flower Hall from both sides. This was the 3rd immemorial soul beast. Rise! At the crucial moment, Fang Enlei shouted as she activated the immortal goo house, turning into a rainbow as she escaped into the sky. The monstrous hand missed, it collided with the bull body and leopard tail immemorial soul beast instead. After dodging these 2 immemorial soul beasts, there was still the winged black python in the sky. The black python roared as it pounced towards Fallen Flower Hall. Fang Enlei's eyes shined with sharp light. She activated the immortal goo house Fallen Flower Hall. She did not dodge, she directly crashed into it. Boom! With a loud sound, both sides suffered heavy injuries. The Immortal Goo House Fallen Flower Hall was covered in cracks, the flowers on the surface of the hall fell off in large numbers. As for the winged black python archaic soul beast, it was directly knocked down and smashed into the ground with a loud bang. Immediately, a deep crater with a radius of several kilometers appeared. Fang Enlei's expression was pale. She stabilized the flying fallen flower hall, making it float in the sky. Next, she used a method, causing fallen flower hall to shine with a beautiful light. The light shined for a few breaths of time before fading. Fallen flower hall returned to normal, the cracks vanished, flowers bloomed again. Oh! It can repair an immortal goo house? This method is very novel. What is the profundity behind it? Should I store the spare goo worms and use them to replace them? Or should I refine mortal goo to fill the gap? Fang Yuan had a thought, his mind moved as he deduced. Fallen Flower Hall was an immortal goo house, it was made of countless goo worms. Being able to repair itself quickly was an ability that most immortal goo houses did not have. If he quickly replaced the spare goo worms, that would be formation path. If it was refining mortal goo, it would be refinement path. Fallen Flower Hall was likely to have an immortal killer move of one of these two paths. Unfortunately, Fang Yuan had too little information in this regard. He had reached a bottleneck in his calculations, so he gave up for the time being. He. Old Ghost Bai Jun's laughter filled the battlefield. So what if you have an immortal goo house? Surrender obediently, and I can spare your lives. As he spoke, the winged black python primordial spirit beast shook its head a few times before flying back up. Immemorial soul beasts had rank 8 battle strength, they had thick skin and flesh, the earlier attacks did not have much effect. Fang Enlei wasn't surprised, this was within her expectations. Her previous collision was just a probe. After all, there were strong and weak immemorial soul beasts. Fallen Flower Hall was controlled by her, dodging in the sky, fighting with the winged black python primordial spirit beast. As for the other two immemorial soul beasts, one was a bull god leopard tail, and the other was a two-eyed giant, they could only roar on the ground, they could not fly. Old Ghost Bai Jun let out a light roar, and the two immemorial soul beasts strode towards him. A chance. Fang Enlei's eyes shined brightly, she was about to use Fallen Flower Hall to get away from the winged black python and attack Old Ghost Bai Jun. These three immemorial soul beasts had great battle strength and stamina. Fang Enlei could not fight a prolonged battle, the best tactic was to kill the leader first, she would kill the key person controlling the immemorial soul beasts, Old Ghost Bai Jun. But at this time, Fang Yuan smiled coldly, don't be anxious, I have deduced that this is a trap. Oh? Fang Enlei's eyes shined intensely. With this hesitation, she lost the opportunity. Fallen Flower Hall was entangled by the winged black python again, she could not get away. The two immemorial soul beasts walked to Old Ghost Bai Jun's side, one on the left and one on the right, protecting him. Old Ghost Bai Jun showed no complacency, his expression was gloomy. I purposely left an opening to attract the enemy to attack, I did not expect Fang Enlei to be so patient, she did not grasp the opportunity to kill me. Never mind. Using Soul Beast token consumes my soul foundation, I cannot last any longer, I need to end this quickly. Thinking of this, Old Ghost Bai Jun's expression turned sinister, he roared and mobilized the fourth immemorial soul beast to attack Fallen Flower Hall. This fourth immemorial soul beast looked like a spider, it had spikes all over its body, it could fly, it was the smallest, only the size of an ordinary tiger. But it was extremely fast, it flew in the sky like an arrow. Fang Yun exclaimed, so close, this is Old Ghost Bai Jun's bait. Fang Enlei looked gratefully at Fang Yuan, her expression turned solemn as she controlled Fallen Flower Hall to fight. With the addition of the flying spider immemorial soul beast, Fang clan felt huge pressure. The winged black python immemorial soul beast was powerful and heavy, while the flying spider immemorial soul beast was as fast as lightning. The two of them cooperated with each other, one fast and one slow, one big and one small, completely suppressing the fallen flower hall, making it impossible for them to turn the tables. To think that old Ghost by June really managed to restrain an immemorial soul beast. How did he do it? Is soul beast token immortal goo really so powerful? How did he manage to obtain 4 immemorial soul beasts in such a short time? Fang Yun and Fang Leng were uncertain, they wanted to retreat. Fang Yuan laughed, I have already deduced that this person is at the end of his rope. With just rank 7 cultivation level, controlling 4 immemorial soul beasts is far beyond his limits. If we hold on for a while longer, the situation will turn around. Oh. Fang Enlei's gaze flickered, her thoughts jumped, she decided to trust Fang Yuan one more time. As expected, in the following battles, Fallen Flower Hall's situation became better. The flying spider immemorial soul beast and winged black python's coordination became worse, they often interfered with each other. And on the ground, old Ghost by June's expression was pale, he was like a piece of white paper, his body was shaking, his aura was weakening. When the 3 immortals of the Fang clan heard this, they felt even more that Fang Yuan was conceited and arrogant. Immortal killer move, thought myriad transformations. Fang Yuan successfully activated a killer move in one go. Swish swish swish. Dozens of blue phantoms shot out from his body and instantly scattered in all directions. This was a technique that Zishan Makoto was proud of. However, Zishan Makoto's original technique was the purple light phantom, while Fang Yuan's technique had changed. The root of the problem was that he had mixed in many sneak attack goo, causing the phantom to turn from purple to blue, and also gain some intelligence and craftiness. At the same time, these blue phantoms were still splitting up. 1 turned into 4, 4 turned into 10, instantly forming an army of blue phantoms. Fang Yuan's true body also turned into one of the phantoms, it was hard to distinguish them. Good response. Fang Yun praised. Fang Leng and Fang Enlei were silent. Divine Bean Palace charged over like a meteor. Crack 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 crack. Everywhere it went, the blue phantoms were destroyed by Divine Bean Palace, they could not last even a second, they all burst like bubbles. Eagle Concubine and the Flying Spider immemorial soul beasts dodged, they did not dare to fight against the rank 8 immortal goo house. And that winged black python immemorial soul beast was the slowest, it was still halfway through but its speed had already slowed down. Be it Eagle Concubine or Old Ghost by June, because of Fang Yuan's thought myriad transformations, they lost their target temporarily. Shock flashed across Fang Yuan's eyes. He had played a trick, his true body did not go far, he was hiding nearby. But to think that Divine Bean Palace did not stop, it activated some immortal killer move and continued to charge over. Is this a coincidence? Fang Yuan manipulated the surrounding phantoms, he and his true body scattered like a school of fish. But Divine Bean Palace changed directions and continued to charge over. Fang Yuan's eyes shined with bright light, he breathed out a huge fog that covered an area of 1 Li immortal killer move, directional confusion fog. The goo immortals in the battlefield were implicated. Eagle Concubine screamed as she quickly stopped moving. Old Ghost by June let the immemorial soul beast get closer, he was very nervous. This fog can confuse one's sense of direction, we have the protection of the immortal goo house but we were still hit, such a powerful method. Fang Leng was shocked. Divine Bean Palace charged into the fog, but it kept changing directions, chasing after Fang Yuan. Directional confusion fog had no effect. Fang Yuan's move had been modified. Originally, the directional confusion fog was purple fog, it was small but could make rank 8 Gu immortals lose their way. After Fang Yuan modified it, this move had no effect on rank 8 Gu immortals, but it was more effective against Gu immortals below rank 7. Not only did the color change, the range of effect also expanded, but it only lasted for a short period of time. With this mistake, Divine Bean Palace was already very close to Fang Yuan, it was about to collide with him. It turned out that because of the ambush, it was not far from Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan's 2 killer moves did not deceive the mysterious soul beast inside Divine Bean Palace. Divine Bean Palace was fast, it was about to collide. Fang Yuan dodged with all his might, he was as fast as lightning, but he could not match Divine Bean Palace, he could only watch as this huge immortal Gu house filled his vision and approached him. They were about to collide. At this time, Reverse Flow Protection Seal had not been activated yet. Fang Yuan's lips curled up. Boom! With a loud sound, an intense collision occurred. But it was not Fang Yuan, it was Divine Bean Palace and that immemorial soul beast winged black python. Even though I can't confuse you, I can confuse others. Fang Yuan's eyes shined with eerie light, he used this chance to use Reverse Flow Protection Seal. Then, in the blink of an eye, he used 10,000 transformations with a single thought again without stopping. He then used Familiar Face again, turning into blue light and shadows. Amazing! At this time, the fog dissipated, Fang Anlei watched with a joyful expression, she could not help but praise. The enemy had numbers, but Fang Yuan used the enemy's advantage to deal with them, he had the demeanor of a wisdom path Gu immortal. Damn it! Inside Divine Bean Palace, the mysterious soul beast roared, its voice was like a tsunami, causing the entire immortal Gu house to shake. The winged black python immemorial soul beast was sent flying by the Divine Bean Palace, it crashed into the roof of the Divine Bean Palace, its neck was almost broken. The might of the rank 8 immortal Gu house Divine Bean Palace could be seen from this. Divine Bean Palace's roof was slightly damaged by this collision, its speed fell, but under the mysterious soul beast's frenzied urging, it continued to chase after Fang Yuan's main body. What's going on? I used Familiar Face but the other party could sense me? Fang Yuan was slightly stunned. Ever since Fang Yuan obtained rank 8 Immortal Gu Attitude Gu and modified Familiar Face, he had been using this method to almost always succeed. In this situation, the enemy was chasing Fang Yuan's main body relentlessly, this was the first time Fang Yuan had encountered such a thing. Even Providence was deceived by this move when I underwent tribulation. What method does the enemy have to deduce my true body? Fang Yuan was puzzled. No, it is not a wisdom path method. I have Ghost Official Garment to defend against deductions. If the enemy wants to deduce me, they would have to destroy my Ghost Official Garment. But right now, Ghost Official Garment has not changed. How did the enemy do it? Not only could it forcefully control Divine Bean Palace for a period of time, it could even open the entrance and let outsiders in. That old ghost by June and Eagle Concubine were the unlucky ones who came to search for treasures. After entering Divine Bean Palace, they were suppressed by Qing Chou and turned into servants. This Qing Chou is blessed by heaven, not only is it a legendary immemorial soul beast, it can also cultivate, it even has many wild immortal Gu. Among them is rank 8 Immortal Gu Soul Beast Token. It refined this Gu and gave it to Old Ghost by June. It wanted to use the Soul Beast army to suppress Divine Bean Palace. Unfortunately, Old Ghost by June had just started moving when he encountered Fang Clan's 2 immortals, as well as the outsider Swan Bujin's interference. Not only did he fail, his plan was exposed. That Fang Clan also wants Qing Clan's inheritance. They have other motives. Qing Chou might have sensed it, so it set up this ambush. Chen Yi's gaze flickered as he calculated in his mind. The current situation was much more complicated than he had imagined. Originally, he thought that he could just take over Divine Bean Palace according to his ancestors' inheritance. To think that a super force and a legendary immemorial soul beast were involved. It is a pity. My wood path killer move, Karma Divine Tree, is only at rank 8 level. If it reaches rank 9, it will be able to form karma on the divine tree according to my wishes. At that time, I will take some of these good karma fruits and deduce the cause. Act in accordance with these reasons, and follow them, and the trouble will be neatly settled. Chen Yi sighed as he turned invisible, vanishing on the spot. In this situation, he could only watch from the side and wait for a chance to make a move. In the battlefield, one chased and one escaped. How did the other party deduce my true body? Fang Yuan had many questions. He did not know that this Divine Bean Palace was created by Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable based on Karma Divine Tree. It looked like it was abandoned casually, but there was a profound principle behind it. The legendary immemorial soul beast Qing Cho was formed in Divine Bean Palace, thus it obtained a portion of Karma Divine Tree's power, turning it into an obsession that was deeply rooted in Qing Cho's desire for revenge. Thus, Qing Cho could easily identify anyone who was close to Spectral Soul. In essence, this was not a wisdom path method, it was a wood path method. If it was an ordinary wood path method, it would be fine, but this wood path killer move came from Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable. It was an amazing method that he created after becoming venerable. On the other hand, Fang Yuan inherited Spectral Soul's true inheritance. It was a weakness that could be used against him. Spectral Soul Demon Venerable massacred the entire Qing clan back then. The karma that he sowed was now on Fang Yuan. However, even though Fang Yuan's disguise did not deceive Qing Cho, it managed to fool Chen Yi, who was outside the battlefield. Fang Yuan did not reveal Reverse Flow Protection Seal's power. He had modified all his wisdom path methods and added theft path mortal goo. He had ghost official garment and other defensive measures. Chen Yi's attention was on Divine Bean Palace. It was not strange that he did not notice Fang Yuan. The problem now was that Divine Bean Palace was still chasing after Fang Yuan. Isn't this enemy too stubborn? I have already broken the ambush, they still want to kill me? Fang Yuan flew rapidly. Earlier, Divine Bean Palace was hit by the winged black python immemorial soul beast. Its speed fell. Fang Yuan took the chance to pull away. Now that its speed had risen, it would take some time to catch up to Fang Yuan. Even though I have reverse flow protection seal and can fight this enemy to the death, there is no need. The enemy is targeting Fang clan. I came out to fight and almost died. I have already shown my sincerity. The rest is up to Fang clan. Fang Yuan's eyes shined with bright light. He flew towards Fang clan's rank 7 immortal goo house, Fallen Flower Hall. Inside Fallen Flower Hall, Fang Enlei breathed in deeply. She felt immense pressure against Divine Bean Palace. But she had a resolute expression as she instructed the two beside her, Fang Leng and Fang Yun, help me activate Fallen Flower Hall. We will save Xuanbu Jin first before fighting against this Divine Bean Palace. The situation was quite amusing. Qing Cho wanted to kill Fang Yuan, but Fang Yuan did not know about it. Fang Yuan felt that Qing Cho was here to deal with Fang clan. Fang clan also felt that Qing Cho was here to deal with them. Xuanbu Jin helping them was already very sincere. Thus, we need to take this responsibility and fight against this Divine Bean Palace. Even the Celestial Court rank 8 Gu Immortal Chen Yi felt the same. In his eyes, this Wisdom Path Gu Immortal Xuanbu Jin was quite unlucky to encounter such a situation. Even though Fallen Flower Hall repelled Eagle Concubine and Divine Bean Palace, that flying spider had the advantage of its small size. It stuck to a corner of Fallen Flower Hall and tried to drill in. Fallen Flower Hall was an immortal goo house after all. It had both offense and defense. The flying spider had not even gotten past the surface, it was still far from the core. But the situation was very dangerous. Because once it got past the surface, the flying spider could enter. Immortal goo houses were made up of countless goo worms. If an immemorial soul beast entered, it would definitely wreak havoc. Goo worms were extremely fragile, the result would be unimaginable. Even though Fallen Flower Hall had the ability to recover quickly, it could not compare to the destructive speed of an immemorial soul beast. At the crucial moment, Fang and Lei attacked again. Immortal killer move, Fleeting Bloom. The mirror flower on the roof had withered and fallen, but in its place, another epiphyllum had grown. The flower was not big, it was soft and delicate. Once it appeared, it turned into specks of light that scattered with the wind. But a mystical force had already coiled around the flying spider. The speed at which it drilled through suddenly slowed down by many times. This wood path immortal goo house Fallen Flower Hall is truly amazing. No wonder it could shine in the 5 regions chaotic war in my previous life. Earlier, Mirror Flower was a wood path killer move, but it had the effect of Rule Path, reflecting attacks. Now, this flower is also a wood path killer move, but it shows the power of Time Path. Fang Yuan watched the battle from inside the house, his gaze flickered. Fang and Lei first used Mirror Flower to retreat Divine Bean Palace and Eagle Concubine, before using Flower to delay the flying spider. Right now, her face was pale, she was in a daze. Evidently, using these 2 killer moves expended more than just immortal essence. These 2 killer moves had incredible power, even though they were only rank 7, when used by Fallen Flower Hall, they had a trace of rank 8 power. Especially that flying spider, it was an immemorial soul beast. But the stronger the power, the greater the price to pay to use the killer move. Fang Yuan's gaze was bright, he looked around and sensed that Fang and Lei seemed to have expended her lifespan. My Fallen Flower Hall is already a top-tier rank 7 immortal goo house, but against 2 immemorial soul beasts, Divine Bean Palace, and 2 rank 7 demonic path goo immortals, it is too much. Even if I use all my strength, I can only delay the danger. Fang and Lei's heart jumped, she looked at Fang Yuan, thinking, this person has extraordinary methods. The pressure he faced earlier was even greater than mine. At the crucial moment of life and death, he could think of a way to escape at lightning speed. In this situation, I need to rely on him, otherwise, I won't even last a moment. Thinking of this, Fang and Lei used her method to transmit some information to Fang Yuan. She was busy now, she did not have time to talk to Fang Yuan. This was the only way. Far away, Heavenly Lotus Sect's first Supreme Elder Chen Yi, who had been hiding and observing the battle, also showed a worried expression. Oh no, oh no. Fang Clan's reinforcements are top experts among rank 7 immortal goo houses, one is Chicken Dog Coop, the other is Inquiry Doc. If these 2 combine with Fallen Flower Hall, they can form the battlefield killer move Peach Blossom Maze. Even if I fall into Peach Blossom Maze, I will not be able to escape, I will die in regret. Furthermore, Qing Chou is trapped in Divine Bean Palace, it cannot use its full power. Thinking of this, Chen Yi sighed, he showed a helpless expression, to think that my first move is not to deal with Qing Chou, but to help it instead. As he spoke, wisps of green smoke rose from the top of his head again and quickly condensed into the shape of a divine tree. Immortal killer move, Karma Divine Tree. The fruit on the Karma Divine Tree shook and Divine Bean Palace instantly shot out green light, illuminating half of the sky. In the palace, countless green lights expanded, turning from arrow size to spears. They pierced through Qing Chou from all directions. Qing Chou roared, its voice was hoarse and filled with sorrow and anger. I am angry, I hate, I am unresigned, I want him to die. It fell into complete madness, its body burst out with a powerful aura. The auras of all sorts of immortal goo rose and mixed together, forming an immortal killer move. Boom! This killer move's power was terrifying. It destroyed several pillars in Divine Bean Palace. Next, an intense force pushed the door of Divine Bean Palace open. Qing Chou roared, it was finally able to see the light of day after passing through this door. It used all its strength to stand up, raising its snake neck and opening its mouth. Its chin almost reached the back of its head. It was a terrifying sight. Swoosh! With a soft sound, its purple tongue stretched out like a sharp sword, stabbing towards Fang Yuan at lightning speed. Fallen Flower Hall was surrounded by the killer move Empty Valley Orchid to begin with. But this strange purple tongue sword was not suppressed. It pierced through the layers of space, reaching Fang Yuan's forehead in the blink of an eye. A piercingly cold murderous aura rushed over. I'll dodge. A crafty light flashed in Fang Yuan's eyes. He went through the hole and entered Fallen Flower Hall. Puff! The purple tongue sword chased after him, crashing into Fallen Flower Hall and piercing through it. It did not slow down, it continued to extend until it hit Fang Enlei's chest. Fang Yun and Fang Leng were stunned. Fang Enlei opened her eyes wide, her body froze as she looked down at her chest. Because of the urgency of the situation, even if Fang Yuan found out and objected, she could use this as an excuse. Of course, Fang Yuan found out. But as crafty as he was, he kept his thoughts to himself and pretended to be ignorant. As the intense battle progressed, Fang Enlei did not plot against Fang Yuan. Instead, she was schemed against by Fang Yuan. Such guts! Vile beast, you deserve to die. Fang Clan's Gu immortals shouted furiously from the two immortal Gu houses. They learned that Fang Enlei was injured. Chicken Dog Coop and Inquiry Doc were like meteors chasing after the moon, heading straight for the battlefield. But before they attacked, Divine Bean Palace shined brightly. Qing Chou used all its strength but could not kill Fang Yuan. It became extremely weak and was suppressed by Divine Bean Palace. The Divine Bean Palace operated on its own and a green light spread across the battlefield. It sucked in the unconscious old ghost by June, the pale-faced eagle concubine, and the other spirit beasts into the palace before flying into the sky. They actually retreated. This was out of everyone's expectations. Even Fang Yuan was shocked. This was not the enemy's usual behavior. Divine Bean Palace flew very quickly. Fang Clan's Gu immortals hesitated, Chicken Dog Coop stopped, while Inquiry Doc tore through the sky and chased after Divine Bean Palace. This Chicken Dog Coop immortal Gu house had a unique design. It was like two buildings built side by side. The house on the left was bright yellow, and there was a circular plaque under the eaves. On the plaque, there was only a large, chicken, character. The house on the right was vermilion, and on the circular plaque, there was a dog character. The door opened as a Fang Clan Gu immortal flew out, entering Fallen Flower Hall with an anxious expression. He shouted, "Enlei, Enlei." But Fang Enlei's face was purple. She was unconscious. Fang Yun and Fang Leng had tired and worried expressions. The latter bowed and said with an ashamed expression, "It was our fault, we did not react in time." This Fang Clan Gu immortal stared at them fiercely. "You are guilty." Next, his expression changed. He saw that Fang Enlei was barely alive. She was about to die. He shouted, "Enlei, Enlei, hold on." He used healing methods but they were useless. At this time, a yellow profound light shot out of Chicken Dog Coop, hitting Fang Enlei's forehead. The purple on Fang Enlei's face was alleviated. her life was saved, but she was still unconscious, barely hanging on to life. This killer move is very strange. It is a soul path killer move but has poison path effects. She is poisoned, I am only stabilizing her injuries, I do not have the ability to cure her. At this time, an elderly Gu immortal walked in. He had white hair and wore a yellow robe. He had a solemn expression. Greetings to Third Supreme Elder. Fang Yun and Fang Leng bowed. Fang Clan's Third Supreme Elder, Fang Huasheng. Fang Yuan quickly recalled the information regarding him. It's you. You hid in Fallen Flower Hall and attracted the attack. My Enlay was hit by the enemy's method. This is all your fault. The Fang clan Gu immortal who was carrying Fang Enlay shouted at Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan looked at him coldly. He had an arrogant attitude as he snorted, "Who are you?" "I am Fang Chen." That Gu immortal spoke. But before he finished speaking, Fang Yuan waved his sleeves. "I don't care who you are. If you are unhappy, you can challenge me, be it a battle of wits or martial strength, I will accept it. If you want to use Fang clan's forces to find trouble with me, I will accept it as well." Saying so, Fang Yuan's eyes shined with cold light. He looked around with an imposing gaze and a cold aura. Oh no! Fang Yun and Fang Leng's hearts sank. Fang Yuan did not back down. He was very domineering. They became worried. They were afraid that a conflict would occur. Fang Yuan hid in Fallen Flower Hall. This was not a problem to them. After all, with an immortal Gu house, it was normal to make use of it. Not to mention a wisdom path Gu immortal who had a sharp mind. Fang Yuan was their benefactor. Fang Yun felt that Fang Yuan was his benefactor. And most importantly, Fang Yuan had put in a lot of effort in the battle earlier. If not for him subduing the immemorial soul beast Flying Spider, Fallen Flower Hall would have been destroyed already. As for why Fang Yuan attacked, it was because he did not expect Fang Enlay to be in such a situation. In fact, even Fang Leng and Fang Yun did not expect Fang Enlay to be unable to dodge. Precisely so, they could not react in time. "Fang Chen, don't say anything. Friend Xuanbu Jin is Fang clan's ally, we have an alliance agreement. He also put in a lot of effort in the battle earlier, how can you slander him like this?" Fang Huasheng's expression changed as he shouted at Fang Chen. Next, he shifted his gaze, his expression turned gentle as he looked at Fang Yuan sincerely. "This Fang Chen is Fang Enlay's husband, he is worried about his wife's life, he did not mean to offend you earlier, I hope you can forgive him." Fang Chen was Fang Enlay's husband, he had the surname Fang. Fang Yuan immediately understood that this Fang Chen was Fang clan's son-in-law, a rogue immortal that was recruited from outside. After he married into Fang clan, he even changed his name to Fang. After being scolded by Fang Huasheng, Fang Chen did not dare to attack Fang Yuan anymore. He lowered his head and checked on Fang Enlay's condition. Even though his healing methods were useless, he did not stop. Fang Yuan's eyes flashed with light. He thought, Fang Leng and Fang Yun are worried, Fang Huasheng is cunning, Fang Chen is not simple either. As Fang clan's son-in-law, he did not let his emotions get to his head, he just had to act like his wife is in a coma. Unfortunately, I have nothing to fear. Fang Yuan was fearless because of the alliance agreement. Fang Enlay represented Fang clan to set up the alliance agreement. She had the deepest relationship with Fang Yuan. If Fang clan went against the alliance agreement, Fang Enlay would suffer the backlash of information path. In her current condition, how could she suffer any harm? Even the slightest bit of backlash would result in death. This was what Fang Yuan wanted to see. Of course, there were methods to go against the alliance agreement, but these methods had a price. It was not completely safe. Even if Fang clan had such methods, Fang Enlay's current condition would make them hesitate. It could be said that the unconscious Fang Enlay was a protective talisman for Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan was fearless. He sneered, "Friend Fang Huasheng, your Fang clan needs to give me an explanation. Otherwise, I, Xuanbu Jin, will not take this lying down." Fang Leng and Fang Yun looked at each other. Why was Senior Xuan Bujin attacking Fang clan? Even Fang Chen, who had his head lowered, could not help but raise his head to look at Fang Yuan. His gaze was filled with the meaning of, how can you be so ungrateful? I have not continued to make things difficult for you, but you are now trying to make things difficult for us. Fang Huasheng's face showed the right amount of confusion and coldness. What do you mean? Could it be that our Fang family owes you something? Fang Yuan purposely made the accounts extremely complicated, listing them one by one. Fang Huasheng bargained with him and changed the last item. Fang Yuan said, since this item has been changed, we will also need to change the previous ones. Using such methods, Fang Huasheng was soon confused by Fang Yuan's accounts. He was forced to retreat. Fang Yuan, however, did not let him go. He pursued relentlessly. The final price exceeded Fang Huasheng's bottom line. I can't accept this condition. Friend Xuan Bujin, you can consider it again. I will be in that Immortal Goo House chicken dog coop. If you are ready, you can find me to set an alliance agreement. His expression was ashen. After saying this, he flicked his sleeves and left. After leaving Fallen Flower Hall, Fang Huasheng entered the chicken dog co-op. The negotiations failed. Fang Chen sneaked a glance at Fang Yuan. His gaze was filled with schadenfreude. Fang Leng and Fang Yun had complex emotions. On one hand, Fang Yuan was their benefactor, on the other hand, it was the clan's benefits. Thus, the two did not say a word, they remained silent from start to finish. Fang Yuan, however, smiled lightly. Fang Huasheng said he could not accept it, but that did not mean Fang clan could not accept it. This was an important matter. Fang Huasheng left because he could not deal with Fang Yuan. He purposely said this as a form of negotiation strategy. Fang clan is after Divine Bean Palace, regardless of success or failure. I need to set an alliance agreement that is beneficial to me. Firstly, it is a show of sincerity. Secondly, if I fail to get Divine Bean Palace, this alliance agreement will be my compensation. Fang clan sent their third Supreme Elder here. It was to leave a path of retreat for them. In the current Fang clan, first Supreme Elder made the decisions, second Supreme Elder made the plans. These two were the true decision-makers of Fang clan. If Fang Yuan wanted to make an alliance with Fang clan, he would naturally need to find one of them. Fang clan's first Supreme Elder has rank 8 cultivation level. Second Supreme Elder Fang Di Chang is a Wisdom Path Great Grandmaster but has rank 7 cultivation level. He should be coming next. As expected, after a while, an Immortal Goo House flew over. It was that inquiry dock. When the Immortal Goo House was still in the sky, Fang Huasheng came out of chicken dog coop and flew over. Soon, Fang Huasheng entered inquiry dock. Second Supreme Elder, how did it go? Fang Di Chang said, Divine Bean Palace is getting faster. Inquiry dock is slower than Divine Bean Palace, but it has already used a tracking killer move. Divine Bean Palace cannot escape. What we need to do now is to repair Fallen Flower Hall and combine the 3 houses to set up the battlefield killer move Peach Blossom Maze to trap Divine Bean Palace and ensure nothing goes wrong. Fang Huasheng reported, that Xuan Bujin is very difficult to deal with. He wants a mile after taking an inch. My negotiation with him broke down. Still not done? Fang Di Chang smiled as bright light flashed in his eyes. Fang Huasheng smiled bitterly. His words are sharp and precise. He is full of traps. I am not his match. But he has been staying in Fallen Flower Hall and has not left. There is no way to communicate with the outside world inside. He is avoiding suspicion. Even though he is forcing me, he still wants to set an alliance agreement with our clan. He is showing his sincerity by participating in this. Fang Di Chang pondered, this might not be sincerity, he might be fearless. Fang Enlei is injured, he is a suspect. But the clan's plan is right in front of us, there is no harm in tolerating him. As the saying goes, impatience in small matters spoils great plans. After the negotiation broke down, this person has been staying in Fallen Flower Hall, he probably wants to negotiate with me personally. Fine, I'll go and see him. Chapter 1531. The Fang clan's history could be said to be very long. As a super force in Western Desert, Fang clan was famous for managing gu houses. It had always had its own wisdom path inheritance. Because regardless of whether gu houses were mortal or immortal, they were essentially immortal killer moves, they were formed from all kinds of gu worms, they were fixed and had both offense and defense. Fang clan managed gu houses and designed new gu houses to deduce new immortal killer moves, they could not do it without deep wisdom path attainment. It could even be said that Fang clan's wisdom path inheritance was very outstanding. After generations of accumulation, even Fang Yuan, who had obtained Spectral Soul's true inheritance, had great reference value. Of course, even though the wisdom path inheritance was outstanding, it depended on whether the inheritor was worthy. In this generation of Fang clan, not only was Fang Di Chang worthy, he even brought Fang clan's wisdom path inheritance to greater heights, becoming a wisdom path great grandmaster. After all, he did not become a great grandmaster by using dream realms, he had painstakingly researched it step by step. Fang clan had wisdom path inheritors in every generation, but in the last 1,000 years, Fang Di Chang was the only wisdom path great grandmaster. In order to reach this realm, one must have extraordinary talent. It was not something that could be achieved by just relying on resources. Fang Yuan and Fang Di Chang conversed for a while, their words were sharp, they were like two sword experts fighting in a small space. Fang Yuan gradually fell into a disadvantage, he felt the situation was troublesome. As expected of a wisdom path great grandmaster, amazing, amazing. Fang Yuan's probing attacks that forced Fang Huasheng into a difficult situation were all resolved by Fang Di Chang without batting an eyelid, no verbal traps had any effect. Fang Di Chang's thoughts were extremely clear, his memories were clear and organized, he could not be confused by Fang Yuan's words. A conversation was like a game of chess, they could think ahead 2 or 3 steps, some words could not be said, some words had to be said clearly to prevent themselves from being used. But a conversation between wisdom path gu immortals was not just 2 or 3 steps, it was 200 to 300 steps, 500 to 600 steps, or even 1,000 steps. Fang Yuan and Fang Di Chang's negotiation not only involved their own benefits, the content of the negotiation also included real-time analysis, they talked about Divine Bean Palace, Fang clan situation, and even Western Desert situation. This was simply a debate. These were not things that could be understood by the human brain, they needed wisdom path methods. Thoughts continued to surge, debating and deducing at the same time. Hearing this, Fang Ling, Fang Yun and the others were all dumbfounded. They felt that these two people were monsters. Their thoughts were as fast as lightning, as if they did not need to think at all. Their sudden words were like a heavenly steed soaring through the sky, as if a sword was unsheathed, causing people to be unable to block it. Compared to them, he was simply stupid. I do not have many wisdom path Dao marks, even though I have immortal gu, I only obtained them recently. Especially since it wasn't complete, it was incomplete. Compared to the other party, we still don't have a deep foundation. If I want to fight against Fang clan in the future, I will definitely think of a way to kill this person first. In terms of wisdom path methods, Fang Yuan was inferior to Fang Di Chang. But in terms of battle strength, Fang Yuan could fight rank 8s, he naturally surpassed Fang Di Chang. Fang Di Chang evaluated in his mind, this person's wisdom path cultivation level is truly extraordinary, he is extremely talented. If they could win him over for the clan, it would be Fang clan's fortune. He, on the other hand, admired Fang Yuan's talent. If he knew Fang Yuan's true identity, as well as the killing intent Fang Yuan was plotting, who knew how he would feel? Ha ha ha. While arguing, Fang Yuan suddenly laughed loudly. Fang clan's Gu immortals were baffled. Why was he laughing out of nowhere? Fang Yuan bowed towards Fang Dichang respectfully. I have heard of Senior Fang's name long ago. Seeing you today, you truly live up to your reputation. Xuanbu Jin has learned much. Fang Yuan's sudden change in attitude made everyone feel strange. What was even stranger was that Fang Yuan lowered his conditions. Earlier, I was indignant because of the scheme. They were just deliberately making things difficult for me. Now that my skills are inferior, how can I not know what's good for me? Fang Yuan's expression was still cold. Even when apologizing, he had an arrogant expression. Oh. I understand, this person is conceited. I managed to convince him a little. Earlier, he was just taking revenge. Now that he has seen my strength, he is sincerely convinced. Fang Dichang's gaze flashed. He became even more excited. This person has such a personality. Compared to him, those with ability are not blindly arrogant. There seems to be a good chance of recruiting him into Fang clan. But for now, Divine Bean Palace is still the priority. Let's put him aside for now. Since Fang Yuan took a step back, the two sides had no more disputes. They quickly set up a new alliance agreement. This alliance agreement was very strict. There were no loopholes. Even Fang Yuan frowned inwardly. These clauses were all connected to each other. If he used self-cleansing rashly, he might go against the agreement. It was not easy to break free from the restriction. He needed to make preparations in advance and expend a lot of energy and resources. Of course, while Fang Yuan was restricted, Fang clan was the same. Since the alliance agreement was set, the relationship between the two sides became closer. Fang Leng, Fang Yun, and the rest looked at Fang Yuan with even more gentle gazes. Subduing Divine Bean Palace is a huge matter. It is our Fang clan's fortune to be able to obtain your help. Fellow Immortal, please follow me to Wenjin Dock. Next, we will need your help. Fang Dichang invited. Fang Yuan rolled his eyes internally. Even after setting up the alliance agreement, Fang Dichang was not at ease. He wanted to keep Fang Yuan under his watch and keep him by his side. Wisdom Path Great Grandmasters were truly difficult to deal with. But Fang Yuan had battle strength to rely on. He was not afraid of Fang clan trying to trick him. He even hoped that Fang clan would act against him. That way, he could follow the alliance agreement. If any side had ill intentions and took action, the other side could ignore the alliance agreement and retaliate. Old Ghost by June and Eagle Concubine originally wanted to resist, but after learning about Chen Yi's cultivation and origin, and after Chen Yi interfered with Divine Bean Palace and suppressed their master, they immediately changed their ways and were ordered around by Chen Yi. Roar! The gates of the Divine Bean Palace opened and a large number of soul beasts swarmed out. On the other side, the Fang family. Fang Dichang was a Wisdom Path Great Grandmaster and also the second Supreme Elder. He naturally took on the role of leader. With his order, several Gu immortals flew out of the three immortal Gu houses and attacked Divine Bean Palace at the center. This peach blossom maze is truly profound. In the real world, this Divine Bean Palace should be hidden deep underground in the desert, but after being covered by peach blossom maze, it appeared in the peach blossom forest. It is very eye-catching. Fang Yuan was still watching the battle in Inquiry Dock. His eyes shined brightly as he praised Peach Blossom Maze. Immortal battlefield killer moves could create something from nothing and create a battle environment that was beneficial to Gu immortals. Peach Blossom Maze was extremely effective in this aspect. it actually changed the earth vein of the desert and revealed Divine Bean Palace that was hidden underground. Fang Yuan could not understand the profundity of this, he could only make some guesses. Fang clan's 3 immortal Gu houses were concealed, they were nowhere to be seen. They were the 3 cores. The Gu immortals inside expended immortal essence to maintain Peach Blossom May's battlefield killer move. This huge battlefield was extremely vast, there were peach blossom trees everywhere. And at the center of this peach blossom forest, there was a grand immortal Gu house Divine Bean Palace. At this moment, Divine Bean Palace's door opened as a large number of soul beasts charged out. Desolate level soul beasts, ancient soul beasts, and even immemorial soul beasts. These 3 immemorial soul beasts were naturally the winged black python, bull-body leopard tail, and one-eyed giant that fought against Fang Yuan and Fang Enlei earlier. And Fang clan had 6 Gu immortals, 2 rank 6 and 4 rank 7, Fang Leng, Fang Yun, and Fang Chen were among them. Fang clan's 3rd supreme elder Fang Huasheng was personally leading them. After these soul beasts charged out of Divine Bean Palace, they did not attack the Fang clan Gu immortals, they surrounded Divine Bean Palace and stood quietly, forming a huge round formation that surrounded Divine Bean Palace. Boom boom boom. Both sides fought. Fang clan's Gu immortals were shocked at the next moment. The killer moves they unleashed exploded with all sorts of power within the group of soul beasts, but when the light dissipated, these soul beasts were actually only slightly injured, and their injuries were recovering at an extremely terrifying speed. How can this be? These soul beasts seem to have a method, each position has its own profundity. Just as they were confused, Chen Yi shouted from within Divine Bean Palace. Divine Bean Palace shined with a bright green light. Next, a trace of green intent was drawn out from the depths of these soul beasts' bodies. Crack crack. A series of crisp sounds could be heard as the green light condensed into wooden armor that draped over the soul beasts' bodies, protecting them from head to toe. Fang Yuan did not understand, but inside Inquiry Dock, Fang Dichang's expression changed as he muttered, "This is Divine Bean Palace's immortal killer move, Green Armor Vegetable Garden." Green Armor Vegetable Garden? Fang Yuan asked. Fang Dichang glanced at him and smiled bitterly. Fang clan only collected this much information, we only know this name and its general appearance, we do not know anything about its true power. Fang Yuan showed intense interest, he looked at the battlefield without blinking. This move is related to Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable, it is definitely not simple. We should probe it first. Fang Dichang nodded, that is the only way. Right now, he was still suppressing Qing Chou, he could not free himself to use Divine Bean Palace. Divine Bean Palace burst out with profound light that enveloped the remaining soul beasts. Next, the profound light engulfed most of the soul beasts and gathered on the 3 immemorial soul beasts. The 3 immemorial soul beasts seemed to have received a huge boost, their bodies expanded and became even larger monsters. The 3 giant monsters were like 3 mountain peaks that completely blocked the emerald light waves. Peach Blossom Maze changed again. As the jade light wave faded, the green color became even more concentrated, a red dot could be seen among the greenery. Next, countless red dots bloomed like stars in the night sky, they were peach blossoms. The peach blossoms were bright and beautiful, another gust of wind blew, countless petals fluttered in the wind. At once, the petals condensed into human figures in the air. This is the killer move Flowery Wind Warrior, I will have to trouble friend Swan Bujin to control a portion of it. Fang Dichang said to Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan nodded, after obtaining Fang Dichang's permission, he could control the human figures formed by the petals. As for the quantity, Fang Yuan tested it first, he used 12 Flowery Wind Warriors at once. Surprise flashed across Fang Yuan's eyes, each flowery wind warrior seems to be able to inject a killer move into them. After the accumulation is done, they will self-detonate to unleash the killer move. Friend, you have a keen sense. This is the use of flowery wind warriors. Fang Dichang smiled as he replied. Fang Yuan tried using Immortal Killer Move Ignited Thought Flying Rock. Immediately, one of the flowery wind warriors he controlled flew to the top of Divine Beam Palace and self-detonated. What exploded was a bunch of Psyche Fire meteorites, which rumbled as they smashed downwards. Divine Beam Palace did not budge, but the three immemorial soul beasts' bodies shook as they were covered in thought fire. Fang Yuan's eyes shined, he praised, "This move's explosive speed is almost the same as the true body. Not only can it make up for the weakness of the immortal Gu House, it can also fully display our advantage in numbers. It is also not afraid of expenditure. Many tactics require careful choice of true bodies, but this move can be used repeatedly and riskily." Just as he said this, Fang Yuan controlled another flowery wind warrior to dive down and arrive behind an immemorial soul beast. Immortal Killer Move, 180 Slaves. With this move, the immemorial soul beast's body immediately froze. It suffered a formless impact. At the same time, the other three flowery wind warriors descended and exploded, each using 3 stratagem immortal killer moves. Bam bam bam, the immemorial soul beast that was injured by Fang Yuan immediately recovered. Thus, inside the sovereign immortal aperture, he immediately killed the 2 immemorial soul beasts that he had subdued. These 2 immemorial soul beasts were originally hard to kill, but Fang Yuan controlled them. Not only would they not resist, they would even cooperate. They naturally stretched out their necks and died obediently. After it died, Fang Yuan obtained 2 spirit cores the size of horse carriages. Rank 8 Immortal Material, Immemorial Soul Core. This was truly rare. If not for this situation, Fang Yuan would not have killed these 2 immemorial soul beasts. But there was no helping it. 180 slaves required a large number of soul beasts as the foundation. Fang Yuan had a vast number of soul beasts, including many desolate level and ancient soul beasts, but these soul beasts were already the limit for Fang Yuan to control these 2 immemorial soul beasts. Now, it was impossible for Fang Yuan to control even more immemorial soul beasts. Without a choice, Fang Yuan could only kill these 2 immemorial soul beasts. This was also the huge price that Fang Yuan had mentioned to Fang Dichang earlier. This was not a lie, it was the truth. How could the death of 2 rank 8 battle strengths not be a huge price? However, after Fang Yuan did this, he immediately used his method to use attitude Gu, causing his body to shake intensely and his face to turn pale. Blood flowed out of his mouth and nose. It seems that Xuanbu Jin was not lying. If we continue to use that method, we will have to pay a huge price. At once, the Fang clan Gu immortals who saw this felt a little better. Although I cannot bear to do this, the situation is urgent, please take action. Fang Dichang urged. I will definitely do my best. Fang Yuan gave a light shout. He seemed to be energized as he instilled 180 slaves into the flowery wind warriors again. After 3 moves, Fang Yuan used the same method and seized that bull god leopard tail immemorial soul beast. Guh. Fang Yuan coughed out a mouthful of blood. His body was on the verge of collapse, his face was pale as paper, he almost fell down. Friend Xuanbu Jin, be careful. Please take care of your body, we will need to rely on you for the remaining immemorial soul beast. How are your injuries? I can heal you. Fang clan's immortals asked. It's fine, it's fine. Fang Yuan waved his hand. It was fine indeed, this was just his disguise. Fang Clan's Gu immortals heard his reply and their anger subsided by more than half. Next, Fang Yuan took action again and subdued the final immemorial soul beast. Inside Divine Bean Palace, Chen Yi had a cold expression as he ordered Old Ghost by June and Eagle Concubine. The latter two looked at each other with worry and difficulty. Eagle Concubine had an ugly expression. With our abilities, we will be courting death if we go out and fight. Lord Chen Yi, please reconsider. Chen Yi chuckled with a cold gaze. If you disobey my orders, you will die immediately. If you go out and resist, I will still have reinforcements and a trace of hope. As long as you stall for time and let me subdue this legendary immemorial soul beast, I will reward you greatly. You know who I am, and I don't want to lie to you. I will give you 3 breaths of time to make your decision. Chen Yi was very domineering. Old Ghost by June and Eagle Concubine could only accept the orders bitterly. They left Divine Bean Palace and faced the Flowery Wind Warriors. Boom boom boom. Both sides exchanged fire, surrounding the Divine Bean Palace and fighting intensely. Old Ghost by June and Eagle Concubine were rank 7 demonic path Gu immortals. They were much more intelligent than immemorial soul beasts. Especially when they had been demonic cultivators for a long time, they had been chased by righteous path forces before, they were very skilled in life-saving techniques. Even though Old Ghost by June and Eagle Concubine were at a disadvantage, they were very resilient. They were able to restrain these Flowery Wind Warriors. However, as time passed, Old Ghost by June and Eagle Concubine sustained more and more injuries. The situation became more dangerous. Chen Yi was multitasking. He strengthened Divine Bean Palace while suppressing Qing Chou while watching the battle. He praised inwardly, this move is very profound. It can instill an immortal killer move inside, allowing the Gu immortals inside the immortal Gu house to fully display their unique methods, allowing the immortal Gu house to be as agile as an ancient battle formation. It is not simple. Thinking of this, he waved his hand. Divine Bean Palace shook and shot out 2 profound lights that landed on Old Ghost by June and Eagle Concubine. The profound lights moved and quickly entered Old Ghost by June and Eagle Concubine's bodies. The two were shocked. They quickly inspected their bodies but did not find anything wrong. At this time, Fang Clan attacked again. The two had no time to think, they faced the battle head-on. In the battle, the two soon found something different. When they were injured again, profound lights flashed on their bodies. The injuries were immediately transferred away. They did not affect their bodies. This is Divine Bean Palace's method. Immortal killer move graft wood. Go ahead and use it. Divine Bean Palace will bear the brunt of the damage. At this time, Chen Yi's voice resounded in their ears. Old Ghost by June and Eagle Concubine were shocked and joyful. They were happy that they still had value. Chen Yi did not use them as cannon fodder. Now that he was helping them, they could hold on for a longer period of time. The lightning condensed into jade-green lightning balls that bombarded the surroundings of the palace. Rumble, amidst a series of explosions, only a few of the Flowery Wind Warriors managed to escape. The rest were all killed. This killer move. Fang Dichang's gaze focused, his expression was unprecedentedly grim. This spring lightning not only destroyed the Flowery Wind Warriors, it also landed on the ground and in the air, destroying countless peach trees. These peach trees were formed from the immortal battlefield killer move Peach Blossom Maze. Normally speaking, if they were destroyed, Peach Blossom Maze killer move could quickly restore them. But the areas that were destroyed by these spring lightning bolts turned into green grass. Moreover, the pine and cypress trees replaced the peach forest, their roots deeply embedded into the ground. Every time a spring thunder exploded, a pine and cypress tree would grow, and gradually, a sparse forest was formed. Even though this small forest could not compare to Peach Blossom Maze, it was like a reef by the sea, stubbornly resisting Peach Blossom Maze's restoration. These two could not block the attacks of 3 immortal goo houses with their weak bodies. There was no value in sacrificing them now. It was better to keep them in the palace. When Divine Bean Palace's entrance is broken and those Fang clan goo immortals come in, they could block them for a while. Time. What Chen Yi needed the most now was time. As long as he had enough time, he could definitely control Divine Bean Palace and force Qing Chou to surrender, turning the situation around. If it was an ordinary opponent, they might have fallen into Chen Yi's trap. But Chen Yi was facing Wisdom Path Great Grandmaster Fang Dichang. He had already seen through Chen Yi's plan and attacked with all his strength. Chen Yi sighed bitterly in his heart. Even though he had held on for so long, Fang clan's leader had sharp eyes. His plan had become much more difficult. But even at this stage, this first Supreme Elder of Heavenly Lotus sect was not dejected. He still persisted in his plan. Because he still had one move to use. Immortal Killer Move, Karma Divine Tree. At the next moment, Chen Yi's eyes opened wide, his body burst out with a towering aura. Dense green smoke rose from his head and shoulders. As the green smoke rose, a huge Karma Divine Tree condensed above Chen Yi's head. Around this tree, the whole of Divine Bean Palace started to shake. It seemed to be welcoming Chen Yi's arrival. At the same time, Chen Yi's speed in affecting Divine Bean Palace rose rapidly. The pressure on Qing Chou became even greater. Qing Chou felt a strong sense of danger. It looked up and saw that Karma Divine Tree was emitting a terrifying aura, especially when it saw a huge evil fruit growing on its branches and leaves. This evil fruit was covered in black smoke. It slowly turned into Qing Chou's form. Qing Chou's original form had a trace of the wonders of the Karma Divine Tree. Thus, when it looked at it, it had an intuition. Once the black smoke on the evil karma stopped circulating and turned into its complete form, then it would be the moment it would be completely subdued by Chen Yi. How could this work? How could this work? Roar! Qing Chou roared angrily. Its head, which was originally on the verge of death and was pressed tightly against the ground, was raised high at this moment. Its 4 legs supported its heavy body, the snake scales on its neck stood up, its human hair danced wildly, its eyes were bloodshot as it stared at Chen Yi angrily. It opened its mouth, its tongue was broken, it roared like a tsunami. Amazing! This Qing Chou is indeed a legendary soul beast. It had been feigning weakness earlier and gathering its strength. Now that I used Karma Divine Tree, it had no choice but to erupt with strength. Chen Yi was shocked. This Qing Chou still had strength left, it was still plotting to turn the situation around. Chen Yi quickly strengthened his suppression. Qing Chou's body shook, its limbs bent, its mountain-like tortoise shell had just risen up when it sank back down. This battle for Divine Bean Palace had finally reached its most crucial moment. Who would be the biggest winner? Boom! With a loud explosion, the entrance of Divine Bean Palace was destroyed by Fang clan. Charge in! The opportunity to fight was fleeting. Fang Dichang shouted uncontrollably. Several Fang clan rank 7 experts entered one after another. Once they entered the hall, they were slightly stunned. Chen Yi, Old Ghost by June, Eagle Concubine, and Qing Chou were all exposed. Their relationship was quite complicated. Especially that Chen Yi, he was brimming with rank 8 aura, it was very shocking. Chen Yi laughed heartily, he looked at the Fang clan vanguards with disdain. You are here to die. Fang Dichang was at the back, he saw through Chen Yi's bluff, he sneered and ordered, kill. This person is distracted, his battle strength is being dragged down. Fang clan's Gu immortals charged forward. Eagle Concubine and Old Ghost by June had no choice but to block them. Fang clan had more Gu immortals, a portion of them still charged at Chen Yi. They had to get rid of this rank 8 existence first. Take this. Even a rank 8 will die. Die obediently. With Fang Huasheng at the lead, several Fang clan Gu immortals used their strongest moves. Chen Yi immediately felt a terrifying force. It was like a mountain had crashed into his face. In an instant, he was sent flying like a cannonball by the old man. With a loud sound, he flew out like lightning, crashing into the wall of Divine Bean Palace, but he did not fall, he was embedded into the wall. Puff! Chen Yi's 7 orifices were bleeding, his entire head was almost smashed by this punch, his skull was definitely cracked, but Chen Yi quickly used Jade Light to heal himself. As for his defensive killer move, crushing thick wood foundation, it was directly shattered by this old man's punch. Fang Gong, as Fang clan's first supreme elder with rank 8 cultivation level, you actually sneak attacked in disguise. To think that you would do such a thing. Chen Yi bellowed, the anger in his eyes shooting out like flames. He exposed the mysterious old man's identity. He was actually Fang clan's first supreme elder, Fang Gong. This Fang Gong cultivates strength path after all. He is an extremely rare rank 8 strength path Gu immortal in the current 5 regions. This person concealed himself so deeply, he had been with the group all along. Fang clan is too determined this time, they even mobilized a rank 8 existence to participate in this expedition. The 2 rounds of attacks from the rank 7 Gu immortals earlier were all feints. The goal was to pave the way for Fang Gong. This is probably Fang Dichang's plan. Fang Yuan had been watching the battle, he was very shocked. Fang Gong was a grand rank 8 Gu immortal, first supreme elder, he hid his identity and sneak attacked. This was like a government official stealing chickens and dogs, he was completely shameless. If news of this spread, the righteous path's reputation would be ruined. However, it was also because of this that Fang Gong suddenly launched a sneak attack, instantly defeating Chen Yi and changing the course of the battle. The results were excellent. The deadlock between the 3 sides immediately broke down. Fang clan's first supreme elder, Fang Gong, forced back Chen Yi. Fang clan gained the upper hand and started to control the situation. Chen Yi was schemed against and was forced back. His accumulation of Divine Bean Palace was mostly used up, he was in a terrible state. Because of his scheme, he suffered an unprecedented loss. But he still had a chance and hope, his injuries were not severe. Even though Chen Yi's defensive method was broken, he had used Graftwood earlier to protect Old Ghost by June and Eagle Concubine, he naturally left this method for himself. Thus, all of Chen Yi's injuries were taken by Divine Bean Palace. Crack crack. Divine Bean Palace took the brunt of Fang Gong's attack in place of Chen Yi. Cracks started to appear on the walls of the hall. At the same time, the cracks spread to the roof and the pillars. Crack crack. Several pillars were covered in cracks as they broke into a pile of goo worm corpses. Fang Yuan's heart shook, he thought, Fang Gong must have used his full strength to attack. Even though that punch looked ordinary and powerless, the power was actually restrained to the limit.